In the illustrious land of Huaxia, within the confines of Jiangxing Institute of Technology, the sun-drenched playground came alive. As the temperature began to rise, many female participants in the outdoor activities adorned themselves in shorts and skirts. Their elongated, slender legs, complemented by sheer black stockings or white bubble socks, accentuated their already exquisite curves. The lightness of their upper garments further revealed the allure of several striking figures, captivating the attention of numerous onlooking boys. "Hey, fourth brother, why don't you rise and take a look?" one remarked. "With such a splendid view, you truly lack an appreciation for beauty." The group turned their gaze towards Yi Qing, who lay languidly on the grass, shielding his eyes, a blade of dogtail grass nestled between his lips. "Oh, so you didn't come here to bask in the sun, rather. You came to yearn for it," they quipped. As the activities concluded, the group stood up. "Are you coming or not, fourth brother?" "You all go ahead. I shall remain here a while longer." Yi Qing waved them off, bidding farewell to his dormitory companions. Reflecting on his friend's earlier comments, he sighed, an expression of helplessness crossing his face. How futile it was to gaze upon such beauty when he felt utterly undeserving. Given his circumstances, it was unlikely that he could find anyone of merit within the entire school. Orphaned from a young age, the meager inheritance left to him barely covered his compulsory education, and he now owed tuition fees to the institution. With empty pockets, how could he dare to pursue a virtuous companion? Although Yi Qing harbored his own desires, he considered himself among the more principled in such matters, though that was a self-assessment. As he pondered these thoughts in the next moment, a luminous screen materialized before him. At 18, you relied on the savings of your deceased parents to gain admission to a prestigious university, living frugally while working diligently to support your studies. Upon graduation, you secured a position at a major internet corporation. By the age of 28, after several years of toil in the corporate world, you had accumulated some savings and met a girl with whom you wished to wed. Despite her lack of demands, you gritted your teeth and mortgaged your future for the next 30 years, purchasing a home and organizing a wedding. At 30, burdened by a mortgage, you felt akin to a wild donkey shackled by chains, transformed into a workhorse under pressure as your superiors assigned you the most arduous tasks, aware of your vulnerabilities. That year, your twin daughters were born, and your wife showed understanding, providing you with a semblance of a warm haven. By 35, however, the relentless passage of time caught up with you, leading to your unemployment. The anxiety of joblessness, the strain of loans, and the weight of daily life shattered your mental state. You often erupted in inexplicable fury, quarreling with your wife and frightening your children into tears. Each night, after your outbursts, your wife and children cautiously cleaned up the shards of glass you had shattered in your rage. In the same year, to spare the children from fear, your wife took them and returned to her parental home, packing their belongings. Your life had plunged into a profound valley. The life reversal system has been successfully initialized. Do you possess the courage to restart your life and achieve a remarkable transformation in this, your 40th year? What? Yi Qing stared at the words. What the heck? Is this truly the life that awaits me? Curse you, fate. Goodness, is it a cataclysmic beginning and a cataclysmic ending? No, that's not it. Wait a moment. What on earth is this system? He has only just completed half a year of university at the tender age of 18. Why does the system state that he is already 35? Could it be that the system arrived prematurely? This could indeed lead to a remarkable turnaround in life. In an instant, Yi Qing found himself intrigued by whether this system offered any rewards or tasks. Obtain the forgiveness of 2 precious daughters. Reward. Beginner's gift package. Yi Qing. System. If only you were a real person, we could add a green bubble. I would certainly send you a 60-second voice message. However, 60 seconds is the limit of WeChat, not mine. It seems this first task is destined to be delayed for over a decade. Yi Qing sighed deeply, and then a soft gasp broke the silence. Yi Qing turned his gaze towards the other side of the playground. There, he beheld 2 little girls running, nearly identical in appearance, clad in white frilly dresses, their braided hair streaming behind them. Their faces were irresistibly adorable, with sparkling, large eyes framed by long eyelashes and cherubic cheeks, as if they had just dashed out of a fairy tale. However, they appeared anxious, grasping each other's hands, their steps uneven and somewhat unsteady. Behind them, a fluffy white puppy chased after them, its round eyes fixated on the two little girls, barking woof woof with its tail wagging joyfully. As if playfully frolicking with it, a soft hiss escaped. A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Qing's eyes. The two little girls bore an oddly familiar air. Nonetheless, Yi Qing trotted over, one arm enveloping the two girls while the other playfully upended a small puppy. His hand mischievously scratched its belly, and the more he felt its softness, the more he found it hard to stop. Woo-woo. The little puppy seemed to bark, revealing its tiny milk teeth as it attempted to engage in a playful tussle with Yi Qing. "Oh, quite spirited, aren't you?" After a brief moment of scratching, Yi Qing finally released the puppy. Yet, this little creature scampered away, glancing back and barking defiantly, as if unwilling to concede. "You little rascal." Embracing the warmth in his arms, Yi Qing turned his gaze to the two little girls. He was about to inquire about their parents' whereabouts when he noticed the girls' tear-filled eyes, their cherubic faces adorned with a look of deep grievance. Their small lips protruded as if they could hang an oil bottle, and soon, tear droplets cascaded down. With a resounding wow, they cried and leaped into Yi Qing's embrace. Just as he was about to pat their heads, he heard, "Daddy, Yo-Yo misses Daddy at Grandma's. Xiao misses Daddy too. Daddy, please don't abandon us. Daddy, no way." He was only 18. Children, do refrain from calling out recklessly. Your brother has just saved you. You must not repay kindness with enmity. Turning him into an unwitting father, Yi Qing pondered, on the verge of voicing his thoughts. Suddenly, his brow furrowed tightly. It appeared he had a realization about the resemblance of these two little girls. Could it be? They bore a striking resemblance to him. Yi Qing crouched down, resting his hands on their shoulders and gazing intently. Indeed, they resembled him. Though his family's circumstances were dire, his looks were undeniably striking. These two little girls were equally captivating in appearance. Moreover, their noses and facial features were remarkably similar. Nevertheless, the fact that these beautiful young children bore a slight likeness to him did not necessarily signify anything significant. "What are your parents' names?" "Your brother will take you to find them shortly. They should be nearby," he inquired. Yi Wanyu listened to Yi Qing's words, pouting as she looked at her father, her eyes filled with confusion. Father seemed to have become somewhat more handsome, perhaps even a touch younger. Yet he was still her father. Mom said that Dad is a softie when it comes to his daughters. As long as we cry, he will relent. "It seems we didn't cry enough just now," Yi Wanyu whispered her sister, Yuan Ro, who was beside her. "Xiao Ro, Dad doesn't want us anymore." Wow! A piercing wail suddenly erupted. Chapter 2. Mission accomplished, abundant rewards. At the sound of the cries, Yi Qing felt his heart tighten. Don't cry, don't cry. Daddy misses you too. How about I take you both out for some delicious food?" Yi Qing attempted to soothe the two little ones. "Daddy was just teasing you earlier. Why are you still crying so fiercely? Tell Daddy what you wish to eat." He gently caressed the girls' heads. A strange sensation washing over him. So this is what it feels like to have human offspring. So soft and tender. It is no wonder that fathers become devoted to their daughters. "Daddy, I want to eat lollipops." Upon hearing about the delicious food, Yi Wanyu patted Yuan Ro, urging her to stop crying. Then, she cupped her sister's face and vigorously rubbed the corners of Yuan Ro's eyes. The sight of those tiny hands touching her chubby cheeks melted Yi Qing's heart. The issue with the system remains unresolved. And now I must assist someone in finding their kin, Yi Qing pondered. However, in the next moment, a luminous screen materialized before him. Detection. Host has completed the system task. Remarkably, it was accomplished in such a short span of time, elevating the novice gift package level. Reward. A vehicle for the host, upgraded from Santana to Rolls-Royce Phantom. Reward. A residence for the host, upgraded from Jiangbei apartment to a villa in Ziyun Pavilion. The vehicle and housing will be delivered in a reasonable manner. Yi Qing gazed at the luminous screen, his pupils trembling in astonishment. What does this mean? What is the system implying? What is happening here? Is this still the timeline of Earth in 2025? He lowered his gaze to the two little girls tugging at his pant leg. An unsettling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be no? I am still a youthful male high school student. How did I become a wealthy and doting father? Yet, it remains uncertain. This bizarre system feels akin to a lunatic, necessitating further probing. As he passed a convenience store, Yi Qing purchased 2 lollipops. "Thank you, Daddy." Yi Wanyu exclaimed as she unwrapped one and stuffed it into Yi Wanro's mouth. "Thanks." Sister, Yi Wan-ro murmured softly. Yi Qing also procured some notebooks. Can you two little girls write the names of your parents? I can, Yi Wan-yu replied, taking the pen in her tiny hand and beginning to write. Although her letters were somewhat crooked, it was indeed remarkable for a child of 4 or 5 to be able to write. As the characters for Yi Qing took form, he felt a surge of certainty within. These were his daughters, after all, since he had never disclosed his name to them. With the system's assistance, it was evident. But how did they come to be here? And who is my wife? With his anticipation mounting, Yi Wan-yu inscribed the 3 characters Bai Zhishi on the paper. Bai Zhishi. Yi Qing's heart stirred. A vivid image of a graceful figure surfaced in his mind. Bai Zhishi was the belle of the school, renowned for her breathtaking beauty and slender figure. What lingered most in Yi Qing's memory were the alluring curves beneath her school uniform and the delicate, fair ankles revealed when she ran and jumped, not to mention her long, straight legs and cascading hair. After all, in high school, everyone dressed quite conservatively. And recalling these details was no small feat in the future. What kind of fortuitous events must I encounter to win the hand of the school beauty? It is no wonder that the system advised me to secure a good house, even if the lady does not demand it. Cursing myself inwardly, I recalled that Bai Zhiqi had excelled in high school, gaining admission to the most prestigious institution in Jiangbei University. I shall take a moment to digest this. As I spoke, I took the hand of a little girl and made my way toward an underground parking garage, where, according to the system's guidance, a Rolls-Royce awaited. Upon arriving at the subterranean level, I was immediately captivated by the majestic grille resembling the Parthenon, the celebratory goddess emblem, and the imposing body of the car. It was impossible not to notice it. Daddy will drive you to our new home soon, all right? A new home? Are we really going to our new home? What about Mommy? Will she come too? Mommy won't be joining us today, but you must be good and stay with Daddy. We'll see if I can pick her up tomorrow, okay? I carefully placed them in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. All right, they chimed, their little legs swinging gently in excitement. Taking my seat at the helm, my fingers grazed the pristine steering wheel. It would be disingenuous to claim I felt no excitement. However, the overwhelming experiences of this brief period had left me somewhat numb. As the vehicle glided out of the garage, my phone rang. Hello? Good day, Mr. Yi. I am Wei Muxiue, the steward of Villa Number 3 at Ziyun Pavilion. The property transfer has been completed. Should you wish to come over, please feel free to contact me, and I will assist you with any other matters. A voice, as gentle as flowing water, echoed, I shall be there momentarily. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Upon terminating the call, Yi Qing glanced at the 2 well-behaved young girls in the rearview mirror. How did you 2 manage to find your way here on your own? At this, the 2 little girls wore bewildered expressions. We were asleep at Grandma's house. And when we awoke, we discovered that Mommy and Grandma were nowhere to be found. So, I took Xiaorou and we started walking. And then we were pursued until Daddy rescued us. Transmigration. What is the significance of this timeline? The system originates from a future timeline, which is utterly nonsensical. And now my daughters have been brought along as well? This is rather perplexing. As he drove, Yi Qing attempted to sort things out in his mind. As the navigation neared its destination, a smile graced Yi Qing's face as he mused to himself that he truly was a fortunate man. 2 beautiful daughters, a belle for a wife, and this life-altering system. What more could one desire? Indulge in the pleasures at hand. With thoughts of the belle dancing in his mind, Yi Qing could almost hear the iconic line from Li Yunlong of echoing in his ears. Fire, fire, fire. Regardless, a trip to Jiangbei University is in order tomorrow. With a press of the accelerator, the Ziyun Pavilion came into view. Yi Qing's face registered astonishment as he beheld the scene. The scenery here is simply breathtaking. Aside from the well-ordered villa district, the location itself, nestled against the mountains and overlooking the river, shrouded in a delicate mist, speaks volumes of its distinction. At the entrance to the residential complex, a graceful figure stood, clad in a women's professional suit that accentuated her advantageous physique. The white shirt beneath is slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a delicate patch of skin as pristine as snow. A black bow tie cinched at the neckline adds a touch of playfulness and elegance to the overall ensemble. Complementing this is a black body-hugging mini-skirt, the hem resting just above the upper thigh. Below, 2 long, graceful legs are tightly encased in black stockings, reminiscent of fine satin enveloping exquisite jade. Despite the high heels adorning her feet, she stands poised on her toes, her gaze fixed on the horizon as if eagerly awaiting someone's arrival. Indeed, with the roar of an engine, a Rolls-Royce approaches. This must be Mr. Yi, she muses. Chapter 3. Yes, We have two daughters. Wei Muxue gazes at the Rolls-Royce before her, recalling Yi Qing's voice from their recent phone conversation. He does not seem particularly aged. He must be quite accomplished at a young age. Nevertheless, he should be at least in his early 30s, she contemplates, as she moves forward. As the car window descends, a youthful visage comes into view. She studies Yi Qing but finds her gaze inadvertently drifting to the back seat, where two young girls are seated. So, this young lad is Mr. Yi, the master of Villa Number 3? How old can he be? 20? He appears to be around that age. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wei Muxue, the exclusive steward of Villa Number 3, with whom you just spoke on the phone. I will now escort you to the villa. Please wait a moment while I use the staff vehicle to guide you. No need, just get in the car, Yi Qing replies, gesturing towards the passenger seat. All right. Wei Muxue settled into the passenger seat, guiding Yi Qing into the villa district. In the back seat, the two little girls gazed at the opulent villas beside them, pressing their noses against the glass like tiny pigs. Wow, Daddy, where are we? Aren't we going home? I've brought you to our new home. We will be living here from now on, their father replied. Upon hearing this news, Yu and Xiaoro leaned in closer. Even Wei Muxue turned her head abruptly. The astonishment of the three was distinct. She was surprised to learn that these two were Mr. Ye's daughters. She had assumed they were his younger sisters. With the country encouraging families to have 2 or 3 children, perhaps they were from a prominent family responding to the national initiative. It seemed Mr. Ye's true age was likely greater than his youthful appearance suggested. This was quite normal. After all, who could guess that Lin Jiying and Gongzi were of the same age? But Daddy, our toys haven't been moved over yet. And Yu's sleeping little Pegasus hasn't come either. I'll buy you some new ones in the coming days, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Moments later, they arrived at Villa Number 3. Stepping out of the car, Yi Qing stood before the Chinese-style villa, momentarily lost in thought. Upon entering the courtyard, a delicately crafted Taihu stone mountain came into view, its interlinked cavities resembling a three-dimensional inkwash painting. Beneath the foam mountain, a serene pond shimmered with light, where goldfish leisurely swam, occasionally leaping from the water and creating ripples that danced across the surface. Upon the corridor, the exquisite wooden carvings are simply breathtaking. Not only is Yi Qing taken aback, but the two little girls also gawk with their mouths agape. Father, is this a palace? Are Yu and Xiaoro about to become princesses? Xiaoro, let us go? Chuckles Yu, lifting her chubby hand to gently close Xiaoro's mouth before taking her hand and dashing through the courtyard. Meanwhile, Wei Muxue and Yi Qing follow closely behind. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Yi Qing calls out with concern, while Wei Muxue takes the opportunity to provide a detailed introduction of their surroundings. After a thorough tour, evening has arrived, and the two little girls, now seemingly drained of energy, appear listless. Wei Muxue has stepped away to attend to other matters, leaving Yi Qing to inspect the refrigerator, which is stocked with an abundance of fresh ingredients, evidently just purchased today. How about I prepare a meal for you? He inquires. Good. Yu exclaims loudly, while Xiaoro nods earnestly in agreement. Please wait on the chairs. I will have it ready shortly. After speaking, the two girls clamber onto the chairs with a flurry of limbs, settling down obediently in anticipation of the delightful feast. Yi Qing then retreats to the kitchen with the ingredients. Cooking is a mere trifle for him, as his upbringing did not permit him the luxury of being a pampered young master. Dinner is ready, he announces. The two little girls, holding bowls nearly the size of their faces, begin to eat, their bodies swaying rhythmically as they enjoy their meal, occasionally setting down her bowl. Yi Qing could glimpse a small, chubby face resembling a little hamster, stuffed with food. After a while, both girls finished their meals, diligently ensuring every grain of rice was consumed. Daddy, Yu lifted her bowl for Yi Qing to see, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her little legs shaking with increased enthusiasm. Yu has eaten so well, splendid, Yi Qing exclaimed, gently ruffling Yu's hair. Xiaoro is impressive too. He extended his other hand to pat the other girl. In that fleeting moment, a paternal smile graced Yi Qing's face. Anyone who beheld these two little angels would likely feel the same warmth. Daddy, it's dark now. Why hasn't Mommy come home yet? Shall we go fetch her? Let's go, Daddy. These words caused Yi Qing a sudden headache. How could he find Bai Zixi? If he were to directly bring the two girls to her, he feared being labeled a lunatic. He had initially planned to approach Bai Zixi tomorrow to establish some rapport. However, he needed to gather useful information first. Mommy won't be back tonight. She is sleeping at Grandma's house. Tomorrow, Mommy said she would come to find Yu and Xiaoro. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, Yu Xiaoro, Do you know any secrets about mommy? The two little girls looked at him with puzzled expressions, pursing their lips in serious contemplation. Yu knows. When Yu was bathing with mommy, she saw a heart-shaped mark on mommy's right buttock. Mommy said it was a birthmark. Daddy, what is a birthmark? Alara gazed at Yo-Yo. And heavens, this intelligence is indeed of paramount importance. Its credibility has been significantly augmented. Well done, Yo-Yo. Alara commended, and Yo-Yo tilted her head upward, giggling. As she turned her gaze, Alara noticed Xiaoro still pouting, engrossed in contemplation, albeit in an exceedingly endearing manner. Enough pondering, Xiaoro, she gently chided. Papa, I had not anticipated. Xiaoro uttered, somewhat disheartened. Alara scooped Xiaoro into her arms, reassuring, it matters not. Papa, I, too, desire an embrace. Yo-Yo exclaimed, clutching at Alara's leg. Swaying back and forth. Very well, come hither. Embracing both daughters, she experienced an overwhelming surge of felicity. She now comprehended why certain fathers would dissolve into tears when their daughters were to be wed. Were she in their stead, she, too, would weep. This twofold assault of tenderness, who could withstand it? Enough, this matter is yet distant, she mused. The exigency at hand is to first secure the heart of one's beloved. As Alara pondered, a luminous screen materialized before her. Entice one's beloved spouse to return home. Reward, random multiplier cashback on expenditures, exclusively for spouse and children. Divine physique. As night descended, Alara discerned a certain peculiarity. Both daughters, it seemed, harbored a predilection for slumbering whilst embracing her arm, and moreover, clutching it with unwavering tenacity. Yo-Yo, Xiaoro, if you persist in this manner, Papa shall be rendered immobile. Alara lamented, helpless. Papa, when you accompanied us for our afternoon nap on weekends, it was invariably thus. And why is it permissible for Mama? Yet not for Yo-Yo and Xiaoro? Mama, too, embraces your arm each night as she slumbers. As she spoke, Yu puffed her lips and her eyes sparkled with delight. It was well known that Baiji, she had a habit of needing something to hold while she slept, and it appeared that these two little girls had perfectly inherited this quirk. Yiqing wanted to reach out and touch Yu, wishing to prevent her from pouting like a little oil bottle. However, just as he was about to lift his hand, he suddenly remembered that the other hand was still being held tightly by Xiaoro. With a sigh of resignation, he succumbed to the idea of sleeping. Hee. Good night, Daddy, Yu chimed, and beside her, Xiaoro softly echoed the sentiment. The following morning, after breakfast, Wei Muxiwei arrived. Yiqing turned to her and said, Muxiwei, I need to trouble you with something today. What can I do for you, Mr. Yi? She replied, could you please look after the two little girls while I attend to some matters? Upon hearing this, the two adorable little ones rushed over, clinging to Yiqing's legs. Daddy, where are you going? Are you going to work? Daddy is going to bring Mommy back. Don't you miss her? He asked. You must be good and understand. Wei Muxiwei squatted down to pat the heads of the two little treasures, her heart melting at the sight of their cherubic faces. They were simply too adorable. Their beauty was striking. One could easily deduce that their mother must possess equally impressive looks. Sister will take you to braid your hair later, all right? I'll create beautiful braids for you. Thank you, dear sister. Thank you, dear sister. As they listened attentively to the instructions on how to braid beautiful hair, the two little girls followed Wei Muxiwei with great enthusiasm. However, Wei Muxiwei felt a tinge of discomfort. Should I really refer to myself as sister? That seems a bit presumptuous given the generational gap with Mr. Yi. Nevertheless, if there is a gap, then so be it. She gazed at the two adorable children, a broad smile gracing her face. You two little cuties are mine for the time being. Meanwhile, Yiqing drove out and soon arrived at the campus of Jiangbei University. The sight of a Rolls-Royce was undeniably eye-catching in this academic setting. Numerous students looked on, filled with envy. Though Jiangbei University is the finest in Jiangbei province and a prestigious 985 institution, very few students dared to dream that they might one day drive such a car. Which big shot is here for an inspection? Probably an upperclassman, two boys speculated as they observed the approaching Rolls-Royce. However, their expressions changed when they caught sight of the youthful driver. Could this truly be a student? What a detestable wealthy individual. Is he here to charm the girls at our university? They had previously seen others arrive in supercars, but this was the first time they encountered someone in a Rolls-Royce. As they spoke, they watched Yiqing exit the vehicle. A handsome fellow, no less. In an instant, alarms rang in the minds of several boys. It was evident that trouble was brewing for the girls at the school. Yiqing stepped out and noticed a passing female student. Hello there, classmate. The girl appeared to be a freshman, Otherwise, she wouldn't have been up so early for an 8 a.m. class. The young woman gazed at Yi Qing, glancing at the car beside her, her face betraying a hint of anxiety and shyness. "Hello, may I inquire about something personal?" she said, revealing that she too was a freshman. Nearby, a few boys observed, thinking to themselves that this restless individual was indeed initiating conversation the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. Given the multitude of colleges, it took Yi Qing an hour of inquiries and searches before he finally arrived at the entrance of a classroom, coinciding with a break between two major lectures. He entered through the back door, and, at first glance, his eyes fell upon the most dazzling girl in the room. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, clear and radiant, shimmering with an aura of unfathomable depth, reminiscent of autumn waters. Her other features were perfectly set against her oval face. At that moment, she was standing and chatting with a few other girls, her lips naturally tinted, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward, exuding an almost ethereal smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. As for her figure, it closely matched Yi Qing's recollection, albeit with even more exquisite proportions. Her long legs, encased in denim, showcased flawless lines. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be grasped with one hand, yet it seemed to possess an allure of blossoming vitality. By Ji, she felt the weight of his gaze and turned toward the back door, her expression tinged with curiosity, as if she were pondering where she might have encountered him before. "Come, let us resume our lesson," the teacher announced, prompting everyone to take their seats. Yi Qing, however, lingered outside the classroom, leaning against the wall, contemplating how he might approach Bai Jishi. "Today, I must allow Bai Jishi to meet the two little ones, but first, I need to lay the groundwork. As for the paternity test, it is an absolute necessity. Otherwise, Bai Jishi will undoubtedly remain unconvinced." After class, Bai Jishi stepped out. "Yi Qing, have you been waiting long? Did you come to find me for something?" With her bag in hand, she approached Yi Qing, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "You are far more radiant now than you were in high school. Do you recognize me?" Yi Qing replied, "What a question. How could I fail to recognize an old classmate? Although we were merely classmates in the first year, and you later transferred to another school, my memory is not so feeble." Bai Jishi playfully feigned annoyance, then clasped her hands behind her back, leaning closer to Yi Qing for a closer inspection. "I must admit, if you had changed any more, I might not have recognized you at all. Have you also been admitted to Jianbei University?" "I have not. I am at Jianbei Institute of Technology. I specifically came here to find you. Do you have any classes later?" Yi Qing inquired. "Not today. Just 2 classes in the morning," Bai Jishi replied. "Then would you accompany me to a place? I have some important matters to discuss with you." As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Jishi furrowed her brow, seemingly in hesitation. However, upon observing Yi Qing's expression, she quickly relented. "All right." In the distance, several boys from the morning were watching this scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Isn't that the guy who drove the Rolls-Royce this morning?" "No way, it really is. And following him is Senior Bai Jishi. Can wealth truly grant one the freedom to act without restraint?" We, the seasoned alumni, are still brimming with anticipation. And just like that, it has been snatched away. Hasn't it? In an instant, they collectively lamented, each feeling their hearts shatter. As their wails echoed, a young man approached, whispering, "All right, all right. This isn't the first time such a scenario has unfolded. You didn't act swiftly, and now you're left here lamenting. The girl you cannot let go of may very well find her way into someone else's embrace." The crowd turned their gaze towards the speaker, their hearts aching even more. "Let us teach him a lesson." Indeed. Hey, what are you all coming towards me for? I didn't put her in that position. While the commotion continued, Yi Qing had already escorted Bai Jishi to the side of a Rolls-Royce. "Jishi, get in the car. I want to take you somewhere. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts before I explain. You're driving this car? Have you suddenly struck it rich, old classmate? Come on, get in." Yi Qing opened the door. Bai Jishi hesitated, thinking it might be better to discuss matters here. "What I am about to say may sound utterly absurd. Yet it is the truth," Yi Qing began, and Bai Jishi's expression visibly tightened. "If this is a confession, please refrain from uttering it. I am not yet ready for a relationship. Nostalgia is fine, but nothing beyond that." Bai Jishi interjected, arms crossed over her chest in a warning, as if she had considerable experience in such matters. Yi Qing continued, "We have a pair of twin daughters." Chapter 4, Mother's Arrival. Boom. The sudden proclamation struck Bai Jishi like a thunderclap from the heavens, leaving her with a clear expression of astonishment. She turned her gaze towards Yi Qing, her eyes brimming with an intricate blend of emotions. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. She was merely 18, a freshman in college, and had never experienced love before. This was her first. And now, to hear that the two of us have daughters? What on earth is this? Bai Jishi felt an urge to voice her incredulity, yet she was uncertain where to begin, as every aspect of the situation was rife with absurdity. After a prolonged silence, Bai Jishi glanced at the nearby Rolls-Royce, inhaled deeply, and said, Yi Qing, is it possible that the sudden influx of wealth has overwhelmed you? How long has this been going on? Have you considered increasing your medication dosage? Yi Qing, observing Bai Jishi before him, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ah, so you prefer to insult without resorting to foul language? You believe me to be akin to Fan Jin, who, upon sudden wealth, descends into madness? Very well, I shan't hold back. Allow me to present some evidence. Do you not have a heart-shaped birthmark on your right buttock? Boom. This single statement caused Bai Jishi's face to flush a deep crimson, as if blood might spill forth. The expression she wore made Yi Qing realize the gravity of the situation. His words had gained a measure of credibility. Subsequently, under his scrutinizing gaze, Bai Jishi retrieved her phone and began typing. Yi Qing leaned in closer, and the number 110 appeared prominently on the screen. Hey, pray, do not be agitated. I am no scoundrel, nor have I ever trespassed upon your privacy whilst you were abluting yourself. It was your daughters who imparted this information to me. I implore you to believe my words. You despicable rogue. I dare say the constabulary would be less inclined to credit your assertions. Just as Bai Jishi was poised to contact the authorities, Yi Qing gently restrained her. He then produced his cellular device. Behold, observe them. These are the very lasses I speak of. It is the truth, I assure you, these two young girls. Bai Jishi furrowed her brow as she gazed upon the image displayed on the screen. These two young lasses. Within the recesses of her mind, she juxtaposed her own childhood visage with the likenesses before her. There was an undeniable resemblance, at least 7 or 8 parts. Moreover, these cherubic darlings were an absolute delight to behold, positively captivating. With but a fleeting glance, Bai Jishi felt a peculiar sensation surge within her breast, akin to the very essence of consanguinity. Observing Bai Jishi's gradual return to equanimity, Yi Qing sighed inwardly. Verily, the charm of these young ones was indeed efficacious. Had he known, he would have refrained from divulging Bai Jishi's secret, lest it necessitate the intervention of law enforcement. He then opened the carriage door. Come, let me escort you to meet these two young maidens. Subsequently, we shall undertake a genetic kinship analysis. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Jishi's countenance bore an intricate tapestry of emotions. Ultimately, she nodded in tacit agreement and entered the motor car. Yi Qing then steered the vehicle away. Simultaneously, the group of lads who had been frolicking moments prior observed the preceding scene from a nearby vantage point. Their hearts were now shattered into a myriad of fragments. In their eyes, the recent scene unfolded as follows. Yi Qing expressed his desire to maintain an illicit relationship with Bai Jishi. Yet Bai Jishi crossed her arms defiantly in rejection. Yi Qing escalated his offer, eliciting Bai Jishi's fury. Ultimately, he produced clandestinely taken photographs and videos, threatening, Bai, you surely wouldn't want this footage to circulate, would you? Poor Bai Jishi was left with no option but to submit. Ah, that scoundrel. In an instant, their hearts roared with indignation, with some even contemplating vandalizing Yi Qing's vehicle upon his next visit to Jiangxing University. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. They were merely students. After all, and who among them could afford to act on such impulses? They could only retreat and nurse their wounds in silence. In the car, Bai Jishi sat in the back seat, her expression icy. Gradually, she came to terms with the implications of Yi Qing's earlier remarks regarding her secret. It was undoubtedly the two little girls who had divulged it. After all, since maturing, she had not bathed with anyone else, save for a few close relatives at home. They would never disclose such matters. Thus Yi Qing could not have learned it through that avenue. If what Yi Qing claimed were true, was she really being thrust into the role of a mother? And could it be that her future husband was Yi Qing? As she pondered this, she stole a few glances at Yi Qing, who was intently focused on driving. His angular profile, paired with his earnest demeanor, only accentuated his attractiveness. From this perspective, he appeared rather handsome, perhaps even appealing. Ugh, Bai Jishi, what sort of thoughts are you entertaining at a time like this? Have you truly lost your senses? Bai Jishi chastised herself inwardly, contemplating the forthcoming encounter with two adorable children. Let us proceed step by step and await the results of the paternity test. Along the way, Yi Qing halted the vehicle and instructed, "Please wait for a moment." He alighted and shortly returned with a bag in hand, resuming their journey thereafter. After a brief interval, they arrived at Ziyun Pavilion. "Yi Qing, do you reside here now?" she inquired, taking in the surroundings and the villa district. "Indeed. The two little girls are at home, and you shall meet them shortly." They reached Villa number 3, where Wei Muxue had already styled the two girls' hair into charming pigtails, and they were frolicking joyfully in the expansive yard. The air was filled with the delightful sounds of Yu and Xiaorou's laughter, akin to a realm of happiness. As Yu Qing's vehicle pulled up, the children's attention was drawn towards it. "Daddy! Daddy!" they exclaimed. Yi Qing, witnessing the two girls rushing towards him, smiled broadly and crouched down, arms wide open in anticipation of a grand embrace. However, the little ones, in their exuberance, veered off course and dashed past him instead. "Mommy! Mommy, you're back from work." Two voices chimed in unison. Yi Qing pondered silently. So, it seems that father pales in comparison to mother. Bai Jishi, who had just exited the vehicle, was immediately enveloped by the two girls clinging to her legs. She looked down at the delicate, rosy-cheeked porcelain dolls and felt her heart race with an overwhelming sense of connection. A surge of familial bonds washed over her, reminiscent of the warmth felt upon reuniting with a long-lost relative after many years apart, still as endearing as ever. However, it seemed she had not anticipated such a tumultuous situation upon their arrival, standing there in a daze, uncertain of her next move. After rubbing their little faces against Bai Jishi's trousers, Yu and Xiaorou looked up, their eyes filled with bewilderment. What was the matter with Mama? Typically, at such moments, she would bestow upon them a grand kiss. "Mama, what's wrong? Are you all right? Mama, we have been very well behaved today. Mama, are you unhappy? Mama, we didn't sneak out. We were originally asleep. When we awoke, we simply found ourselves no longer at Grandma's house. We were indeed being good while in bed." The two little girls believed that Bai Jishi was withholding affection due to this matter. As their eyes blinked, a mist of tears began to form, accompanied by a hint of a whimper, as if a deluge were on the verge of cascading forth. Bai Jishi, flustered, glanced at the still stunned Yi Qing and clenched her delicate fist, signaling with her lips, "Help me." Yi Qing shot her a glance, clearly unskilled in soothing children. He approached, crouched down, and gently patted the heads of the two little girls. "Crying does not signify being a good child. Mama is simply exhausted from work today," he reassured them. The two little girls seemed to comprehend. "Mama, are you tired? Then Yu can help you with a massage. Yu is quite skilled, and Mama always says she feels much better after my massages. Xiaorou can help Mama too." Xiaorou raised her little face, unwilling to be outdone. "Very well, thank you." Yu and Xiaorou. Are these truly the nicknames of the two children? Bai Jishi came to her senses, extending her hand to gently pat the heads of the two little girls, feeling an undeniable sensation stir within her heart. She crouched down, gazing at the two enchanting little beings who bore a striking resemblance to her own youthful visage, almost as if they were indeed, as Yi Qing had remarked. The desire to abscond with the two little girls was overwhelming. Yet, Yi Qing was still present. Observing Yi Qing, she pondered deeply. What was it? "I must caution you against harboring unrealistic thoughts." The knowing gaze of Yi Qing deciphered her intentions, prompting a verbal warning. Bai Jishi felt exposed under Yi Qing's scrutiny, puffing her cheeks in a feigned pout of annoyance. "Mommy, can I give Yo-Yo and Xiaorou a kiss?" Yo-Yo and Xiaorou did not intentionally misbehave. After all, Mommy used to kiss them every time she returned home from work and would bring them gifts. "Mommy will kiss you," Bai Jishi responded, planting kisses on the cheeks of the two girls. However, as the word "mommy" left her lips, she still felt a tinge of unfamiliarity. Yi Qing joined them in the car, producing the sweet treats she had purchased along the way. "These are gifts from Mommy, little desserts." "Wow. I knew Mommy wouldn't forget. Mommy, let's go. We'll help you with a massage on the sofa." With that, Bai Jishi was eagerly pulled away. As she took her first step into the villa, a voice echoed in her mind. Indeed, the host acts with remarkable swiftness, accomplishing such a formidable task in such a brief span. Now, rewards are being distributed, a random multiplier rebate, applicable solely for wife and children, and a divine physique. Before Yi Qing, a luminous screen appeared, and then an extraordinary sensation surged within his body. A warm current flowed through him, as if something was being reshaped. In the courtyard, Wei Muxue observed Bai Jishi with a look of bewilderment. Although Mr. Yi was one thing, Why did this lady appear as if she had just entered university? When had they had a child? Surely, there couldn't be anyone with such ageless beauty. Faced with this situation, what could she say other than to feel envy? She also took the opportunity to introduce the newcomer to the villa. At last, Yiqing found himself standing alone at the door, shrugging his shoulders. Well, so this is what being a father is like. He quietly parked his car and entered the room, where the two young ladies had already begun to attend to him. Yiqing watched with keen interest. Once seated, he sighed, wondering when he might enjoy such treatment. Meanwhile, Bai Zhiqi, indulging in her own enjoyment, cast a glance at Yiqing. This guy? Yiqing raised an eyebrow in response, noting how well the campus beauty was adapting, entirely different from her previous fierce demeanor. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of a charming little one. If it were possible, he would have too. Daddy, Xiao will help you with a massage while you lie here. Yo-Yo is coming too. However, shortly after, Yo-Yo, a bit helpless, remarked, Daddy, your body is too stiff. Like a rock. Mommy is soft and comfortable to press. I'm done, Xiao, let's go. Huh. Just as Yiqing was relishing the moment, it came to an unexpected end. Haha, Bai Zhiqi chuckled softly. Why are you laughing? Yiqing approached with a hint of annoyance, playfully tapping Bai Zhiqi's head. Ouch! Bai Zhiqi protested, clutching her head and pouting, embodying a petulant demeanor. Chapter 5. Paternity test. There are still serious matters to attend to, Yiqing remarked softly. And Bai Zhiqi nodded in understanding. She rose to her feet and looked at Yu. You have a few particularly long strands of hair. Shall I help you remove them? Sure. Xiao, you have some too, Bai Zhiqi added. As she spoke, Yiqing discreetly wrapped the hair in a plastic bag from behind. Shortly thereafter, both Yiqing and Bai Zhiqi also plucked some of their own hair. Taking advantage of the two girls' afternoon nap, Yiqing instructed Wei Muxue to take care of them in the evening while she and Bai Zhiqi headed to the testing facility. Yiqing opted for the express service and, after paying 5,000 yuan, was taken aback by the notification. Detected that the host has spent 5,000 yuan, triggering a random rebate of 1,000 times, now dispersing 5 million. Huh? Yiqing was astonished. This first rebate amounted to an incredible 5 million. Observing Yiqing's expression, Bai Zhiqi handed over her phone. We'll split this cost evenly. If Yu and Xiao are indeed our children, I will also contribute half of the future expenses. With that, Bai Zhiqi began fiddling with her phone. All right, pull up the payment code, and I will transfer you the money, she instructed. Yiqing understood her intent. The girl had likely consolidated the funds through various payment methods. Yiqing was quite familiar with this procedure. Generally, for substantial expenditures, one would consolidate the funds scattered across various payment methods into a bank card before making a payment. Reflecting on Bai Zhiqi's earlier circumstances, it seemed her family's situation was rather ordinary. Of course, it was significantly better than his own before he activated the system. Frankly speaking, with a background like Bai Zhiqi's, she hardly had the standing to compare with him. However, he now possessed a rebate system, rendering money less of a concern. Just as Yiqing was about to utter the word no, Bai Zhiqi interjected with a firm no. They would wait for the results to be revealed. Yiqing waved his hand dismissively, completely ignoring Bai Zhiqi, which provoked her to the point of wanting to strike him. Indeed, having money made a noticeable difference. As night fell, the two received the identification results. The outcome was unsurprising. It confirmed that the two girls were indeed their children. They parked within the grounds of Jiangcheng University. Inside the car, both stared at the results in silence. The mindset of going to meet the girls now, after everything had settled, was entirely different. Come walk with me around the campus, Bai Zhiqi suggested. The two began to meander aimlessly through Jiangcheng University. I'm still unclear about what is happening, she remarked. This is unscientific. Unscientific? Yiqing retorted. Those Taoists on Wudong Mountain claim to believe in science. Yet they unleash sonic booms and then leap onto roofs with ease. There are countless unscientific phenomena. Does having a system somehow make it scientific? Nonetheless, Yiqing had gained a clearer understanding of the situation. In accordance with my thoughts, these two young girls must have traversed from the future, resulting in a disruption of the timeline. As Yiqing articulated this notion, Bai Zhiqi began to engage in a mental whirlwind. Naturally, she refrained from pondering such advanced physical concepts, for as a student of management, they eluded her comprehension. Instead, her thoughts turned to the future of these two girls. Moreover, how would she introduce them to her family? She confided her concerns to Yiqing. I have no such dilemmas. My parents passed away when I was too young to remember, Bai Zhiqi remarked, her tone tinged with irony. All right, no more jesting. I will take responsibility for the children. They are nearing the age for kindergarten. Let me see. If they cannot enroll in a public institution, they shall attend a private one. Money is merely a means. Furthermore, let us keep this matter from our families for the time being, as it is challenging to explain. In any case, I will find a solution. Yi Qing, having shifted from her playful demeanor back to seriousness, instilled a sense of security in Bai Jishi, who nodded in agreement. I will not be irresponsible either. Oh? And how do you intend to be responsible toward me? What obligation do I owe you? Goodness. I am a university student of integrity. And now both of us have daughters. Are you suggesting I become a heartless woman who abandons her family? You. Bai Jishi felt the audacious aura emanating from Yi Qing and stamped her foot in frustration. How could you utter such nonsense? Just because you possess integrity. Does that imply I do not? And how am I abandoning my family? We have done nothing at all. In the heart of Bai Jishi, a tempest raged. Yi Qing, observing from the side, allowed a smile to play at the corners of her mouth. At this moment, it was essential to employ this carefree demeanor to draw Bai Jishi out. Otherwise, the girl would likely spiral deeper into her thoughts, burdened by anxiety. Yi Qing, with her hands clasped behind her neck, ambled forward. Wait for me, Bai Jishi exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation as she hurried to catch up. With the objective achieved, Yi Qing slowed her pace, meandering through the school while engaging in light conversation with Bai Jishi. Why don't you come back to the villa with me tonight? Yi Qing suggested. Last night, those two little girls kept asking where their mother had gone, wondering if she no longer wanted them. Fortunately, I was clever enough to soothe them with a few comforting words. Otherwise, if they didn't see their mother tonight, I might have been torn apart. Observing Bai Jishi's expression, he mused that his words seemed to stir something within her, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. Bai Jishi shared this sentiment, though she had refrained from voicing it until now. Truth be told, just the thought of those two cherubic faces brought a smile to her lips, not to mention the comfort of holding them close while sleeping. It's all right. If you feel uncomfortable, I can go back right now and bring the little ones over to your dormitory. Upon hearing this, Bai Jishi's face betrayed a palpable panic. Yet, upon noticing Yi Qing's mischievous grin, she realized he was merely teasing her. Scoundrel, Bai Jishi muttered, pursing her lips, a peculiar sensation rising within her. However, in the next moment, a loud shout pierced the air. Watch out! A basketball soared across the court, heading straight for Bai Jishi. Just as she braced herself to shield her head, Yi Qing stepped in, skillfully catching the ball. My apologies, mate. We didn't mean to, the group of boys said, their faces etched with concern. If that ball had struck someone, it would have spelled trouble for them. Yi Qing tossed the basketball back effortlessly, swishing it through the hoop from a distance. Glancing at his palm, he realized that since attaining an extraordinary physique, not only had his appearance improved, but his strength and control over it had also significantly enhanced. Wow, dude, you're impressive. We're short one player. Care to join us? No, I'm with my girlfriend, Yi Qing replied, waving his hand emphatically. This declaration caused Bai Jishi to blush deeply. She playfully punched Yi Qing's arm, whispering, What nonsense are you spouting? We're not. As she spoke, she fell silent, contemplating that she was destined to be Yi Qing's wife, having already borne him two beautiful daughters. It seemed reasonable to refer to him as her boyfriend, yet it struck her as peculiar. They had only just become acquainted today, and the overwhelming influx of revelations was almost too much for her to bear. After Yi Qing and Bai Jishi departed, the remaining five resumed their game. Realizing that without one more player, they couldn't even manage a half-court match. The brother who just played basketball was remarkably skilled, effortlessly sinking shots from a distance. Alas, at such a young age, he is already entangled in the complexities of love, having relinquished his passion for basketball. A bystander remarked, Your words carry an oddly sour tone. However, that girl indeed possessed a captivating beauty, akin to that of a campus belle. Were I in his position, I too would choose a campus beauty. Moreover, she merely opted out of playing basketball with us. He can still enjoy a game with her in the evening. Playing what sport? The initial speaker paused momentarily, then seemed to grasp something, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What are you all discussing? This isn't a bus to kindergarten. Let me off. I wish to jump out. You think you can escape this ride? The doors have been welded shut 100 times. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Bai Jishi, unaware of the banter that ensued after their departure, were preparing to drive back to their villa, needing to navigate through a small grove behind the campus. Yi Qing gazed at the grove with a sense of nostalgia, recognizing that every university possesses such a place. As for its purpose, Yi Qing was well aware of the significance of the grove at Jiangxing Institute of Technology. Shall we conduct an experiment? Yi Qing murmured. Experiment with what? Bai Ji, she inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Then, she heard Yi Qing exclaim anxiously, "The principal is coming. The principal is coming." Suddenly, sounds rustled from deep within the grove, followed by a flurry of dark figures darting out. Bai Ji, she. Yi Qing. I had thought that the students of Jiangxing University were solely devoted to their studies. Yet the grove of the prestigious 985 institution is evidently saturated with an intoxicating atmosphere of youthful exuberance. Listening to Yi Qing's words, Bai Ji, she began to contemplate a rather serious matter, the prospect of single-handedly raising a child. After all, with Yi Qing's mischievous demeanor, she feared that one day she might find herself in a perilous situation. She scolded herself inwardly, acknowledging her own propensity for mischief, as she considered the possibility of falling for a rogue young man in the future. Chapter 6. Sharing a bed. Do not blame me. Do not blame me. A phrase often echoed in short videos. You're so bad. I like you so much. Women are indeed like this. They truly are. Bai Ji, she murmured this to herself, while her thoughts shifted back to the notions of single parenthood and the challenges of working to support a child. A short while later, within the Purple Cloud Pavilion, Wei Mu Shui strolled through the villa district with two young girls in tow. Sister, it's so late. Why haven't Mom and Dad returned yet? Little Yu Yu inquired, gazing up at her. Do not fret, my dear Yu Yu. Mom and Dad must be working overtime, which is why they are late in returning. We should take a stroll, and they will be back soon, Wei Mu Shui reassured her, gently pinching Yu Yu's soft, round cheek, reminiscent of a fluffy steamed bun. This sensation struck a chord in Wei Mu Shui's heart. How utterly adorable these little human beings were. If only it were possible, she would gladly invite these two cherubic children to her home for a cozy slumber together. However, she was well aware that this notion was rather impractical, as Mr. Yu would certainly disapprove. Ah, the little cat. With a cheerful exclamation, Yu Yu pulled Xiao towards the small feline ahead. The two girls soon surrounded the kitten. Yu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the creature. She gradually crouched down, resting her hand gently on its head, caressing it as if it were a precious treasure. Xiao, on the other hand, refrained from touching it, merely observing from different angles. Come on, Xiao. You should pet it too. It's so adorable. As Yu Yu spoke, the kitten lay down, purring softly. While they were engrossed in their interaction with the kitten, Wei Mu Shui noticed two individuals trailing behind the cat, one a young man and the other a beautiful woman, both appearing to be in their 20s. The young man was tall and imposing, his face adorned with a hint of defiance, while the woman exuded an icy elegance, reminiscent of a snow queen who kept others at bay. They strolled leisurely, engaged in conversation. Recognizing them, Wei Mu Shui realized that they were also proprietors of Ziyun Pavilion, though they were not a couple, but rather siblings. The young man was named Lin Han, and the young woman was Lin Yu. They had taken their family cat for a walk after dinner, but unexpectedly encountered an obstacle shortly after setting out. Lin Han, I'm still quite young, having just graduated from university. Look how anxious our parents are. They want to arrange a blind date for me. Who wants to marry so early? What are the benefits of marriage? I'm quite content living independently, aren't I? What do you think? As Lin Han listened to his sister's incessant chatter, he felt a throbbing headache. He had originally intended to step out for a breath of fresh air, but now he found himself under a barrage of words that seemed entirely unrelated to him. Just as he was about to check where the esteemed cat had wandered off to, he discovered that the feline had already been toppled by two little mischief makers. He observed the two human youngsters as they nudged Lin Yu with a gesture. What is that about? Lin Yu fumed, questioning whether her troublesome brother had even been paying attention. Turning her gaze, she found herself momentarily stunned by the sight of the two little girls. She hastened forward a couple of steps, circling around the young ones. Yu Yu and Xiao looked up at Lin Yu, beaming with wide smiles. Sister, is this your little cat? It's so adorable. The exclamation of sister sent a tumultuous wave of emotions through Lin Yu's heart, flushing her cheeks a deep crimson. Lin Han. These two little girls are absolutely delightful and charming. Lin Han retorted, you're turning as red as a teapot. Why don't you just have one yourself? With your looks, as long as you don't choose someone extremely unattractive, the child would surely be lovely. Lin Yu emitted a soft gasp, her gaze fixed on Lin Han. He lightly tapped his mouth, dismissing the comment as mere nonsense. Lin Yu searched herself and sighed, realizing she hadn't brought any sweets. Observing her actions, Lin Han remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Sister, it seems your habit of rescuing animals has conditioned you to think of feeding every little creature you encounter, even human children." The words spoken by Lin Yu left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Han exchanged a few words with Wei Muxue, and upon learning that they were the children of the owner of Villa Number 3, he was taken aback, realizing that this villa was one of the most expensive properties in Ziyang, significantly surpassing the value of his own home. Drawn in by the laughter of the young girl, Lin Han turned to see that his older sister had already engaged with them. She placed her hands on Yu Yu's waist, preparing to lift her up, which elicited delightful giggles from the child, as she was particularly ticklish. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with a brightness she had never experienced before, a novel emotion welling within her. Observing her demeanor, Lin Han approached and whispered in Lin Yu's ear, "What if we take these two children home? Is that feasible?" "Feasible, my foot." Lin Han sighed, realizing his sister indeed harbored such thoughts. A short distance away, two figures approached. Yu Yu and Xiaoro, upon noticing, wriggled free from Lin Yu's embrace and dashed towards Yi Qing and Bai Zhishi. Lin Yu gazed into her empty arms, letting out a sigh, feeling a void in her heart. "Mom and Dad, you're back," Yu Yu exclaimed. "Come quickly, we found a kitten. It's so adorable." Perhaps due to not having seen Yi Qing and the others all afternoon, the two little girls eagerly shared their excitement. Lin Han and Lin Yu watched them, marveling at how young the parents appeared. "Sister, look at that boy's face. When choosing a partner, one should seek someone far more handsome than him." "Why?" Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. "Ah, do you not comprehend this? If you desire children with the aesthetic appeal of those two young ladies, you must align your own appearance with theirs. Are you implying that my looks are somewhat inferior to that of the children's mother?" Lin Han brought his index and middle fingers together, leaving a small gap, suggesting that the difference is not substantial, merely a slight disparity. "Is that really so significant?" "Oh, sister, can you perceive the vast expanse of stars and oceans through that gap?" Lin Yu. "Ah." Lin Yu suddenly began to flail her arms. Not far away, Yi Qing observed their antics, bemused by how a quarrel had erupted. They approached, and Yi Qing introduced themselves. Upon witnessing the beauty of Yi Qing and Bai Zhishi up close, Lin Han and Lin Yu could not help but marvel at their extraordinary allure. Indeed, such striking individuals seemed ageless, though they were both mothers. They appeared as if they were still 18. "I feel you are older than I. I shall call you Brother Yi. I noticed that the two young ladies have a penchant for kittens. We have a club filled with various activities. Perhaps you could bring your wife and children to join us sometime. We often engage in the rescue of stray animals, and we currently have some kittens nearing weaning age that you could adopt." "Brother, is what you say true?" Yio inquired, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Han, while Xiaoro opened her mouth wide, looking towards the kittens in anticipation of their future companions. "You are mistaken, my dear. You should address him as uncle." Yi Qing lifted Yuyo into his arms, while Bai Zhi held Xiaoro close. "Uncle or perhaps brother would be better." Lin Han chuckled as he took out his phone and sent an address to Yi Qing, who had just been added as a friend. "Yi Gu, when you have time, bring your family to visit." "All right," Yi Qing replied, playfully poking the chubby face of his daughter. "Shall we head home now?" "Yes, let's go home." They expressed their gratitude to Wei Muxue and excused her from work. Wei Muxue stood there, letting out a sigh. She was reluctant to leave her shift. Lin Yu felt similarly, gazing longingly at the little one in their arms, especially as Xiaoro waved her tiny hand, almost causing Lin Yu to break her composure. "All right, stop staring, sister. I'll go back and see if any of the boys Mom mentioned are more handsome than him," Lin Yu remarked. "Oh." Lin Han's lips curled into a smile, intrigued by this unexpected twist. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he detected a hint of obsession in his sister's eyes regarding her pursuit of a partner. Chapter 7. It turns out the necessity for the two children to hold something while sleeping is inherited from you. On the way home, the two little girls were brimming with anticipation for the kitten. "Daddy, will you take us to buy clothes tomorrow?" "Yes, thank you, Daddy. And if we have time, we can also bring the kitten home." "Really?" "Of course, it's true. You are the best, Daddy." Meanwhile, Bai Zhi listened to the conversation about buying clothes, contemplating her own account balance, nodding in agreement. She too wished to purchase beautiful clothes for her daughter, although she might not be able to buy many at the moment. Upon arriving home, a luminous screen appeared before Yi Qing. "Together with my wife and children, the reward, unparalleled driving skills and enhanced attractiveness." "Oh." Yi Qing gazed at the screen. This task seemed remarkably easy to accomplish. One might say it required no deliberate effort on his part. After all, with two little treasures, he would soon see how to navigate the situation. After freshening up, he thought, hee, I can sleep with mom and dad again, Yu. With one hand clutching Bai Jishi and the other grasping Yi Qing, looked up with eyes full of anticipation and joy. Xiao Rou had already climbed onto the bed, her expression mirroring the excitement. Sleep? Together? Bai Jishi had not anticipated such a development. She had never shared a bed with a boy before. How about this? Mom can take you to another room to sleep. How does that sound? Oh no? Yi Qing internally exclaimed in frustration. Was she attempting to isolate him? Would the task remain unfinished? Meeting Yi Qing's gaze, Bai Jishi felt a twinge of guilt. No, mommy and daddy cannot be apart. We must all sleep together as a family tonight, Yu declared resolutely, her little lips already pouting. Xiao Rou also descended from the bed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Mommy and daddy, please don't separate. Observing the expressions on the two girls' faces, Yi Qing could not help but nod in agreement. What wonderful daughters he had. Oh dear. Mom and dad have no intention of separating. Bai Jishi suddenly panicked, stammering, She was at a loss for words, glancing at Yi Qing, who was wearing a smile, urging him to intervene and save the situation. Just now, when I was about to isolate my daughter, there was no mention of it. Now, when things have become difficult, the thought of calling for my assistance arises. TSK women. Bai Jishi listened, biting her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. As the situation showed no signs of progress, little Rose's small pearls of tears began to fall. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Mommy and daddy, can we all sleep together tonight? Bai Jishi quickly wiped away Rose's tears. Little Rose nodded, and Yu approached, cupping Rose's small face and gently wiping her tears away. Then, she turned to Bai Jishi and Yi Qing, hands on her hips, silent, yet conveying a multitude of unspoken words. She appeared as a protective older sister, ready to confront the adults, as if questioning, is it entertaining for you two to bully a child? In that moment, even Yi Qing's imposing demeanor diminished considerably, while Bai Jishi felt herself shrink to the floor. She realized the temperaments of these two girls, one resembling Yi Qing, the other herself. One was domineering, the other gentle, with little Rose's soft yet piercing demeanor capable of cutting deep. Daddy, you lie here. Mommy, you lie here. All right. Both Yi Qing and Bai Jishi obediently complied, changing into their pajamas and lying on the soft bed. Bai Jishi glanced at the distance between herself and Yi Qing, her anxious heart finally easing. As there was still a reasonable space left between them, the two precious daughters were nestled in between. Mission accomplished. The host's speed is increasing. Reward issued. Masterful driving skills. Enhanced beauty. The enhancement of appearance will gradually evolve over time, rather than undergoing an abrupt transformation. Gazing at the luminous screen before him, he felt an influx of knowledge related to driving skills within his mind. Well then, it is time to sleep. Yu clung to Yi Qing's arm, while Xiao Rou nestled against Bai Jishi. Both young ladies appeared entirely at ease. Yi Qing extended a hand to gently stroke the little koala hanging from him, murmuring, Sleep now. Tomorrow, father will take you out. Once the lights were extinguished, Yi Qing closed his eyes. However, almost immediately, he sensed someone watching him. He turned his head, reopening his eyes to glance at Bai Jishi, who lay with her eyes tightly shut beneath the soft glow of moonlight. Could it be merely a figment of his imagination? He closed his eyes once more, only to be overtaken by the same unsettling feeling. Hiss! He opened his eyes again, only to find her still in slumber. This time, he decided to keep his eyes wide open, fixating on Bai Jishi. Sure enough, after a while, she stealthily opened her eyes, her gentle, watery peach blossom gaze poised to sneak a glance at Yi Qing. Yet, she was caught in the act. Their eyes met, and Bai Jishi bit her lip, her expression flitting with a hint of shyness, as if caught in a misdeed. Eventually, she succumbed to the impulse to close her eyes, though her thoughts continued to meander through the events of the day. Time passed, and her breathing gradually steadied. In the depths of night, Yi Qing's dreams were not pleasant. He found himself bound and imprisoned within a cage. Upon awakening, he stared at the expansive ceiling, releasing a sigh of relief. However, he soon sensed the peculiar situation he found himself in. His legs were ensnared by a small girl, while beside him lay Bai Jishi, who was clutching Yi Qing's arm, her slender, fair leg draped casually across his abdomen. In that fleeting instant, Yi Qing discerned the source of the two girls' penchant for embracing things while they slept. It was indeed hereditary. Yet, he remained motionless, acutely aware that even the slightest movement might awaken his entire household. Thus, he resolved to stay as he was. After a while, Baiji Shi gradually stirred awake, her enchanting eyes fluttering open as she sleepily regarded her surroundings. Upon spotting the boy beside her, she gasped in surprise, nearly letting out a scream, only to halt herself as a torrent of memories flooded back. Recollections of the previous day's events surged forth. Once her initial shock subsided, she became acutely aware of the embarrassing predicament she was in. It seemed she had mistaken Yi Qing for her beloved teddy bear. The mortification of her current posture was overwhelming. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Baiji Shi quietly released Yi Qing's arm, gradually lifted her leg, and with a swift turn, rolled off the bed. Standing upright, she surveyed the scene before her, slapping her forehead in disbelief. Goodness! These two girls were unmistakably her own flesh and blood, their habit of embracing others evidently identical. Would Yi Qing endure such nightly slumbers henceforth? How unfortunate! With a sympathetic glance cast upon Yi Qing, she sighed softly before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As Baiji Shi departed, Yi Qing propped himself up, gazing at the two girls, and gently shifted them from his legs, subsequently offering them both small trinkets to hold. He rose from the bed and made his way towards the bathroom. Moments later, in the kitchen, Baiji Shi prepared a delightful breakfast and brought it out, intending to awaken the two little ones for their meal. Just then, she heard the bathroom door creak open and beheld Yi Qing stepping out. At that moment, Yi Qing was clad only in a towel around his waist, his upper body bare, one hand diligently drying his hair with a towel. Baiji Shi's first instinct was to avert her gaze, and her second was to sense something amiss. She scrutinized Yi Qing, captivated by the chiseled muscles resembling the work of a sculptor, his six-pack abs, and other perfectly defined muscle lines. Hiss! If you fancy it, feel free to touch. Ugh, how vulgar. Baiji Shi pursed her lips as she observed Yi Qing getting dressed. Breakfast is ready. Let us dine, she announced. All right, Yi Qing replied, leaning toward Yu and Xiaoro, gently patting their bottoms. The sun is shining on your behinds. It's time to eat. MMM. The two little girls opened their eyes, albeit still a bit drowsy, sitting up with their hair in a delightful disarray. Their small fists rubbed at their eyes, as if trying to hasten their awakening. I'll take them to wash up, Yi Qing said. Once the little ones were more alert, he lifted one in each arm. Come along, it's time to freshen up. Watching them stand on two small stools at the wash basin, Yi Qing sighed, bemused by the adorable little humans. Delicious, he praised, as the two girls continued to eat, swaying their bodies contentedly. Mother, breakfast is delightful, but I find it rather peculiar. Is today a special day? You usually do not prepare breakfast in the morning, Yu inquired. What could be the reason? Yi Qing gazed intently at her, pondering if he would be the one to rise early to make breakfast in the future. Baiji Shi sighed helplessly. How would you know? She replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. From now on, you shall be the one to prepare breakfast. Yi Qing retorted casually. Very well. Baiji Shi pursed her lips and puffed her cheeks, realizing this might be a mistake she would bear in the future. Wait, that's not fair. Why should I take the blame for my future self when I have not even enjoyed it yet? However, she felt a sense of contradiction. After pondering for a while without clarity, Baiji Shi let out a heavy sigh. Upon finishing their meal, the family set off. Arriving at the mall, Yi Qing decided that today would be a grand shopping spree. Let us make good use of the rebates, he exclaimed. Have some hot water, Baiji Shi said, reaching into her bag to retrieve the thermos for the two girls. Unfortunately, due to the steam pressure, she struggled to open it. Here, Yi Qing, could you lend a hand? Yi Qing took it, and with a loud pop, the lid came off effortlessly. Yu watched Baiji Shi pouring water for them, puzzled. Mom, why is your strength diminished? Mother's strength has never been considerable, she replied. That can't be true. Dad says when you're angry, you can split the sky with one hand. Yi Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. Turning around, he found Baiji Shi glaring at him with indignation. Did you really tell the children that? I did not say such things, he defended himself. As she spoke, Yi Qing felt a sense of dissonance. It was not her present self who was speaking. Then I shall give it a try and see if I can split your crown open. Upon noticing Yi Qing's intention to flee, Baiji Shi glanced at the two little girls who had just finished their drinks and commanded, Catch him. Here we go. Daddy is not allowed to escape. Chapter 8, We've caught Daddy. The two little ones began to shout, clamoring to capture Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing managed to evade them. The commotion attracted the attention of several bystanders, who looked at the two little girls, their faces adorned with indulgent smiles. Perhaps no one could resist the allure of such adorable children. No more fussing, no more fussing, Yi Qing stated. Yet, seeing the two little girls charging towards him, especially Yu, who was preparing to collide with him using her small head, he could not help but smile. With a surge of strength, he lifted the two little girls effortlessly. We've caught Daddy, Yu exclaimed with excitement. No, it is Daddy who has caught you, Xiaorou chimed in, holding onto Yi Qing's trousers with a beaming expression. Meanwhile, Bai Jishi approached, playfully raising her fist at Yi Qing in a mock display of defiance. All right, let us go buy some clothes. As Yi Qing spoke, he led them to the children's clothing store. Wow! He could not help but marvel at the exquisite designs of the children's garments. As he surveyed the array of outfits, he nodded appreciatively. The shop assistant, observing Yi Qing and the three girls, found her gaze lingering on Yu and Xiaorou, her eyes sparkling with delight. Such beautiful children, she thought, unable to resist stealing a few more glances before approaching Yi Qing. Good day, sir. Are you here to select some clothing for your children? We have. As the sales assistant provided recommendations, Yi Qing picked out several items, including everyday attire and sleepwear. Bai Jishi, accompanied by her two exuberantly cheerful children, entered the fitting room. Moments later, they emerged. Daddy, look, aren't they beautiful? Yu, clad in a little polar bear pajama, bounced in front of Yi Qing, resembling an adorable cub. Little Ro followed suit, albeit with a steadier gait, exuding a slightly clumsy charm. Very nice, let us wrap this up, Yi Qing responded, nodding approvingly after trying on a few more outfits. Pack them all, please. The sales assistant was elated. It was indeed a fortuitous day, witnessing such delightful treasures and making numerous sales. How much is it? Just as Yi Qing was about to settle the payment, a message arrived on his WeChat. Upon opening it, he discovered that Bai Jishi had transferred 2,000. I also wish to buy clothes for the children. Let us split the cost. This might not be enough, so could you kindly front me the difference? I'll repay you gradually. Bai Jishi bit her lip, speaking softly. Do you still have any money on you? I have 500 left from this month's living expenses. Yi Qing mused, realizing it was still the beginning of the month. This silly girl, no wonder the second child is so naive. It seems she inherited some of that trait. Oh, you still have quite a bit of pocket money left. What are you planning? To kneel on a washboard or sleep on the floor? Yi Qing jested, only to be abruptly silenced by Bai Jishi, who covered his mouth. What are you doing? Let me speak the words of your future first, so that you will have nothing to say later. Never mind. Keep your secret stash to yourself. I hope you can be a bit more lenient regarding my own secret funds in the future. Yi Qing said with a mischievous smile as she returned Bai Jishi's money. I want to touch your private savings. Bai Jishi glanced at her phone and understood Yi Qing's implication, murmuring softly. Detected that the host has spent 5,000 yuan for her daughter, triggering a 3,000-fold rebate, amounting to 15 million yuan. After the payment, a shimmering screen appeared before Yi Qing. The rebate was astonishingly high. Subsequently, Yi Qing took Bai Jishi and the two little girls on a shopping spree. Detected that the host has spent 2,000 yuan for her daughter, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, amounting to 2 million yuan. Come, let us try on these few pieces, Yi Qing said, leading the little ones to purchase more clothes. Wow! Yu exclaimed as she gazed at a women's clothing store filled with exquisite garments. Dad, this dress would look stunning on Mom. Indeed, Xiaorou chimed in from the side. Yu wants to buy this dress for Mom. Yu lifted her chin and declared to Yi Qing. This adorable display of pride made Yi Qing chuckle. You little rascal, so clever at such a young age. And you wish to buy a dress for your mother. Do you even have any money? Bai Jishi approached and pinched her chubby little face. Sister and Xiaorou both have money. Mom and Dad, you always take our New Year's money every year, saying it will be saved for meaningful purchases in the future. Exactly. Yu echoed in agreement beside them. Yi Qing and Bai Jishi exchanged a glance, both filled with helplessness. They never anticipated that, after starting a family, they would become unscrupulous parents seeking to exploit their child's New Year's gift money. However, Yi Qing's eyes suddenly brightened, having nearly exhausted the children's shopping spree. The only way to accumulate more funds was to target Bai Jishi. All right, let us have Mom try this on, Yi Qing declared. Bai Jishi hesitated, glancing at the attire, which appeared rather expensive. I have some clothes, she stammered, waving her hand. Yet, Yi Qing signaled to the two girls. And Yu understood, leading Bai Jishi inside. Moments later, they emerged with several outfits in hand. detected that the host has spent 10,000 yuan on his wife, triggering a 2,000-fold rebate, amounting to 20 million yuan. With the clothes in tow, Bai Zhiqi sighed, casting a glance at Yi Qing. This fellow was using his own money for her, since their child had arrived without any New Year's money to speak of. The debts seemed to be mounting. You still have quite a bit of New Year's money left. Shall we go buy some things for Mom? Yes, yes, they chorused. Let me see. That cosmetic store looks nice. Let us go. Yi Qing led the two little girls onward, while Bai Zhiqi, trailing behind, anxiously stamped her foot. Oh, why must we buy cosmetics as well? We've already purchased enough. However, before she could voice her concerns, they had already dashed into the store. This looks good. Let us buy a little something for Mom, shall we? Well, Dad, this one is beautiful. Let's buy it too. And this one. By the time Bai Zhiqi arrived, they had already purchased quite a few items. How much is all this? These are high-end cosmetics. Mom, look, we bought so much. Yi Qing, with a hint of reluctance, tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve and said, Please, let's not buy so many. I usually don't use this much. What we've bought today is already quite sufficient. Her few words, coupled with her slightly aggrieved expression, stirred something within Yi Qing. He reached out and gently pinched Bai Zhiqi's cheek. Compared to the soft, round face of Yu, Bai Zhiqi's was more firm. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, This is not solely for you. You have to return to school for class soon, right? Take some back to your dormitory to share with them. After all, if the little ones start clamoring for your company, it might disrupt your class time, and then you'll have to help them with their studies. His soft voice, combined with his warm breath, tickled Bai Zhiqi's ear, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within her, as the ear is indeed a sensitive point for girls. But we don't need this much. Just trust me, Yi Qing replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. This silly girl, I'm spending money like crazy. Then, I will exchange some of the things you chose. Some of them are not suitable for our age. Bai Zhiqi understood Yi Qing's temperament. It seemed she had no choice but to comply with her desires. In light of this, she decided to make some adjustments, at the very least, to lower the prices. After a while, the crowd emerged, laden with various bags. However, Bai Zhiqi appeared to be more focused and observant, scanning her surroundings. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon a men's clothing store. Let us also purchase some attire for father, shall we? Sounds great. After successfully spending 2,000 yuan, a satisfied smile adorned Bai Zhiqi's face. Yi Qing glanced at her and sighed helplessly, thinking to herself about the girl's exuberance. Nevertheless, upon reviewing her financial status on the screen, she noted with astonishment that following her recent expenditure, her total assets had surged to nearly 300 million. Had she truly become a billionaire in such a brief span? After placing their purchases in the car, they returned to the mall, seeking out a pet shop where they acquired some baby bottles, cages, cat litter, and other essentials before heading back to the vehicle. After a morning filled with activities, the two young ladies seemed to be running low on energy. Following a meal at home, they quickly succumbed to slumber. Yi Qing, on the other hand, unloaded the items from the car and arranged for Wei Mushui to look after the children before she took Bai Zhiqi to Jiangxing University. Upon arriving at Jiangxing University around noon, the campus was relatively quiet with few students present. I shall pick you up after your class, Yi Qing said. Thank you for your effort, Yi Qing, Bai Zhiqi replied as she exited the car, bags in hand. At that moment, a screen appeared before Yi Qing, displaying the message, Chapter 9, New Methods of Flirting. The host has received forgiveness from both daughter and wife. However, the wife's friends remain aggrieved by the host's past actions. The host must regain their approval. Reward, a Maserati Quattroporte and culinary mastery. Oh, Yi Qing gazed at the luminous screen. This indeed seemed a rather straightforward task, akin to catching a rabbit by merely shaking the grass. He glanced at the time. By the time he returned to the villa, the child would be awakening shortly. Ding! The notification sound echoed from his phone. Third brother, fourth. Where the hell have you been? It's been ages since you returned to the dormitory. Third brother, today, I managed to reach out for you. It's rather peculiar. You and second brother have been acting strangely. What is going on? One's been absent for the night, and the other's been sobbing quietly. I sense something is amiss with second brother. Yi Qing. Third brother, it seems all of us have been out late recently. Third brother, oh, you must have a girlfriend now. Where is this enchanting lady who dares to siphon away my fourth's vitality every night? Yi Qing. Yi Qing. When I return, I shall treat you all to a meal at the Tiansheng Hotel. Third brother. Why bother with such formalities among friends? Let us just say, I'll take care of the next roll call from our teacher. Meanwhile, within the female dormitory, Lin Yun was seated, swinging her calves. Zhang Meng and Wang Yi, lounging on the other two beds, were also indulging in a leisurely conversation. The three engaged in casual banter. Strange, why hasn't Ji returned yet? Hee, Lin Yun, you've never been in love, so you wouldn't understand. She must be ensnared by the throes of love. For such young couples, it's quite normal to stay out all night. Otherwise, our nearby inns would have long since gone out of business. She is truly in love? Without any warning at all. It is unacceptable. When she returns, I must interrogate her thoroughly. Indeed, I must conduct a proper inquiry. As several individuals conversed, the sound of a key turning in the lock was heard. Startled, the three of them sat upright, donning expressions of curious anticipation as they gazed towards the entrance. Soon, a graceful figure stealthily entered. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with 3 pairs of keen eyes fixed upon her, causing Bai Jishi to jump in surprise. I thought you all were napping, she exclaimed. Not at all. We've been waiting for you, they replied. I brought you some cosmetics, Bai Jishi announced, but Lin Yun waved her hand dismissively. Are you trying to seal our lips with this? Not a chance. Wait. Save some for me. Isn't that a bit extravagant? The trio observed the cosmetics, aware of their considerable price, their faces reflecting a hint of embarrassment. After all, no one should enjoy unearned benefits. How about this? I will cover for you. Should you stay out late or miss roll call, I'll handle it for you. Count me in. Zhang Meng chimed in. Striking a playful pose, Bai Jishi chuckled softly and began to tidy her books. Wang Yi leaned in closer, her expression curious. Who is it? What do you mean, who? A flower thief? From another school, just an old classmate from high school. You wouldn't know her. As Bai Jishi listened to her roommates, her cheeks gradually flushed. Their relationship had become rather peculiar, something beyond mere friendship but not quite romantic. They had not yet defined their relationship, yet they were already expecting a child. To speak of this relationship would surely cause the heads of several roommates to explode. Oh, so it is indeed true that those near the water tower get the moon first. Henceforth, do bring us along to see what kind of handsome gentleman can take home our stunning beauty. Enough of this. Bai Jishi's face flushed with embarrassment as she scolded them gently. They had never witnessed such a display from her before, and each of their faces broke into a knowing smile. Yet, they feigned disdain, waving their hands dismissively, exclaiming, what a pungent aroma of romance. All right. We must head to class shortly. Unable to withstand their teasing any longer, Bai Jishi chose to retreat from the spotlight. In the classroom, Bai Jishi listened attentively. Though she occasionally drifted into a reverie, seemingly lost in thought, with the corners of her mouth often curving upward. Look at Jichi, they murmured. Those who have just entered the realm of love often appear thus. Especially since this is her first romance, it is but natural. The boys in class remain oblivious, dreaming of a beloved who has already been claimed by another. Zichi, what are you thinking about? Are you pondering your boyfriend? Zhang Meng leaned in, whispering curiously. What? How could that be? I was merely contemplating this problem in my textbook. Oh, Zhang Meng's eyes widened in surprise. I knew it. Our Zichi is exceptionally gifted. She can comprehend the text even when it's upside down. Hearing this, Bai Jishi quickly lowered her head, and indeed, the book was inverted. Bai Jishi's ears turned a deep crimson, her face nearly dripping with embarrassment. Lin Yun glanced at Zhang Meng. You are truly incorrigible. As the class drew to a close, outside the classroom, Yi Qing stood by the door, gazing at the scenery. Several passing girls noticed him. Have you seen that handsome guy over there? He has quite an impressive physique. Which college is he from? Does anyone know? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Why not go and ask for his WeChat? Yi Qing turned his head and observed the eager girls, gently shaking his head in a clear rejection. The girls' expressions dimmed upon witnessing this, but they did not linger. Moving on with their day. Moments later, a boy holding flowers approached. Oh, is there a confession happening? Yi Qing leaned closer, teasing. Hey, buddy. Who are you planning to confess to? The boy, feeling somewhat bored, glanced at Yi Qing, realizing he must be a freshman, and couldn't help but smirk. Freshman? You're quite curious, but you should know this person. Have you heard of Bai Jishi? What? Yi Qing squinted his eyes, realizing that the gossip had landed right on him. Wow, this is such an old trick. Girls nowadays aren't swayed by this anymore. The single remark left the boy as confidence slightly shaken. He appeared quite charming, with a hint of a rogue demeanor, suggesting he had experienced his fair share of romantic encounters. Was there perhaps a novel approach to wooing women? Should he seek some advice? Just as he prepared to speak, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Students surged forth, and finally, Bai Jishi emerged alongside Zhang Ming and the others. As the weather transitioned from cold to warm, coupled with the chilly atmosphere of the classroom, Bai Jishi couldn't help but exhale softly onto her hands. Her fellow roommates chuckled as they emerged, their gazes soon fixating on Yi Qing. Wow, how handsome. Moreover, his physique appeared quite impressive, embodying that rare combination of looking slender in clothes, yet well-defined without them. The boy beside him, who was holding flowers, seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Just as the flower-bearing young man prepared to make a move, Yi Qing patted his shoulder, restraining him. After giving him a knowing glance, he approached Bai Jishi. Hey, beautiful, it's quite chilly in the classroom, I assenti it? Yi Qing feigned unfamiliarity. The nearby girls exchanged subtle smiles. Indeed, it seemed that boys were often drawn to appearances. In Bai Jishi's presence, they could only play the role of supporting characters. The handsome young man headed straight for Bai Jishi, completely disregarding them. Seeing Yi Qing waiting for her outside, having apparently waited quite some time, Bai Jishi felt a warm sensation in her heart, her face blossoming with a sweet smile. It could be said that her smile was captivating enough to enchant a city. The flower-bearing boy was momentarily stunned. So beautiful. What happened to the rumored ice-cold beauty? Why is she smiling at him? Yes, it is indeed quite cold in the classroom, Bai Jishi nodded. Come on, brother will take you out for hot pot tonight, Yi Qing said. The flower-bearing boy scoffed inwardly, thinking that this person must be out of their mind to approach her with such boldness. There was no way she would agree. It would be a miracle if he didn't leave her utterly helpless. However, in the next moment, Bai Jishi's lips parted slightly. All right, thank you, brother Boom. Her words left the boy utterly bewildered, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he could hardly comprehend what he had just heard. What? Did she actually agree? What nonsense is this? In an instant, he began to regret it, not expecting that Bai Jishi would fall for such tricks. What a miscalculation. Come, give me your hand. Let me warm it for you, Yi Qing said, prompting Bai Jishi to shyly extend her small hand. I can't believe this. The boy was utterly bewildered. Even Zhang Ming and others beside him felt their lips twitching, their minds racing, and then a sudden realization struck them. Could it be that this person is? As the crowd pondered, Yi Qing was already leading Bai Jishi away. Suddenly, the boy called out, wait. Bai junior sister. I can take you out for hot pot too, Bai Jishi. Yi Qing wore a mischievous smile. What are you doing? Can't you see she has already agreed to go out with me? How about this? You can cover the hot pot expenses tonight. That way, you can feel involved. The boy. What a ridiculous notion of involvement. Beside them, Bai Jishi lightly punched Yi Qing, exclaiming that he was utterly out of line. Seeing the boy at a loss for words, Yi Qing chuckled heartily, leading Bai Jishi forward. The boy watched them, a heavy stone seeming to settle in his heart. Why can he do it, and not me? Damn it, why does this fellow get to have all the luck? Zhang Ming and the others, observing his expression and hearing his mutterings, could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. We apologize, we are professionally trained and usually do not laugh. Unless we can't help it. Ha. It is often said that when men encounter beautiful women, their intelligence diminishes to nothing. How could you not realize that he is Bai Jishi's boyfriend? Why do you think you are incapable of such a relationship? They are merely indulging in a bit of playful intimacy, so why take it so seriously? As she spoke, Zhang Ming and the others hurried after Bai Jishi. The boy holding the flowers stood frozen in place, and after a long moment, he hurled the flowers to the ground. Damn! He cursed under his breath before scurrying away, grateful for the sparse crowd. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. At this moment, he longed to find a crevice to hide in and never emerge. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Chapter 10. The kitten Yi Qing and Bai Jishi were waiting for their roommates ahead. Jishi, why don't you introduce us to your handsome boyfriend? But honestly, you both acted so convincingly just now that I was completely oblivious at first, Wang Yi remarked, studying Yi Qing closely. One must admit, Yi Qing possessed a striking beauty that only grew more captivating upon further inspection. This is Yi Qing, he is my. Bai Jishi pondered her words, as they had yet to confess their feelings for one another. The father of my child, Yi Qing interjected with a grin. Bai Jishi. How brazen of you. Nevertheless, the other girls dismissed Yi Qing's candid statement, interpreting it instead as a display of humor. Jishi should indeed be with someone like you. Otherwise, she might come off as too aloof. Thank you, handsome Yi, for the cosmetics you purchased for us. However, these cosmetics are insufficient to win us over. You must not treat us poorly, Zhishi, or else we shall not spare you. As she spoke, Zhang Ming clenched her fist and waved it before Yi Qing. Rest assured, we shall observe your future conduct. The group exchanged glances, all feeling elated for their roommate's newfound affection. Shortly thereafter, a notification appeared before Yi Qing. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and gaining the renewed recognition of your wife's friends. Reward: 1 Maserati CEO, to be distributed in a reasonable manner, along with divine culinary skills. As the message flashed, a refreshing sensation surged through Yi Qing's body. He felt the muscle memory and recipes flooding his mind. Had he truly become a culinary savant? If he showcased this talent, would he be expected to take on the responsibility of cooking from now on? Oh well, he thought. It was only for his wife and child, hardly strangers. Then, I shall take Zhishi out now. I won't be returning tonight, Yi Qing declared boldly, grasping by Zhishi's hand. His words left her blushing deeply. After all, did this not imply they were about to engage in intimate activities? Just then, as they were about to leave, Zhang Ming interjected. Yi Qing turned around, puzzled by Zhang Ming's interruption. She rubbed her hands together with a smile and asked, Yi, do you have any siblings? This question had Wang Yi and the others inwardly cursing her cunningness. This girl was too sly, initiating conversation simply because she found him attractive. There was indeed no hesitation. After some coaxing, Yi Qing finally agreed to take Bai Zhishi away, provided she could introduce them to a handsome gentleman. Zhishi, do you possess a driver's license? Yes, but I haven't driven much since I obtained it, Bai Zhishi replied, puzzled by Yi Qing's inquiry. Yi Qing, could you please stop by the roadside for a moment? I need to buy some snacks for the children. I usually bring gifts after work, and I mustn't forget today. I'll go buy them. After purchasing the items, Yi Qing and Bai Zhishi returned to the villa. Daddy, Mommy, you're back. In the yard, Yu Yu and Xiao Rou, who had been playing with Wei Mu Shui, ran towards them with their little legs in excitement. Wei Mu Shui observed from behind, her expression tinged with bittersweetness, realizing that her delightful time of caring for the children was coming to an end. Did you miss your mother so soon after such a brief separation? Bai Zhishi handed the gifts to the two little girls, which were 2 small flying horse plush toys. These were specially selected by Yi Qing, for he certainly wished to avoid recurring nightmares of being bound. As for why he didn't purchase one for Bai Zhishi, that was a deliberate choice. After all, buying one would preclude the possibility of close affection. He was still contemplating when to make his move. Just then, his phone rang. Oh, please send it over, Yi Qing instructed. Shortly thereafter, a large truck arrived nearby, and the workers began unloading. Yi Qing led Bai Zhishi and the others outside to witness the spectacle as a brand-new black Maserati Quattroporte emerged before them. With flowing lines and an elegant silhouette, complemented by the iconic trident emblem, every detail is designed with aesthetics in mind. Do you like it? Yi Qing gazed at Bai Zhishi, who couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Previously, when Yi Qing had inquired if she possessed a driver's license, it was to gift her a car, a luxurious sedan. By the time she came to her senses, Yi Qing had already placed the keys in her hand. Yi Qing, can I refuse? Yo-yo, Xiao, Mommy doesn't want to drive you out for fun. Yi Qing immediately resorted to a playful tactic. In an instant, the two girls looked at Bai Zhishi with expressions of grievance and hope. Bai Zhishi, you rascal. However, I really am not skilled at driving. What if I crash? Not skilled at driving? No worries. I am an experienced driver. Once the roads are clear at night, I'll take you out for some practice. You'll master it in no time. Yi Qing was brimming with confidence, for he was, after all, a man with extraordinary driving skills. Bai Zhishi pursed her lips and nodded. Thank you, Yi Qing. We're all family, no need for thanks. After all, I am the father of the children. With that remark, Bai Zhishi recalled how Yi Qing had introduced himself in a similar manner to her best friend. All right, let's tidy up, go out for a meal, and then pick up the little kitten. Yay, we're going to bring the little kitten home. We will have our own little kitten. The two girls' faces lit up with excitement, their big eyes sparkling with hope. That evening, the family enjoyed a hot pot dinner before setting off to the address previously given by Lin Han. This club is indeed intriguing. It is not situated amidst the bustling streets, but rather perched upon a mountain, far removed from the throngs of people. It is evident that this is a venue for the affluent youth, devoid of any profit-driven motives. As they ascended the mountain path, the roar of an engine echoed ahead. Yi Qing glanced forward to see a Porsche 911, skillfully drifting through the first bend. It turns out this is also their racing ground. What a playful endeavor, he mused, recalling the details of the Porsche's maneuvering, and gently shook his head, acknowledging its significant flaws. The cornering speed was still insufficient. Lost in thought, Yi Qing scolded himself. He had fallen prey to his professional habits after acquiring such exceptional driving skills. However, he had no intention of racing. His child and wife were still in the car, and he wouldn't dare frighten them. "Daddy, the lights in the distance are so beautiful." "Mommy, you should look too," came the cheerful voice from the back seat. Yu bounced from her seat, leaning close to Bai Shi, pointing at the myriad lights in the distance. "That's the city we just passed. Isn't it lovely?" "Yes." At that moment, in front of the club, several young men and women awaited their arrival. They gazed down the mountain road, and soon the unmistakable sound of an engine filled the air. The Porsche appeared, speeding toward them, executing a graceful drift before coming to a halt, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Han emerged from the driver's seat, waving at them with an air of pride, as if to proclaim, "Isn't this cool, guys?" As for the co-pilot, Lin Yu opened the car door, her complexion turning pale, and then she stumbled, landing awkwardly on the ground. "Sigh." Lin Han prepared to assist her. "Do not touch me," Lin Yu exclaimed sharply, cursing herself internally for provoking this young man. Had she known, she would have refrained from such folly. Now she had received a rather stern lesson. Zhou Ying approached, saying, "Sister Yu, the ground is cold. Allow me to help you up." "All right, let us go inside and rest for a while," she replied. Nearby, her younger brother, Zhou Kai, added, providing Lin Han with a sense of relief. They, along with other young masters and ladies, were just about to enter when suddenly, a car approached. "What? Whose wealthy relative has just purchased a new vehicle?" They exchanged glances. "Don't look at me. My father still drives a Maybach. We haven't bought any new cars recently. Let us observe." When the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, Yi Qing stepped out. "Oh, so it is you, Brother Yi. This is your chariot?" Lin Han remarked, introducing him to those nearby. "This is Brother Yi Qing. We reside in the same villa district. We ran into each other yesterday, and I invited him over." Lin Han pondered that although Yi Qing appeared significantly younger, his actual age should be greater, hence the respectful address. Yi Qing approached the back seat and lifted down two young girls. "Hello, Uncle Lin and Sister." "Greetings, Uncle, greetings. Sister." "Oh, and there are other brothers and sisters too." "Greetings, dear siblings." Yo-Yo and Xiaoro, unreserved and charming, greeted everyone with delightful familiarity. The crowd stood transfixed, captivated by the exquisite beauty of the two little girls. At a glance, one might have fancied that angels from the heavens had descended to earth. Lin Yu, shaking off her earlier discomfort, approached a nearby girl, and together they scooped up the two adorable children. The soft, tender sensation struck a chord deep within Lin Yu's heart. Beside her, another girl stood agape, her expression one of astonishment. It dawned on her just how endearing human infants could be. A few young men, enchanted by the sight of the two little angels, contemplated joining in the embrace, only to remember they had just finished smoking. They mentally chastised themselves, vowing to quit. Lin Han wore a smile akin to that of a doting aunt as he observed the two girls, yet he gradually sensed an oddity. "Wait, why is everyone else an elder brother while I am merely an uncle?" Lin Han lamented. Lin Yu gazed at her brother, sturdy as a tower with his sun-kissed complexion, and quipped, "Do you truly resemble an elder brother? It's merely that you haven't matured into handsomeness yet." Lin Han pouted. "Sister, where's the little kitten?" Xiaoro inquired eagerly, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Indeed, it is almost time for the kitten's dinner. Let us head over. There is a special room for the little kittens." While the larger cats are housed separately, the group made their way forward. As they entered, Yi Qing and the others beheld a row of prepared milk bottles. Lin Yu then clapped her hands, and the tiny kittens seemed to respond to the call. A multitude of fluffy kittens burst forth, wobbling as they scurried outside with all four little legs working in unison. "Oh my, so many adorable kittens," exclaimed the two girls as they rushed towards them, eager to scoop one up. However, each kitten deftly maneuvered past them, heading straight for the milk bottle. Haha. The girls are experiencing the same disappointment I felt that day when I reached out and came up empty, Yi Qing chuckled. Meanwhile, as the other kittens feasted on milk, another even smaller, equally fluffy kitten emerged from the room. This one wobbled even more, its round form enhancing its cuteness. It was a little tabby cat. the last to join the fray. Lin Yu observed this little creature, recalling how they had encountered it while rescuing its larger companions, albeit without success in saving its mother. It's so endearingly slow, always the last to arrive, she noted. And look how round it is. Bai Ji, she interjected. I couldn't bear to let it go hungry. So I fed it by hand, which is why it looks so plump. As Lin Yu spoke, she noticed the little tabby had been intercepted by Yu Yu and Xiaorou. The little one gazed at the two girls, unwavering and unafraid, its large eyes filled with confusion. Why don't you feed it? Lin Yu suggested, approaching and handing the milk bottle to Xiaorou. Nodding, Xiaorou crouched down and placed the nipple before the kitten, which eagerly leaned in to drink. Seizing the opportunity, the two young girls took a moment to gently caress the little creature, then cast hopeful glances towards Yu Qing. Haha. It seems these two have chosen our little simpleton. Lin Han chuckled heartily, finding joy in the serendipity of it all. Relieved that this little one would not be bullied by other kittens. Yigo, what do you think? This little one shall be ours. We shall treat it with utmost care. Indeed. Lin Han and the others observed the tender manner in which the two girls handled the little simpleton, their eyes sparkling with delight, reassured that it would not face any hardship in Yu Qing's home. The little one had already received various vaccinations during its initial stay with us. And of course, there were some precautions to consider. Lin Han meticulously detailed everything. And Bai Ji, she noted it all down. All right, shall we take the little one home tonight? Daddy, can we not call it Little Simpleton anymore? Yo-Yo said, affectionately stroking the kitten. Of course, you may bestow upon it a new name. How about Reunion? Let us call it Reunion, shall we? Yo-Yo proposed, glancing at Xiaorou. What do you think of this name? Good. Xiaorou replied, the name seemingly imbued with hope. A family united in harmony, never to be parted. Very well. It shall be called Reunion. Thank you, Daddy. The sweet, cherubic voice nearly melted the hearts of the nearby sisters. How could human children be so irresistibly adorable? Did they grow up on cuteness overload? How about we secretly take them away? Hey, you are being rather blatant about this. I am still here with the children's mother, Yi Qing remarked playfully as he listened to their conversation. Oh, I was merely jesting, but I do have a suggestion. Lin Yu glanced at Yi Qing. Since we are neighbors, if there comes a night when you find it inconvenient to care for the children, you can send them over to my place for the night and retrieve them the following day. Inconvenient? Bai Ji Shi, catching on to the implied meaning, bit her lip thoughtfully. Well, that is certainly something to consider, Yi Qing mused, only to be playfully pinched by Bai Ji Shi at his waist. Ouch! A sharp intake of breath elicited laughter from everyone. Brother Yi and sister-in-law share such a wonderful relationship. No wonder they have such a treasure. Lin Han couldn't help but feel envious. It's still early. There's no rush to head back, is there? Since it's your first visit to our club, let me extend my hospitality and show you around while you also get some exercise. As they walked, Lin Han led Yi Qing and the others ahead, while a crowd surrounded the two young ladies behind them. At that moment, Yu Yu was cradling the now sleeping Tuan Yuan, and Xiaorou occasionally reached over to caress the baby, her face illuminated with satisfaction. Suddenly, a slight stumble occurred. Oh dear, take it slow. A simple movement seemed to stir up a wave of excitement among the crowd, as they all prepared to assist. With such distinguished company, Yi Qing felt at ease and began to leisurely enjoy the outing with Lin Han. The club indeed occupies a considerable area, featuring sections for automotive parts, a kitten adoption zone, and most notably, a fitness and combat area. We often engage in physical activities here during the evenings. How about joining us tonight, Sister Yi? Lin Han proposed. Sure, it's a good way to aid digestion. There is a changing area equipped with disposable, form-fitting sportswear. Little cuties, shall we teach you some yoga? One of the sisters suggested. What is yoga? Yu Yu inquired, tilting her head in confusion. It's a form of exercise, Bai Ji Shi explained, which enhances the body's flexibility. Bai Ji Shi had chosen a yoga course for her university physical education class. Sister-in-law, why not join us today? Come on, let us change into our yoga outfits. The group proceeded to the changing room. A short while later, Lin Han emerged in his snug sports attire, admiring his physique in the mirror, a proud smile gracing his face. Though I may not match Brother Ye's handsomeness, these firm muscles and this physique, impressive. Wow, Lin, you've been training quite well lately. Just a bit of extra practice, Lin Han replied, striding confidently out. Soon after, the other young gentlemen followed suit, though their physiques paled in comparison to Lin Han's. Haha, I can lead some extra training for you all. Is anyone up for a spar tonight? Who would dare spar with you, Brother Lin? Are you trying to get someone killed? Exactly, You're just a typical bully. Several young men, who had previously suffered defeats, quickly waved their hands in protest. Sigh. I shall take Brother Yi to engage in some combat shortly. As soon as he uttered these words, Lin Yu's hand found its way to his waist. Brother Yi is merely a guest, and he has a child in tow. What are you attempting to do, Oh, do not misconstrue my intentions, dear sister. I merely wish to bridge the gap with Brother Yi. Men, after all, are often fueled by passion, and such circumstances foster swift camaraderie. You do not comprehend, sister. This is the romance between men. What sort of logic is that? Nevertheless, you must be mindful of your strength. Do not injure yourself. With just a few words, Lin Han was nearly moved to tears. Behold, this is what it means to have a caring older sister. What is that dog barking about? Lin Yu crossed her arms and pouted. Tomorrow, you are supposed to assist me in moving. If you injure yourself, I will have to seek help from others. And I might even have to spend money to hire someone. Lin Han. The others. A glance confirmed it. Indeed, she is a true sister. Zhou Kai could not suppress his laughter, but soon enough, Zhou Ying shot him a look that diminished the smile on his face considerably. After all, blood ties exert their influence on him as well. Just as the two were grappling with their predicament, a striking figure emerged in the distance. It was Bai Ji, now dressed in her attire. Adorned in yoga wear, Bai Ji's figure appeared nothing short of flawless, especially her long, slender legs, her waist, and the luscious fruits hanging from her delicate branches, all of which captivated the attention of those present. Indeed, feelings of envy and jealousy arose within Zhou Ying, Lin Yu, and others. Is this individual a mother? How can one maintain such a flawless physique after childbirth? The recovery is truly remarkable. However, Lin Han and the other gentlemen quickly diverted their gaze, for they were not akin to the likes of Cao Zhai, possessing a modicum of integrity. By the way, has Brother Yi emerged? Could it be that he is feeling bashful to appear after changing his attire? Lin Han jested. Brother Yi appears quite slender in his clothing. Do not mock him too harshly, as few possess a physique as admirable as yours. Indeed, it seems Brother Yi does not engage in regular exercise. Just then, Lin Han turned to behold the figure emerging slowly from the changing room. His words abruptly halted. In that moment, Lin Yu and the others also turned their attentions toward the same direction, each unable to suppress gasps of astonishment. What manner of physique is this? In the snug confines of athletic wear, Yi Qing's well-defined and explosive muscles were accentuated, resembling a craftsman's meticulous chiseling. Is this not an exaggeration? Lin Han mumbled to himself. Is there no justice in this world? I had thought this was my domain, yet a paragon of excellence has arrived. Not only does he possess striking looks, but his physique surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. It seems I am thoroughly overshadowed. Lin Han observed the ladies around him, their gazes singularly fixed upon Yi Qing. Their faces flushed with a hue of embarrassment, pondering their thoughts. Some of the young ladies, too shy to stare directly, would occasionally steal glances from the corners of their eyes. Lin Han approached. Brother Yi, you must engage in regular workouts, do you not? Oh, I generally do not exercise much, he replied. Yi Qing remarked, casting a glance at Lin Han that bespoke of disdain, and leaned in to whisper. I merely did over 100 push-ups before coming out, just to pump up a bit. Lin Han. What? You cheated. Observing the expression on Lin Han's face, as though he had just consumed something distasteful, Yi Qing's lips curled into a smirk as she moved towards the large sandbag nearby. Meanwhile, Lin Yu hurried over. Hey, bro, are you still going to spar with Yi Qing? If so, let us grab some low-fat snacks and enjoy the show. With a chuckle, Lin Han clenched his fists, cracking his neck as the sound of grinding joints filled the air. Sparring? Why not? Muscles are of no use if one doesn't utilize them. Today, I believe I must bring forth some serious effort. Lin Yu, intrigued by his words, planned to inform the ladies back home. They would fetch snacks before resuming their yoga practice. Zhou Kai handed Lin Han a sports drink, which he opened while fixating on Yi Qing, who was poised to strike. He took a sip, and in the next moment, Yi Qing unleashed a punch. Whoosh! The deafening sound of wind was heard as her fist descended. With tremendous force, it struck the sandbag. The bag shot upwards with an uncanny trajectory. If not for the chains securing it, it might have soared far beyond. Puffed. The drink Lin Han had just swallowed erupted from his nostrils, resembling a water cannon. He stared in disbelief at Yi Qing, who was now unleashing a flurry of punches on the sandbag, his eyes widening in shock. Good heavens, how ferocious! How terrifying! What kind of power is this? Is there a small universe within that body? He fixed his gaze upon the sandbag, as if it were a reflection of his future self. At that thought, a chill surged from beneath Lin Han's feet, racing upwards to his crown, causing his legs to weaken. Is this truly fighting? What a farce. Does life mean nothing? Moments later, Lin Yu returned with her companions, wearing an expression akin to that of an audience at a performance. Hey, have you warmed up? No, Lin Han replied, his teeth chattering in trepidation. Are you cold? Not cold, but I believe you have a point, sister. Boys should not forge bonds through such means. A gentler approach is preferable. Lin Yu raised her brows. Thinking to herself, I have prepared snacks, and you choose to discuss this? Yu Qing, my brother wants. Lin Yu was poised to issue a challenge. But before she could utter a word, Lin Han swiftly covered her mouth, muffling her protest. You all continue your training. My sister and I need to converse. With that, Lin Han dragged Lin Yu away. What are these siblings up to, so disorganized? Zhou Ying remarked, her gaze still darting towards Yi Qing. Observing this, Bai Jishi felt a twinge of jealousy stir within her. She began to comprehend why some boys dissuade their girlfriends from donning revealing attire. From now on, Yi Qing must not be gifted tight-fitting clothing. Yes, loose garments, the looser, the better. Bai Jishi murmured to herself, resolute in her decision. Chapter 12. Driving with Bai Jishi. Before long, Lin Yu re-entered, a spark of excitement evident on her face. However, Lin Han, who entered later, wore a far less pleasant expression. He glanced at his mobile balance. What was once 20,000 in pocket money had dwindled to a mere 500. How unscrupulous she was. Lin Han pounded his chest in frustration, yet he could only blame himself for his ostentation leading to such a downfall. Sigh. Let us proceed to yoga, Lin Yu suggested as she approached. What? Then why are we bringing snacks? I thought we were going to witness a martial arts performance. Zhou Ying remarked. At the mention of a martial arts display, Lin Han stumbled slightly. Forget about that. Let us go. Lin Yu, taking charge with her funds, led everyone, along with the two little ones and Tuan Yuan, into the yoga studio. They began their poses. Shortly after, Xiao Rou's face flushed as she exclaimed, Mom, this pose is so difficult. She knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands, then lifted one hand and one foot, striving to maintain her balance. Nearby, Tuan Yuan mimicked their movements, his tiny legs raised awkwardly, his round head tilted, eyes wide with confusion, as if questioning the significance of the pose. Is this really that challenging? In front of them, Lin Yu guided the group through the exercises, and upon observing the two little girls and Tuan Yuan, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. Tuan Yuan and the two little ones were indeed a perfect match. However, her smile faded upon seeing Bai Jishi. The pose highlighted Bai Jishi's impressive physique and flawless curves, provoking an overwhelming sense of envy within her. Truly, one's worth is accentuated when compared to others. Outside, witnessing Yi Qing's vigorous movements, the young masters present couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Standing before Yi Qing, they could not help but slightly bend their bodies. They refrained from discussing topics related to exercise or combat. Lin Han deftly diverted the conversation towards the two little girls. Yi Gu, I believe these two young ones are around 4 or 5 years old now. They should be ready for kindergarten, right? Indeed, Yi Qing pondered, although it did present a considerable headache for him. After all, enrolling them in kindergarten and subsequently in school would require proper documentation. As he and Bai Jishi had not yet obtained their marriage certificate, the two little ones could be considered entirely undocumented. Nevertheless, Yi Qing found solace in the fact that with the system he now possessed, he could pave a path of knowledge for them in the future, using financial means. Oh, Lao Zhou, it seems we have a potential solution for enrollment, Lin Han remarked, glancing at Zhou Kai beside him. Oh, what do you mean? Yi Qing inquired, intrigued. Lao Zhou's father is the head of a prestigious kindergarten, arguably the finest in our area. It caters to the children of dignitaries and affluent families. Boasting impeccable facilities and resources, Zhou Kai explained. Although the tuition is quite steep, for someone in your position, Yi Gu, it shouldn't pose a significant challenge. The tuition is not a concern, Yi Qing replied, but my children's documentation is currently back home, and I seem to have misplaced it. I might need to arrange for replacements, which could take some time. Yi Gu, that's not an issue. I will speak to my father about it tonight. These matters are quite manageable, Zhou Kai assured, patting his chest, eager to forge a friendship with Yi Qing. At such a tender age, one drives a Rolls-Royce and speaks of wealth with utter nonchalance, suggesting that their household is undoubtedly that of a magnate. Such resources must be judiciously managed. In the evening, wait for my call, Brother Yi. I shall have my father arrange for Yo-Yo and Xiaorou to be admitted to the kindergarten tomorrow. They are simply delightful, and I am certain the institution would warmly welcome them. Ah, it has been a laborious day. Brother Yi, amongst us brothers. There is no need for formality. Zhou Kai waved his hand dismissively. As he spoke, he stepped aside to make a phone call. Moments later, the girls emerged from the yoga room, each glistening with a light sheen of perspiration, Yo-Yo and Xiaoro included. Come here, let daddy wipe your faces. Brother is here too, Lin Han said, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. The sensation of calling someone brother felt rather peculiar. It was indeed strange to refer to him as brother while simultaneously addressing Yi Qing as brother Yi. Nonetheless, he found solace in the thought of gently squeezing the adorable, chubby cheeks of the little ones. Observing the two girls surrounded by a group of young men, Zhou Ying and her companions could only shake their heads in amusement. Look at these boys. Each one of them will certainly become a devoted father in the future. The rugged figures, akin to black towers, surprisingly began to utter playful phrases. Wipe the sweat. This was too much for her. She felt goosebumps rising. The contrast was overwhelming. The group exchanged playful banter, yet the young men remained unfazed. What of repeating words? Who decrees that boys cannot do so? They argued. And remember to rest indoors for a while before we depart, understood? Venturing outside could easily lead to catching a cold, Lin Han remarked to Yu and Xiaoro. All right. Oh, how obedient, he added. Meanwhile, Yi Qing waved to Bai Jishi. What is the matter? She inquired. I just contacted the kindergarten regarding the two little girls. They are around 4 or 5 years old now, and it would be beneficial for them to attend kindergarten, as it allows them to interact with other children. Bai Jishi pondered for a moment. This was something she had not considered. However, Yu and Xiaoro currently lacked proper identification, which posed a complication. Attending kindergarten sounds wonderful, but is it feasible given their circumstances? She questioned. Absolutely. Yi Qing reassured her with a nod, signaling Bai Jishi to relax. Daddy, what is kindergarten? Xiaoro asked. It's a place filled with many children, where Yu and Xiaoro can make numerous friends and play together. They will also have the opportunity to learn new things, enjoy delicious food, and engage in fun activities. Can mommy and daddy accompany us to kindergarten? Xiaoro inquired. Yu and Xiaoro are little children, and mommy and daddy are adults, so they cannot stay with you there. However, mommy and daddy will come to pick you up from kindergarten every day. Just think, during the day, you can play with your friends, and in the evening, you can spend time with mommy and daddy. Doesn't that sound delightful? The two little girls fell into deep thought, seemingly weighing their options. After a moment, they nodded, though the complexities of such matters were still beyond their young comprehension. Yigu, it has been settled. Tomorrow you shall take them over, and there will be a dedicated person to assist you with the enrollment process. As for the documents, they can be supplemented later. My father has already made the necessary arrangements. Very well. Now that Yu and Xiaoro are heading to kindergarten, do you think mom and dad will miss us? Yu clung to Yi Qing's leg, looking up with curiosity. They will certainly miss you, but the joy of seeing you in the evening will be delightful. Oh, after everyone has cooled down, they will prepare to head back home. Yigu, please travel safely, and do visit often. Lin Han helped Yu close the car door, while Yi Qing lowered the rear window. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, sister. Yu and Xiaoro will be going to kindergarten tomorrow. Farewell. Lin Han spoke with utmost tenderness, reminding them to come and play often and to remember to eat well. Do you understand? Be obedient now. Observing the reluctant expressions of the boys, the girls present could only sigh. Is this truly the rugged men they knew? It was only when the Rolls-Royce had disappeared, its taillights no longer visible, that they turned back, a sense of desolation washing over them. All right. I hope no one will shed tears like a tough guy. Lin Yu teased as she approached. Nonsense, how could that be, sister? I've decided that in the future, when you seek a partner, I shall ensure they possess good looks. For your beauty pales in comparison to Bai Jiqi. Therefore, your partner must certainly surpass Yi Gu in appearance. How absurd. Lin Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. Who are you insulting? And what about you? Are you not in search of a beautiful wife? Alas, I find myself bereft of hope in this lifetime, for I have fallen too far behind to ever catch up. The others remain silent, while Lin Yu reflects. In retrospect, it seems you were not truly scolding me. I misjudged you. Upon arriving home, the two young girls eagerly led the little one, Tuan Yuan, to explore their new abode. Tuan Yuan, henceforth this shall be our home. When you need to relieve yourself, you must do so here. Yo-Yo exclaimed, gesturing toward the litter box. And I have retrieved your bottle as well. And this. Yo-Yo produced a ball of yarn, gently rolling it forward. Tuan Yuan gazed at the yarn ball, and a spark of excitement ignited on its previously naive face as it hopped joyfully after it. All right, let us go bathe with mother, Bai Zixi remarked after watching Yo-Yo and Xiaorou play with Tuan Yuan for a while. Oh, Xiaorou lifted Tuan Yuan carefully, cradling it in its little blanket. You must sleep well. Tomorrow we shall play together again. After this, recalling the impending visit to kindergarten, she added, we can play again tomorrow evening. She was then whisked away by Bai Zixi for a bath. Outside, Yi Qing, listening to the sounds of water from the bathroom, felt her heart flutter. Laughter soon ensued from within. You little rascals, did you tell your parents about the heart-shaped birthmarks on your bottoms? Bai Zixi teased, her hands busy applying shower gel to the two little treasures. It was Yo-Yo who said it. Yo-Yo chimed in, seeking credit for the mischief. Indeed, it was so. Aside from this channel, Yi Qing had no other means to acquire information. After taking a bath, Bai Zixi helped the two maids dry their hair before joining them. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had also finished his bath. The two maids climbed into bed, and perhaps due to today's exertions, they soon succumbed to slumber. By the time Yi Qing and Bai Zixi arrived, the maids were already fast asleep. Let us step out for a moment. Huh? What do you mean, huh? We're going out to practice driving. Come on. Yi Qing was brimming with confidence. All right. Bai Zixi nodded and accompanied Yi Qing outside. Don't worry, don't feel too pressured. I am a driving prodigy. With my guidance, you will certainly master driving, Yi Qing proclaimed with unwavering assurance. However, half an hour later, Ugh, Zixi, do you see that dog ahead? I see it. What's the matter? Step on the gas and run it over. What? That is a living creature. Oh, I thought you were keeping your foot on the pedal to hit it. Oh, Bai Zixi exclaimed, promptly easing off the accelerator and honking the horn, prompting the dog to leisurely vacate the roadway. Please don't tease me. Bai Zixi furrowed her brows slightly, wearing a look of grievance. Yi Qing glanced at her, and a wave of guilt surged within him. How could anyone resist such an adorable expression? He reflected on the situation, realizing that his extraordinary driving skills were influencing his perception. He felt akin to a mathematician observing a primary school student grappling with basic arithmetic. And this student frequently made errors. How could he not feel frustrated? This cannot continue. I must regain my composure. Yi Qing took a few deep breaths to steady himself. He also noticed the tension in Bai Zixi's demeanor. To alleviate her unease, he initiated a conversation about high school, reminiscing about the moments they shared, however fleeting, during that single year. This discourse brought a sense of relief to Bai Zixi. As she gazed at the empty road ahead, she reflected on the passage of time. She was merely a freshman then, and now she was a college student. 3 years had slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Not to mention that just a few days ago, she, who had always been single, suddenly found herself with 2 precious daughters and a mischievous companion in the passenger seat. Yet, perhaps this was not so bad after all. Contemplating the past, Bai Zixi couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time flies. May we sail through countless journeys and return unchanged in spirit, she mused. What do you wish to convey? Yi Qing interjected, only I can return as a youth. And you? Yi Qing glanced at Bai Zixi's proud demeanor. You return as a mature woman. Bai Zixi retorted, why must it be mature woman? Why can't I be a young girl? If you dislike being a mature woman, you could always be a young lady. Bai Zixi protested. I'm about to get angry. With her charming eyes slightly downcast and her cheeks puffed out, she looked adorably indignant, prompting Yi Qing to burst into laughter. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Today's driving practice was quite satisfactory. At the very least, you've become acquainted with the vehicle. Let us go, turn right ahead, and head home to rest. Yi Qing directed, and Bai Zixi nodded, glancing at the rearview mirror. Not bad. Signal your turn, even though there are hardly any cars around. Oh, Bai Zixi nodded slightly. In the next moment, a sudden spray of water splashed against the windshield, and the wipers began to sweep back and forth. Yi Qing glanced at Bai Zixi, who instantly flushed crimson and exclaimed, Coach, I was wrong. Chapter 13. Delivering 2 young ladies to kindergarten. The two returned home after a tiring ordeal, Bai Zixi feeling utterly exhausted. Driving had worn her out, especially with an experienced driver beside her, sending her spiraling back to her training days, a true nightmare. They refrained from turning on the lights, yet noticed a small shadow darting across the living room under the moonlight. Yi Qing approached and effortlessly lifted the shadow, revealing it to be little Tuan Yuan. This must be what the night owl was talking about. Let it run. After all, it's part of its nature, Bai Zixi remarked, reaching out to affectionately stroke little Tuan Yuan. Upon entering the bedroom, they found the two little girls each tightly clutching a small flying horse, their faces adorned with sweet slumber. It seems they are sleeping well. Let's head to bed ourselves, Yi Qing suggested. At his words, Bai Ziqi felt a tremor in her heart. She chastised herself internally, pondering what she had been thinking all day. Aren't you coming over? After lying down, Yi Qing's voice drifted from beside her. Bai Ziqi understood his implication. Did he want her to cuddle with him? In her current state of mind, such an act was beyond her. She resolutely turned her back to him, prompting Yi Qing to pout, as if she had always kept her distance. As if hearing Yi Qing's murmurs, Bai Ziqi instinctively shifted further away. However, the emptiness in her embrace felt unsettling to Bai Ziqi. In a haze, she eventually succumbed to slumber. The following day, as Bai Ziqi drowsily opened her eyes, she found Yi Qing gazing at her intently. The proximity between them was evident. She had again unconsciously sought comfort in Yi Qing's arms during the night. Given the outcome, what was the point of her struggle the previous evening? Not the same. Today, I shall procure a large teddy bear. Bai Ziqi retorted playfully, countering the teasing with her own. With a swift motion, she flipped over and rolled a few times to the edge of the bed, changing her clothes and heading to prepare breakfast. Yi Qing also rose and, upon reaching the living room, noticed the little one still soundly asleep, gently stroking it before stepping outside. Yi Qing, where are you off to so early in the morning? I'm going out to buy some things, Yi Qing replied as she drove away. Not far from the villa area stood an upscale supermarket, just opening its doors. The store offered a plethora of items, and Yi Qing selected two charming little backpacks, along with a bear charm and a rabbit charm to adorn them for distinction. She then began her shopping spree, particularly indulging in the snack section, as it was the first day, and she wished to present her new friends with some thoughtful gifts. Detected that the host has spent 5,000 yuan for her daughter, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, resulting in a return of 50 million. Yi Qing gazed at the luminous screen, feeling somewhat desensitized to the numbers. Soon after, another notification appeared. Previously, the host was unable to send her child to kindergarten due to a scheduling conflict. Please rectify this regret. Task reward: high-grade ornamental fish, divine painting skills. Oh, that is indeed feasible. Upon entering the vehicle, he placed the two small backpacks in the back seat and returned home. At that moment, the two young girls had already awoken and, after freshening up, arrived at the cozy nook of the little one, gazing at the slumbering child with smiles illuminating their faces. Neither of the girls reached out to touch the little one, as if wishing not to disturb the kitten's rest. After having breakfast, they changed their clothes. Soon, your father will take you to kindergarten, said Yi Qing. All right, but I want to go together, Bai Ziqi inquired. Don't you have classes today? You can drive yourself to class. I'll take them. After all, if you go too, I worry the girls might not be able to control their emotions when it's time to part and might start crying at the kindergarten, which would be quite a scene, Yi Qing explained. Fine, Bai Ziqi nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in Yi Qing's words. Once breakfast was finished, Bai Ziqi departed early, as she had to go to work. Goodbye, Mom. Remember to take care of yourself. You too. Be good and play nicely with your friends at kindergarten. Bai Ziqi offered a few more words of advice before reluctantly leaving. Watching the Maserati fade into the distance, Yi Qing pondered, hoping that the girl would be all right on her journey. All right, Mom's off to work. Shall we leave as well? Okay. Yi Qing opened the car door and gently lifted the two girls inside. Daddy, what is this? Yiyo pointed at the two backpacks on the seat, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. These are your backpacks, and they contain some snacks. Feel free to take a look. Choose the backpack you desire, Yi Qing suggested. Yo-Yo then took hold of Xiaorou's hand, asking, which one do you prefer? The rabbit, Xiaorou exclaimed. All right, then the bear shall be mine, Yo-Yo declared. She grabbed the backpack, unzipped it, and was greeted by a delightful array of snacks. The sight of such a splendid assortment made her little legs dance with excitement. Thank you, Daddy. However, this is not solely for you too, he replied. Today marks your first day at the kindergarten. You must learn to coexist harmoniously with the other children. These snacks can be shared with your classmates, understood? Got it. Yo-Yo nodded in agreement, and Xiaorou mirrored her response. At the entrance of the kindergarten, a multitude of luxury cars had arrived early in the morning, each dropping off their children to be greeted by teachers. The children exchanged hellos with the instructors. Once the initial wave had passed, another teacher awaited outside. Moments later, a Rolls-Royce approached from a distance. The teacher observed and felt it was about time to greet the arriving guests. Yi Qing stepped out of the vehicle. Are you Teacher Liu? He inquired. You must be Mr. Yi. Teacher Lu replied, her eyes widening in surprise. This father appeared remarkably youthful. Though dressed in formal attire, he exuded an undeniable sense of vitality. Reminiscent of first love, Yi Qing opened the rear door and lifted the two little girls down. Teacher Lu gazed at Yo-Yo and Xiao, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in astonishment. These two little girls are simply adorable. Yo-Yo, Xiao, say hello to the teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello, you two little cuties. Teacher Lu belongs to the type that appreciates appearances, and upon seeing Yi Qing with the two little girls, she was undeniably delighted. Mr. Yi, I will now assist you in completing some procedures. Your situation has already been communicated to me by the leadership, thus the process will be relatively straightforward. Once you have obtained your documents, you may return to finalize everything, though there is no need to rush, considering you may be quite busy. As Teacher Lu spoke, she began to guide Yi Qing through the necessary steps. Detected that the host has spent 10,000 yuan on the daughter, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, yielding 1 billion yuan. Our establishment is among the highest-rated kindergartens in Jiangcheng, which may result in somewhat elevated fees, Teacher Lu elaborated. However, we will provide comprehensive development for the children, encompassing arts, habits, discipline, and broader perspectives. Thank you for your assistance. I shall take my leave now. Teacher Lu knelt down with Yu and Xiao, gently instructing them. Yu, Xiao, say goodbye to your father. Daddy Xiao's face was filled with reluctance. Play nicely with your friends. I will come to pick you up in the evening. Yi Qing waved his hand, understanding that swift decisions were necessary in such moments. He hurriedly entered his vehicle and departed, feeling as though a part of his heart had been left behind. Detected that the host has sent the children to kindergarten. Task completed. Task reward: a high-grade ornamental fish and divine painting skills. Yi Qing gazed at the extraction button, pondering that the high-grade ornamental fish would likely be issued by the system in a reasonable manner, akin to the Maserati. As for painting skills, Yi Qing felt a surge of knowledge flooding her mind, accompanied by muscle memory that seemed to have been instilled within her. Watching Yi Qing depart, Teacher Lu led two children into the classroom. Dear children, today we welcome two new friends to our class. This announcement immediately captured everyone's attention. Yo-Yo, why don't you greet your classmates? Hello everyone, my name is Yuan Yu, but you can call me Yo-Yo. I am Yuan Shou, you can call me Shuru. Splendid. Teacher Lu encouraged the two children warmly. Yo-Yo and Shuru then took their seats. Teacher, I have a spot here. A girl exclaimed from a distance, raising her hand. After she spoke, she hurriedly moved two small stools beside her. All right, Yo-Yo and Shuru, you may go sit with Xiaodan. Hello, Yo-Yo, Shuru, Xiaodan greeted as they settled down. I am Xiaodan, Zhou Xiaodan. Yo-Yo nodded in acknowledgement and turned to see Shuru rummaging through her backpack. Moments later, she produced several snacks and placed them in Xiaodan's hands. Wow! Xiaodan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the treats. She recognized them. They were quite expensive, and she had only indulged in them a few times. However, she soon felt a twinge of nervousness. Yo-Yo, Shuru, please don't take out those snacks just yet. Yo-Yo, hearing Xiaodan's whispered words, felt puzzled. These were bought by my dad, and he said I should share them with good friends. However, there was a plump teacher who forbade us from indulging in snacks here, claiming it was detrimental to our dental health. Should she discover any treats, she would confiscate them. Yu instinctively clutched her bag. Xiao leaned in and proposed, what if we secretly share with our other friends? What a splendid idea. The three little girls readily agreed. Coincidentally, the snacks purchased by Yeqing were all individually packaged, allowing ample opportunity for the three girls to maneuver. During the course of their covert operation, Xiaochong, this is for you, but quietly. Mingming, this one is for you. Xiaomei, these snacks belong to Yu and Xiao. Let me pass them to you. Hide them well, and be cautious not to let that plump teacher catch you. As the distribution of snacks concluded, everyone's pockets bulged slightly, and the children became more welcoming towards Yu and Xiao. Yu, come play this. Xiao, you too. Laughter and giggles filled the air. Teacher Lu gazed at the cheerful faces of the children, and a smile unconsciously crept across her lips. These children were simply adorable. After lunch, it was time for their midday nap. Yu, Xiao, here are your beds. Watching Yu and Xiao climb into bed, Teacher Lu gently tucked them in, adjusting their blankets before attending to the other children. All right, little ones, it's time to sleep soundly. With those words, Teacher Lu exited the room and closed the door behind her. At noon, the teachers take turns supervising the children during their nap time in the corridor. The plump miss, Lee, the management director of the kindergarten, walks along the hallway, gazing through the windows at the little angels peacefully slumbering in their classrooms. Her heart feels warm. Indeed, being surrounded by these cherubic children is quite healing. However, at times, the children appear a tad fearful of her, believing she might confiscate their snacks or impose certain rules. Unfortunately, this is a critical period for the children to develop habits, values, and discipline. If the boundaries are not firmly established now, it may prove challenging to rectify later. There must be someone to play the role of the strict enforcer, and that responsibility inevitably falls upon her shoulders. Sighing inwardly, she caught a glimpse of a small boy staring back at her. The boy clutched a snack biscuit, seemingly having previously hidden under the covers to munch on it. Now peeking out to assess the situation. To his dismay, he was caught. Upon noticing Ms. Lee, he hastily gulped down the biscuit and wrapped himself in his blanket. Feigning ignorance. Ms. Lee. Chapter 14. A mutual journey. She gently pushed open the door, and the sound resembling little hamsters munching on seeds filled her ears. The corners of her mouth twitched as she cautiously lifted the blanket of a little girl. To her surprise, the girl was indulging in snacks. Lifting another blanket revealed yet another child doing the same. Ms. Lee. What is happening here? The teacher has arrived. A young boy discovered Teacher Lee and exclaimed, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. The teacher looked at the boy and inquired, "Can you tell me, who provided you with your snacks?" "I don't know," the boy replied, lifting his chin defiantly, as if ready to face any consequence. Teacher Lee thought to herself, "Have I truly become such a character in the children's eyes? It seems I have fully embraced the role of the bad teacher." As she sighed, she felt a gentle tug at the hem of her clothing. Turning around, she found 3 little girls standing there. Yu, Xiaoro, and Xiaodian. "Teacher, I'm sorry, it was me," Yu said, biting her lip in apology. Xiaoro added, "It was my sister and me who gave snacks to the other children. And I helped too," Xiaodian quickly chimed in, eager to share the blame. Observing the 3 children with their heads bowed, Teacher Lee felt an urge to slap herself for the image she had inadvertently created in their innocent minds. It's all right. She hastily waved her hand. "You must be the new little ones, right? Is today your first day, and you wanted to share your delicious treats?" "Yes." Yu lifted her head, as if sensing understanding. "It's okay, but promise me you won't bring snacks anymore. Some children might skip meals after having snacks, and that could be unhealthy." As Teacher Lee spoke, she affectionately patted the heads of the 3 girls. "All right then, shall I carry you to bed?" "Thank you, teacher." "You're welcome." After ensuring that the 3 young girls were settled, Teacher Lee waved goodbye to them, wishing them a good night's rest, and encouraged the other children to do the same. "All right," many children in the room responded. Teacher Lee then closed the door and proceeded to the next room. Although her responsibilities towards the children had concluded for the day, it was still essential to communicate with the parents. After all, the kindergarten teacher aimed to instill good habits while the parents should not inadvertently hinder that effort. Teacher Lee planned to make a phone call after the nap. Meanwhile, in Villa 3, Yi Qing was preparing to receive some exquisite ornamental fish. He stood in the courtyard, one arm cradling a small round creature, while the other gently caressed it. The small creature squinted its eyes in contentment, emitting a soft purring sound, thoroughly enjoying the moment. "Mr. Yi, I just received word from the gatekeeper that the items sent to you have arrived, and he is currently bringing them over with the delivery vehicle." Shortly thereafter, another large truck came to a halt. Yi Qing and Wei Muxue went to investigate, only to discover it contained a selection of stunning koi fish. These koi were unlike those found in local parks. Each one boasted symmetrical patterns or unique designs, their vibrant colors suggesting considerable value. Peering deeper into the shipment, Wei Muxue's expression turned to one of curiosity. What could that be? She wondered, as it appeared there were 2 colossal creatures inside, though their forms remained obscured. "All right, let us move everything out," Yi Qing directed. The workers carefully began to unload the contents. Once everything was brought out, Wei Muxue finally discerned what the 2 enormous creatures were. Before her stood 2 resplendent, blood-red arowanas, their elegant forms captivating the eye. Their scales shimmered like rubies, the interplay of red and purple creating a breathtaking spectacle. Wei Muxue, merely gazing at them, found herself involuntarily biting her lip, contemplating the cost of such exquisite creatures. Surely, they would not be priced below a 6-figure sum. Moreover, these beings were likely priceless treasures, their value immeasurable. One could only wonder at the extent of Mr. Ye's influence, capable of acquiring such remarkable entities. These koi could be kept in the pond nestled within the courtyard, which was fed by a spring of fresh underground water, ensuring excellent water quality. The two blood-red arowanas would find their home in the fish tank already prepared in the residence. Yi Qing directed the transport into the courtyard when suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello? Am I speaking with Mr. Yi, the father of Yu and Xiao?" A woman's voice inquired, tinged with seriousness. "Yes, this is he. Good day, Mr. Yi. I am a teacher at the kindergarten, and I would like to discuss a matter with you." The gravity of her tone made him uneasy. Could it be that the two little girls had gotten into trouble at school? "Go on," Yi Qing replied, bracing himself for the conversation. "Did you happen to buy a plethora of snacks for Yu and Xiao today, instructing them to share with their classmates?" "Indeed," he acknowledged. "It is important to consider that the children are currently in a critical period for developing habits and discipline. At around 5 years old, they are also in the midst of losing their baby teeth. I believe that a child's growth is a collaborative effort between school and family, advancing together. Would you agree?" "Yi Qing, it seems I have caused quite a mess. This teacher is truly formidable. Having just endured the nightmarish existence of my final year in high school, I cannot help but concede that the teacher's words hold some truth." Feeling somewhat at a loss, I responded with a hint of uncertainty. "Well, yes. How about this, Mr. Yi? Would you be able to come to the kindergarten today? We should have a discussion." Her straightforward invitation left Yi Qing feeling helpless. The teacher was directly summoning the parent to discuss matters. And given that he was in the wrong, he would inevitably have to reflect on his actions. I don't really have much time today." "That's all right. Mr. Yi, perhaps tomorrow? If you could come a bit earlier to pick up your child, we can spare a moment to converse." Reluctantly, Yi Qing realized he had no choice. This teacher seemed intent on having a thorough discussion. He pondered for a moment, and a thought gradually emerged in his mind. After the workers had finished unloading, Yi Qing observed the scene before him and nodded in approval. The two blood-red dragon fish within were simply breathtaking. Even the koi outside, each appearing to swim aimlessly yet gracefully, enhanced the overall aesthetic of the home with their exquisite patterns. Surely, the two little girls would return feeling quite delighted. As the clock struck 4, Yi Qing tidied his clothes and set off. It was his first time picking up the children, so he aimed to arrive a little early. Naturally, he planned to wait outside. He had no desire to engage in a face-to-face conversation with that stern teacher. When Yi Qing reached the entrance, he found that no other parents had arrived yet. He simply waited in the car. After a while, parents began to arrive one by one. As school let out, children eagerly dashed out of the kindergarten. Yu and Xiao emerged, holding the hand of a little girl. Their large, expressive eyes searched for their parents. "Yu, Xiao." Yi Qing waved. The two girls rushed over as if they had spotted a long-awaited figure. Daddy, you came to pick us up." "Good girls. Were you happy at kindergarten today?" "Yes. We made a lot of wonderful friends." "Oh, Daddy, this is our good friend, Xiaodan." Yu exclaimed, pulling Xiaodan closer. "Xiaodan, this is our daddy." "Daddy?" Zhou Xiaodan looked at Yi Qing with a hint of confusion, thinking to herself how handsome he was, at the very least. Much more so than her own father. Then, noticing the other parents arriving to collect their children, Zhou Xiaodan's expression turned contemplative. Should she address him as uncle or brother? "Uncle," she decided. "Ah," Yi Qing replied, noticing that no one had come for Zhou Xiaodan. He squatted down and asked gently, "Xiaodan, where are your parents? Haven't they arrived yet? The teacher told me earlier that they might be a little late today because of some matters. I'll just play with the teacher and wait for them." Xiaodan giggled. Accustomed to such situations, "Why not come with uncle in the car? I can take you home." "No, thank you, uncle. I'll wait here. My parents haven't finished work yet, and there's no one at home when I return." Zhou Xiaodan shook her head, then embraced Yu and Xiao. "Well, we shall meet again tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye, Xiaodan." After bidding farewell, Yi Qing lifted the two little girls into the car. "Daddy, we distributed all the snacks today. Everyone was delighted to play with us." Yu exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling. Yi Qing let out a wry smile. He had long been aware of this, as the teacher had already called him. "Daddy, where's Mommy? Mommy hasn't returned yet, but she should be back shortly after we wait at home for a while. Oh, when you come home today, you'll get to see some new little animals that Daddy has brought." "What are they, Daddy?" "You'll find out when we get home." Yi Qing did not elaborate, which only heightened the children's curiosity. Xiao leaned over the armrest from the back seat, tilting her head to gaze at Yi Qing. Feeling somewhat helpless, Yi Qing could only reduce his speed. What should have been a journey of merely 10 minutes stretched into a steady 20. "We're home. Xiao, look. Tuan Yuan is by the sink, watching something." Tuan Yuan, Tuan Yuan, Tuan Yuan. Yu Yu and Xiao rushed toward Tuan Yuan. The fluffy little tabby cat, upon hearing their voices, turned its head, its large eyes fixating on the two girls approaching. Knowing that its playmates had returned, it scampered over joyfully. This must be what it means to reciprocate affection. Chapter 15. Preparing for Bai Jishi's praise. Yu Yu gently cradled Tuan Yuan in her arms. Xiao's face radiated joy as she gently caressed the object in her hands. Here, my dear sister, embrace the reunion, she said. As Yu Yu handed the cherished item over to Xiao, Xiao accepted it delicately, savoring the warmth and softness, a smile blossoming on her lips, revealing two faint dimples. Suddenly, a splash from the pond captured Yu Yu's attention. She peered into the water, her mouth agape in awe. What a plump fish, she exclaimed. Xiao, look at that big fat fish. Xiao turned her gaze towards the pond as they both approached its edge, captivated by the magnificent koi within. Father, is this the one you mentioned? Indeed, he replied. You may feed them, Yi Qing said, handing fish food to the two little girls. With a splash, Yu Yu eagerly grabbed a handful and scattered it into the water. The koi, responding to the sound, sluggishly swam over to consume the floating morsels. Xiao, however, took a different approach. She crouched by the pond's edge, grasping a handful of fish food. Soon, a large, plump koi approached, mouth agape. Xiao deftly tossed the food directly into its mouth, leaving Yi Qing stifling a chuckle at the sight. Goodness, one is casting a wide net while the other is feeding one at a time. These two girls certainly possess contrasting personalities. Well, there are still two more at home, she added. Really? But the ones at home are different from these, Yi Qing explained, as Yu Yu and Xiao made their way back toward the house, with Tuan Yuan diligently trailing behind them, striving to keep pace. They entered the home together. Before my eyes stood two enormous aquariums, within which blood-red arowanas glided gracefully. Two little girls pressed their cherubic faces against the glass, mesmerized by the magnificent fish that shimmered like rubies. Bathed in the soft illumination, the creatures resembled exquisite pieces of art, radiating a gemstone-like luster. How beautiful! Yes, indeed. Yi Qing approached and gently patted the heads of the two darlings. You mustn't feed these fish, they can bite. You may only observe, understood? Understood, Daddy, they chorused. Just then, the sounds of vehicles outside filled the air. Mommy's back. The two girls dashed toward the door. Oh, has Mommy replaced Daddy? Yi Qing mused, glancing at the empty space beside him with a hint of exasperation. These two little ones. Outside, Bai Jishi embraced her daughters, inquiring about their day at kindergarten. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Yi Qing emerging from the villa. The moment she spotted him, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with delight, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile, infusing her with an even greater sense of joy. Later that evening, after dinner, Bai Jishi asked, "How was your first day of picking up the kids?" "Quite well. I was the very first to arrive at the kindergarten to collect them. Just look at my sense of responsibility," Yi Qing boasted. "All right, I appreciate your hard work," Bai Jishi replied, pursing her lips. "Tomorrow, I have 2 classes in the afternoon. I shall go pick up our daughter then." "Sounds good. Oh, by the way, the teacher called today, mentioning a need to communicate with the parents. It would be perfect for you to go early tomorrow and discuss with Teacher Liu." "What is there to discuss?" Bai Jiqi is a novice mother, lacking experience in interacting with kindergarten teachers. "Perhaps it pertains to some parenting insights. After all, our 2 daughters are quite adorable, aren't they?" The 2 little girls emerged after finishing their morning routines, having overheard Yi Qing's words. Yu Yu nodded earnestly. "Mom, the teacher praised us for being good today." "Indeed." In that instant, Bai Jiqi's thoughts were led astray. Yi Qing, observing from the side, let his gaze wander without uttering a word. Likely aware of the outcome awaiting him the next day, he stood up and circled the house, failing to locate the washboard. Not bad. He then concealed various items, including the keyboard. That evening, as everyone lay down and turned off the lights, Yi Qing noticed a glow illuminating from beside him. Huh. He glanced over to see Bai Jiqi engrossed in her phone and quietly edged closer to read the text on the screen. The search bar prominently displayed. How should a novice mother communicate parenting experiences with teachers? How to respond to praise from kindergarten teachers. Official responses to compliments. Subsequently, Bai Jiqi copied the search results into her notes. Observing this scene, Yi Qing's lips twitched, and he turned away to sleep. After all, he had merely suggested that it might be so. The rest was entirely her own conjecture, not his concern. The next morning, Bai Jiqi rose early to prepare breakfast. However, just as she was about to enter the kitchen, she was pushed back by Bai Jiqi. Yi Qing shrugged. It was not that he was unwilling to help. After feeding the dragon fish and finishing his meal, Bai Jiqi headed out to take the children to school. Drive slowly, he reminded her. Yi Qing expressed her concern, to which Bai Jiqi nodded. Indeed, this presented a challenge for her. As soon as Yi Qing settled down, a holographic screen appeared. Detected that the host and his wife have been maintaining a respectful distance. Yet how can marital life be so restrained? More intimate actions are necessary to ensure the flame of love does not wane. Task reward: divine medical skills, 5 pounds of top-grade Da Hong Pao tea. An exceptional musical talent. Goodness, how impatient. Must this be approached with more gradual steps? More intimate actions? At present, he and Bai Jiqi had only progressed to holding hands, far from achieving a home run. While he pondered this, his phone chimed. Third brother, fourth. Do you have a moment? Second brother's situation is becoming increasingly dire. Yi Qing, what's wrong with second brother? Third brother. If his previous tears were a prelude to a breakup, then now it appears he has completely severed ties. He spends all day in his dormitory. When we left in the morning, his trash can was empty, but upon our return at noon, it was overflowing with used tissues. Third brother. I am genuinely fearful he might harm himself. Yi Qing. Third brother. Shall we take him out to vent today? Yi Qing. Hey, we are upstanding young men. Such places are not suitable for us. Third brother, huh? What are you thinking? I suggested that we accompany him for a hearty meal, allowing him to unburden himself. He is currently struggling to overcome an emotional hurdle, stubbornly fixating on a singular issue, as if determined to hang himself on one solitary tree. In our engineering university, what splendid alternatives do we truly have? Why must he insist on seeking solace in the familiar, when options are already scarce, and their quality leaves much to be desired? Yi Qing. Indeed, I can relate deeply. Recently, I have observed that the number and caliber of beautiful women at Jiangxing University far surpasses our own. Sanggu, how do you know this? Sanggu, I sense that your affairs are even more pronounced than RGE's. It was agreed, let us gather this evening. Yi Qing, certainly. As afternoon arrived, Yi Qing prepared his attire and opted not to drive, intending to hail a taxi instead. Wei Muxua noticed and inquired, Mr. Yi, are you heading out? Yes. Please arrange for someone to tidy up the house. Very well, you are not driving? No, I plan to enjoy a few drinks tonight, so I shall take a taxi. I will arrange for the property management to take you, Wei Muxua said, beginning her preparations. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Qing also sent a message to Bai Jiqi. Yi Qing, I have a gathering with my college roommates tonight. One of them recently experienced a breakup and may indulge in some drinks. Bai Jiqi, make sure you don't drink too much. Bai Jiqi, I will prepare some hangover soup for you this evening. In the classroom, as Bai Jiqi responded to the messages, Zhang Meng leaned in. The teacher has already moved on to the next chapter. Bai Jiqi quickly flipped through her book, casting a playful glare at Zhang Meng. You too, just stop it already. Sigh, when will I finally find love and engage in a sweet romance? You, with your striking beauty and graceful figure, not to mention your dancing skills as a member of the dance club, it should be a mere trifle for you to attract a suitor. So why has no one professed their feelings to me? Zhang Meng pondered, stroking her chin, then turned to Bai Jiqi. I understand now. It's because of you. Your beauty is simply overwhelming. Standing beside you makes me feel like mere foliage. Everyone gazes at you, ignoring my presence, hence no one is pursuing me. Bai Jiqi, I don't care. Have your handsome boyfriend introduce me to someone. Even if he is not as dashing, I'll accept it. The truth is revealed, I assent it? Humph. Zhang Meng lifted her chin defiantly. It's unacceptable for you to live in comfort while disregarding the plight of your friends. Who is living in comfort? Bai Jiqi's face flushed crimson. You're blushing. Aren't you? Pay attention. Zhang Meng raised an eyebrow, while Bai Jiqi felt helpless. I might truly be incapable of that. Focus, you certainly can. After Bai Jiqi reluctantly agreed, she escaped a predicament and returned to her studies. She was also contemplating the commendation she would receive at the kindergarten later. I wonder what the teacher will say about those two adorable little ones. When the time comes, she will share her parenting insights by recounting the notes she took last night. It's all quite standard. There shouldn't be any issues. I'm simply brilliant. Chapter 16. Yi Qing, the scoundrel. Yi Qing sat in the property management vehicle, gazing at the scenery outside. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello? He gazed at the unfamiliar number and politely inquired, Is this Mr. Yi? I am Zhong Jinda, the president of Huahong Bank's Jiangqing branch. President Zhong. Yi Qing nodded as he listened. Huahong Bank is considered one of the 4 major banks in the entire Huaxia. He could surmise the reason for the call. The substantial rebate he received was deposited in Huahong Bank, amounting to several hundred million. Such a significant liquidity was indeed noteworthy. Although the caller held the position of a city branch president, Yi Qing was no insignificant client. It was essential to nurture this relationship. Otherwise, should he decide to transfer these funds to another bank, it would constitute a considerable loss. Hello, Mr. Yi. You are currently our bank's SVIP client. When would it be convenient for me to pay you a visit? The caller adopted a rather humble tone. Yi Qing glanced at the overcast sky outside. I am quite occupied today, and it appears the weather is rather inclement. How about tomorrow? All right, Mr. Yi. Is your WeChat the same as your phone number? I will add you shortly. Yes. After ending the call, Yi Qing exchanged a few words before sending his villa's address. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his dormitory. Hey guys, I'm back. Third brother Yuan Bo looked at Yi Qing, a smirk creeping across his face. Where have you been these past few days? You come back looking all radiant, surely. You haven't been up to any mischief? Cannot divulge, Yi Qing replied mysteriously. Such a demeanor, coupled with an air of arrogance, caused Yuan Bo to struggle to maintain his composure. This fellow certainly exuded a sense of ostentation. He must have found himself a girlfriend. What about the elder and second brothers? The eldest, observing the despondent state of the second, took him outside for a smoke. Little do you know, aside from his recent obsession with glue, the second brother smokes voraciously. I fear he might fall victim to lung cancer at any moment. Why must one hang oneself on a single tree? We shall have a heart-to-heart with him tonight. He has become quite fixated. After a while, the eldest Dong Honghe and the second Zhang Hongwei returned. Is that Wei Zi? Haven't seen you in days, and you've become so downcast? Get lost. Zhang Hongwei sighed upon hearing Yi Qing's teasing. What else with this defeatist attitude? I must say, your perspective is too narrow. Our Jiangqing Institute of Technology is akin to a monk's temple, where the female students are almost revered. Do not confine yourself to such a limited scope. Shift your focus from domestic to external. Why not visit Jiangqing University or the Jiangqing Academy of Arts? To be frank, the charm of our group far surpasses that of the male students from those institutions, Yi Qing remarked, draping his arm around Zhang Hongwei's shoulder. Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo, overhearing this, could not help but gasp in astonishment. It seemed he had a point. Indeed, the fourth brother's insight was remarkable. It is no wonder he could spend countless nights away from home, appearing so vibrant and full of life. Zhang Hongwei felt a twinge of desire upon hearing this. Yet the thought of his recent breakup clouded his heart with melancholy, especially when considering how well I treated her, only to have her stolen away by another. It feels as if companionship is inferior to mere chance. Your flowery words today are of no consequence. What matters is that you join me for a few bottles tonight. No problem. I'm here to help lift your spirits. Yi Qing patted his chest, a smile gracing his lips. Let us head to the Tiansheng Grand Hotel tonight. My treat, and we shall indulge in fine dining. Really? Old C, are you a wealthy man now? I had mentioned to Sango earlier that since my friends assisted me with the dorm inspections and roll call, I cannot let them down. Let us go. Let us go. Zhang Hongwei watched Yi Qing. It was remarkable how this fellow's return had significantly brightened his mood. Wow, this carefree lad. Along the way, Yi Qing gazed at the university campus, observing many students leisurely enjoying their time. He then recalled the system's description of his future after he had activated it. It resembled a life akin to that of a beast of burden. Sigh, university life truly is splendid. Who lives well? Beside him, Dong Honghe instinctively spoke. Upon uttering this, the other three turned to look at him, their expressions speaking volumes. Are you out of your mind? Yi Qing responded helplessly. I merely misheard. Dong Honghe scratched his head. After a while, they arrived at the Tiansheng Grand Hotel. Yi Qing ordered numerous exquisite dishes. Old C, have you recently struck it rich? This is just a few hundred yuan. I merely wish to impart a lesson to Ergo. Yi Qing turned his head, stating that if you were to gift a girl a phone worth several thousand, she might consider it a given. However, if you were to spend a few hundred yuan treating your dormitory friends to a meal, they would undoubtedly address you as father. Zhang Hongwei. I certainly wouldn't call you father. What if I added a king crab? Yi Qing remarked, glancing towards the waiter, and added, bring us one of those king crabs. Beside them, Yuan Bo immediately exclaimed, Father. Dong Honghe. Zhang Hongwei. Zhang Hongwei sighed inwardly. This was Yi Qing's second devastating strike. To be honest, after these two steps, his previously repressed mood had begun to waver. Let us go. Take a seat, Yi Qing instructed. After a while, dishes began to arrive one after another, and Yi Qing also brought over 2 crates of Tsingtao beer. Is this for a drinking spree? Zhang Hongwei questioned. Of course. We're here to drink. Aren't you unable to escape? My friend will give you a good kick to get you out. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Bang. The bottle cap flew off. He then passed a few bottles in front of the 3 of them. Cheers. Cheers. As the glasses clinked and flowed, Zhang Hongwei also picked up a bottle, a sense of relief washing over his face. Let us raise a bottle. Cheers. Brothers walk together for life. Whoever finds a partner first is a dog. Now bottoms up, Zhang Hongwei declared, as Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo raised their bottles, preparing to clink them together. However, on the other side, Yi Qing quietly set his bottle down. A sudden silence enveloped the scene. The corners of the 3 men's mouths twitched. This action was, without a doubt, self-explanatory. Goodness, are you here to flaunt your affection today? Zhang Hongwei thought, feeling as if his previously unburdened heart had become constricted once more. With a low growl, he tilted his head back and downed an entire bottle of liquor. Yi Qing, observing his demeanor, discreetly shifted to the side, apprehensive that he might erupt like a fountain. After several bottles, Zhang Hongwei began to weep. Yi Qing gently patted his back and placed a drink before him, saying, Come on, you've shed quite a few tears. Let us replenish some fluids. Zhang Hongwei replied, You intend to drown me, don't you? Huh. Tonight, I aim to drink you dry. Meanwhile, Bai Jishi had arrived at the kindergarten, where Teacher Lu awaited her at the entrance. Upon seeing Bai Jishi, Teacher Lu was momentarily taken aback. Whose parent is this, so strikingly beautiful? And she appears quite young. Surely she cannot be a parent, perhaps an older sister? Hello, teacher. I am the mother of Yu and Xiao from the small class. I've come to see Teacher Lu. You are Yu and Xiao's mother. So young? So beautiful? No wonder they are such lovely little girls. Ah, so you are their mother. I am Teacher Lu. Please, come in. Let us discuss this in my office. There is still some time before school lets out, and we have plenty of time to talk. Although Teacher Lu was warm in her welcome, a serious expression lingered on her face, which made Bai Jishi feel somewhat uneasy. Once inside the office, Teacher Lu invited Bai Jishi to sit and poured her a cup of tea. Bai Jishi engaged in conversation. After all, earlier on the road, she had recited her parenting insights from last night twice, so there should be no issue. While she couldn't claim to speak eloquently, she could at least hold her own in a discussion with the teacher. Yo-Yo's mother, why didn't the child's father come today? Oh, he had some matters to attend to. I happened to finish work early, so I came instead. Bai Jishi almost let slip that she was about to say after class. Oh, I see. That is understandable, considering they are all successful individuals. A little busyness is to be expected. However, we must not indulge the children or relax our management of them. I had intended to call the child's father yesterday, since he brought so many snacks for the child, though it may have been an unintentional oversight. The seriousness of her tone and expression made Bai Jishi feel something was amiss. What does this mean? It seems to have taken a turn. So many snacks were bought? She had no knowledge of this. Wasn't she here today to hear the teacher praise Yo-Yo and Xiao and to exchange parenting tips? Why did it seem like the situation was spiraling in an unforeseen direction? Her earlier enthusiasm faded instantly. Sitting in the chair, with her hands resting on her knees, she appeared more like a student. I understand that the child's father meant well by allowing the child to bring so many snacks to share with the other children, but the resulting impact is not favorable. This is a crucial time for instilling habits and discipline in children, and the kindergarten is also striving to cultivate these qualities. Moreover, it is a pivotal period for their dental development. If we indulge them now and allow them to snack freely, it may adversely affect their character and psychology in the future. Don't you agree? Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Bai Jishi could only respond with a forced smile, her confidence dwindling, causing her to subconsciously shrink back. Her fists clenched tightly upon her knees, and her face flushed crimson from the reprimand. Internally, she could only mutter, naughty, naughty, such a naughty one. The outcry within her could almost be described as tearful. Chapter 17. Eating soft rice hard? Moments later, as the children were dismissed from school, Bai Jishi was released from the office by Teacher Lu, Yo-Yo's mother. Please inform Yo-Yo's father as well. The healthy development of a child is a collaborative effort between school and parents, and we kindly ask for your cooperation in our endeavors. Bai Ji nodded earnestly. That evening, she would certainly have a thorough discussion with Yiqing. It was imperative to address not just this matter, but others as well. At the very least, she could not allow herself to be taken advantage of. Not far away, Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou had already spotted Bai Ji. "Mommy, you've come to pick us up." Yo-Yo, Xiao Rou, and Xiao Dan rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. "Hello, Teacher Lu." Yo-Yo greeted Teacher Lu with a deep bow, nearly toppling her backpack behind her. Xiao Rou and Xiao Dan mirrored her enthusiasm. Teacher Lu greeted them with a bow in return. The children are truly delightful. Teacher Lu gazed at Bai Ji with a smile gracing his face. Bai Ji tenderly patted Yu and Xiaorou, as well as Xiao Dan. With her large eyes wide open, Xiao Dan blinked repeatedly at Bai Ji. "What is the matter, Xiao Dan?" Bai Ji inquired, puzzled. "Yu, Xiaorou, your mother is so beautiful, isn't she?" Yu immediately placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of pride. "Xiao Dan, haven't your parents arrived yet? They usually come a bit later. They haven't finished work yet. Goodbye, Yu. Goodbye, Xiaorou," Xiao Dan replied, waving at them. Bai Ji then took the girls back. "Mom, why do you seem a bit unhappy today?" Xiaorou asked. "Not at all. How could your mother be unhappy?" "Oh, then what about Dad? Why didn't he come to pick us up today?" "Dad has some matters to attend to today," Bai Ji responded. Just then, she felt raindrops beginning to fall. Run, it's raining." With Bai Ji's command, the two little girls giggled as they dashed toward the car. Once they had settled in, the rain began to patter down heavily. "Wow, Mom, what a downpour. Thank goodness we ran fast," they exclaimed cheerfully. As the two girls reveled in the sight of the rain, Bai Ji glanced at the heavy downpour, her heart tinged with concern. She wondered if Yiqing had remembered to bring an umbrella. After murmuring to herself, she fell silent. She pouted, knowing she could tease me. Then she glanced back and said, "All right, everyone, settle down. We are about to depart. Once we return home, we shall have our dinner and then pick up Father. Shall we?" "Okay." After arriving home, Bai Ji began preparing the hangover soup and finishing the dinner. Though she was aware that Yiqing had likely dined earlier, she still set aside a portion in the pot. "Come on, dinner is ready. Coming." The two children watched as the milk in the nurturing bottle was consumed. After cleaning up, they went to wash their hands before the meal. A little while later, Bai Ji sent a message to Yiqing and, upon receiving a reply, prepared to set out. "Wouldn't you prefer to stay at home? It's still raining outside." "No, we want to pick up Father." All right, I can't argue with you." Bai Ji took along hot milk and the hangover soup, and once in the car, they headed towards the hotel. Meanwhile, in front of Zhang Hongwei, a row of wine bottles was displayed. Yiqing was busy taking photos with her phone. "Fourth brother, what are you photographing?" "The Emerald Throne," Yiqing replied with a smile. Come on. Zhang Hongwei waved his hand, his face flushed but still relatively sober. Although he had consumed a fair amount, the extended timeline allowed him to drink and also recover. "I'll take care of the bill," Yiqing said as she walked towards the counter. "Fourth brother, let me handle it," Zhang Hongwei interjected, stepping ahead of Yiqing, only to be playfully pulled back by her. With a grin, he added, "Second brother, if it eases your conscience, you can call me foster father. From now on, I shall refer to you as brother, and you shall call me father. We shall each express our own opinions." How absurd. Zhang Hongwei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He was overwhelmed with the urge to strike someone. After Yiqing settled the bill, the four of them made their way downstairs, swaying slightly as they walked. If only one of them had a lighter in hand and played a classic gangster song, they would resemble the infamous quartet of Haonan and Shanj. "Oh, it's raining," Dong Honghe remarked, glancing around. "It seems we'll have to dash through the rain on our way back. The sense of ceremony is absolutely heightened, isn't it? Drowning sorrows in drink, followed by a rain-soaked return. Brother, this night, I hope you find the ceremonial experience you desire." Zhang Hongwei cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Bo, who had spoken, and sighed. It appeared he needed to extricate himself from his stubborn mindset. Just then, he heard the sound of a car door closing. Across from them, a young woman stepped out of a Maserati, unfurling an umbrella. Her stunning looks and figure immediately captivated the attention of those present. Goodness, where did this heiress come from? Driving a Maserati, no less. She is simply breathtaking, the three of them remarked, yet they held no extravagant thoughts. After all, they were merely students who had to split the bill for their meal. Her wealth and beauty were beyond their reach. "It's not that impressive, really. There are plenty of girls like that at Jiangxing University," Yiqing commented. Listening to his tone, Zhang Hongwei let out a soft snort. "What are you doing, old for?" We are praising the beauty here, and you seem to be swelling with pride. With that haughty demeanor, one might think she is your girlfriend. Indeed, utterly unremarkable. Old for. You must be intoxicated, they chided him. After being reprimanded a few times, Yi Qing grew weary of their banter. She waved her hand dismissively and strode towards the rain. Are you really planning to return in the downpour? Dong Honghe remarked, glancing at the torrential rain. He intended to wait until it eased before leaving. The three of them stepped into the curtain of rain, feeling the droplets pelt against their bodies. However, at the very moment Yi Qing entered the deluge, a lady across the street began to jog towards her. In the gaze of the onlookers, she ushered Yi Qing beneath her umbrella. Boom! A clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, seemingly striking the souls of the three behind her, causing them to gasp in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. What the heck? What does this mean? Is this even reasonable? Yi Qing turned back to look at them, with the rain pouring so heavily. Why aren't you waiting for it to lessen before heading back? Did your girlfriends come to fetch you? With a laugh, her words struck like a sharp sword into the hearts of the trio. Goodness, is this murder or a heart's execution? Bai Jishi glanced at them and waved her hand lightly in farewell. I'm leaving now. With that, she and Bai Jishi made their way towards the Maserati, leaving the others in a state of daze. Yi Qing murmured, where are the two little girls? They're in the back seat. It's raining, so I didn't let them come down. Oh, how was your conversation with the teacher today? To be honest, Yi Qing felt a twinge of guilt as she uttered these words. I am quite happy, exceedingly so. The teacher suggested that I return and have a good talk with you. As she spoke, Bai Jishi's hand gently brushed against Yi Qing's waist. Yi Qing's lips curled into a smirk, indicating that the discussion had not been particularly pleasant. He grasped Bai Jishi's hand and whispered, for my sake, with so many people around, let us wait until we're home, and I shall make it up to you then. Bai Jishi chuckled softly, this naughty fellow. She playfully scolded him in her heart, then tilted the umbrella slightly toward Yi Qing, pondering whether this was what one might call a shared umbrella. It was her first experience sharing an umbrella with a boy. Yi Qing also noticed Bai Jishi's shoulder peeking out from beneath the umbrella. He reached out and pulled her close in an affectionate manner, eliciting envious glances from the three single men behind them. How infuriating! Not only do they show off their affection, but they also seem to revel in it. Meanwhile, in the back seat of the car, Yu Yu and Xiao Rou gazed out the window. Look, Daddy and Mommy are coming, exclaimed Xiao Rou. Hey, Xiao Rou, is that Uncle Hong way over there? Yu Yu made space for her sister to lean in for a better view. As they focused on Zhang Hongwei in the distance, Xiao Rou's mouth slightly agape. She exclaimed, Sister, it really is Uncle Hongwei. But why has he grown his hair long? How strange. While the two little girls pondered this mystery, Yi Qing and Bai Jishi entered the car. Daddy, did you get wet? Not at all, Yi Qing replied, noticing the two girls gazing out the window. What is it? What are you looking at? We are admiring Uncle Hongwei with his long hair. Yi Qing tilted her head, questioning. Didn't Uncle Hongwei originally have hair? Indeed. Uncle Hongwei's head reflects light. Yi Qing, Bai Jiqing. They exchanged a glance, and with a sigh, acknowledged that it is inevitable for men in midlife to have less hair. Dad, here is some milk and hangover soup. All right, thank you. Yu Yu and Xiaoro. This was made by Mom. I know, Yi Qing replied with a smile, then glanced at Bai Jiqing, her face brimming with affection. Don't think that by looking at me like this, you can escape the fact that you deceived me. Oh dear, I'm so drunk. The after effects of this wine are overwhelming. I can't take it anymore. I feel faint. As Yi Qing spoke, she leaned back, feigning a state of inebriation. Bai Jiqing bit her lip, sensing that Yi Qing was pretending, yet she also observed the other three roommates swaying as they walked, indicating that they had indeed consumed quite a bit that evening. Well, I suppose I'll let him off the hook this time, Bai Jiqing thought to herself. In the distance, the three roommates retreated from the rain. However, they remained silent for a considerable time. Isn't this a case of living off someone else's fortune? It seems so, Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo remarked, filled with envy. It was beyond mere envy. While they were still striving, the fourth one had already secured a wealthy partner. Not just any wealthy partner, but an exquisitely beautiful and innocent one. Though the terms innocent and wealthy don't typically go hand in hand. Second brother, why have you fallen silent? Yuan Bo observed the taciturn Zhang Hongwei, contemplating how the recent antics of the fourth brother had rendered the previously cheerful second brother utterly withdrawn. Yet Zhang Hongwei, gazing at him, pondered what the fourth brother had just remarked. Did he not say, have your girlfriends come to fetch you? Zhang Hongwei thought, that is not the line. Had he not also mentioned, many girls at Jiangxing University are like that? Ah, yes, it seems he had indeed said so. Dong Honghe nodded in agreement from nearby. Gradually, a spark ignited in Zhang Hongwei's eyes. He felt the fourth brother's words rang true. Where in the world are there not fragrant grasses? Why must one seek only those close at hand? He resolved to broaden his horizons across the entire Jiangxing, exploring not just Jiangxing University, but also the Jiangxing Academy of Arts. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. Yuan Bo, observing Zhang Hongwei's rejuvenated spirit, couldn't he help but smirk, silently thinking, fourth brother, surely this was not part of your calculations? Just then, amidst their silence, a notification pinged on Zhang Hongwei's phone. He picked it up to find a perplexing message from Yi Qing. What could the fourth brother mean by this? Hearing Zhang Hongwei's musings, Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo leaned in to see. Yi Qing, second brother, take good care of your hair. Zhang Hongwei ran his fingers through his thick and lustrous hair. What was there to protect? It was utterly nonsensical. He scoffed dismissively and then began to hum a tune. Damn that scoundrel, Yuan Bo muttered inwardly, thinking how swiftly this fellow had moved on. Chapter 18. Intimate actions on the way home. Although Yi Qing feigned unconsciousness, he could genuinely feel the lingering effects of the alcohol. He was not particularly adept at drinking, but after acquiring a godlike physique, he could manage a few rounds with the strong men from the north in his dormitory. Upon arriving home, Yi Qing exited the vehicle, and Bai Ji she hastily approached to support him. Take it slow, Bai Ji she advised, helping Yi Qing as they proceeded forward. The two maidens accompanying them also walked alongside, earnestly chiding, Daddy, you must drink less. Otherwise, Mommy will worry at home. Yu and Xiao Ro will be concerned for you as well. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. All right, Daddy will drink less in the future. Good boy, Daddy. Yu chimed in, attempting to pat Yi Qing's head as if to mimic a gesture of affection, yet her small hand could not reach him. Bai Ji she assisted Yi Qing onto the bed, noticing that he was still clad in his outer garments, and his face was gradually flushing. What should I do? I can't let him sleep in his clothes, she pondered. However, the thought of helping him change filled her with bashfulness. Glancing at Yi Qing, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade as she softly uttered, rascal. Bai Ji she removed his outer garment, and when it came to his trousers, her face was burning with embarrassment, for she was still a pure young lady. Nevertheless, Yi Qing appeared to have drifted into slumber, oblivious after consuming so much alcohol. With that in mind, Bai Ji she began to act, and after successfully changing him, she was left exhausted and blushing, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Yo-Yo Xiao, take good care of your father. I'm going to take a shower, said Bai Ji. Yo-Yo listened attentively, rising from the bed and patting her chest reassuringly. Don't worry, Mama, we will certainly look after Papa. We'll wait for you to finish your shower before we wash up. After Bai Ji had bathed, Xiao proceeded to fetch hot water. Papa. Xiao gently tapped Yi Qing's chest with her small hand. What is it, Xiao? Yi Qing was stirred awake, yawning. Drink some hot water. All right, thank you. Xiao. After Yi Qing drank the hot water, he inquired, Where's Mama? She is taking a shower. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Yi Qing found himself increasingly distracted, especially since the system task remained unfinished. He needed to engage in intimate actions with Bai Ji. Although the system had not specified the degree of intimacy, it was evident that a third base action would be the most intimate. Papa, it's time to sleep, Xiao said, mimicking Yi Qing's soothing manner as she tapped his chest. Yi Qing chuckled. This little girl truly acted like a little adult. Moments later, Bai Ji emerged from the bathroom, water droplets clinging to her hair, embodying the essence of a beauty stepping out of a bath, innocent and pure. Mama, please be quiet. I've lulled Papa to sleep, Xiao whispered. Bai Ji approached softly. You two should hurry and wash up. We will be going to bed soon. As the two children departed, Bai Ji turned her gaze towards Yi Qing. Observing his face, a gentle smile graced her lips, revealing two adorable dimples that enhanced her purity. Then, recalling something, she playfully chided, You rascal. Today, you deceived me, and you have no idea how harshly I was scolded by the teacher. As she spoke, Yi Qing's ears subtly twitched. From now on, you must never deceive me again, do you understand? You must not bully me anymore. I inquired with Yu and Xiao, and they mentioned that in the future, you would bully me. However, it seems that I will end up bullying you more often. As long as you refrain from bullying me, I will also bully you less. Tell me, do you think we are in a romantic relationship now? Bai Jishi gazed at Yi Qing's face, gently leaning closer, as if to confirm whether Yi Qing was truly asleep. I do not comprehend what love is. I have never experienced it, and rather confusingly, I became a mother. Perhaps this could be termed as love after having children. However, Xiao mentioned that in the future, it will be you pursuing me. Bai Jishi paused for a moment and then softly added, Yet, it seems you won't pursue me until you are nearly 30, which feels like an eternity. Therefore, whether you pursue me or not is inconsequential. I can pursue you as well. However, while I can take 99 steps, you must take that one step. Bai Jishi pursed her lips, reminiscing about the sweet love story she had heard from Yu Yu and Xiao regarding her and Yi Qing. It was indeed a delightful romance, filled with quarrels and occasional discontent. Nevertheless, Yi Qing would always comfort and care for her. The more she thought about it, the more pronounced the blush on Bai Jishi's face became. She glanced at Yi Qing, who was looking backward, and seeing that Yu Yu and Xiao had yet to emerge, she gently leaned down. One arm wrapped around her chest, while the other supported her on the bed. She pressed her lips against Yi Qing's, a fleeting touch before retreating. Yi Qing froze entirely. Unexpectedly, after feigning sleep, he encountered such an unforeseen reward. He had been stolen a kiss. No. He must not allow Bai Jishi to perceive any oddity. If that girl discovered his pretense of slumber, she might very well take drastic measures against him. Yi Qing contemplated the image of Bai Jishi in his mind. Likely her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Perhaps her ears were adorably rosy as well. The thought brought a smile to his face, and at that moment, a luminous screen materialized before him. Detection indicates that the host and his wife have engaged in more intimate activities, ensuring that love remains fervent. Reward: divine medical skills, 5 pounds of top-quality Da Hong Pao, and exceptional musical talent. As the initiative was taken by the wife, a special reward is granted with random hereditary attributes. The host's daughter may inherit the skills and talents acquired by the host. Another unexpected gain? Yi Qing gazed at the screen, acutely aware of the transformations occurring within him. His attention fixated on the final item. Could Yu Yu and Xiao inherit these talents? He pondered the implications of such abilities. Writing, painting, and music were all commendable, but what if one of them inherited a combat skill? Would that not complicate matters? Would they ever find a suitable marriage? Yet, perhaps it mattered little. If they chose not to marry, so be it. After all, he could provide for both little girls. Moments later, Yu Yu and Xiao, having completed their ablutions, scampered into the room. Shoo, Bai Jishi placed a finger to her lips, signaling the two girls to be more gentle. Oh, Yu Yu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two girls climbed onto the bed, dutifully clutching their stuffed toys. Bai Jishi extinguished the light, and as they settled down, the world around them fell into a serene silence. The following day, Yi Qing awoke, still ensconced in the familiar embrace of warmth. Alas, it seemed that such would be the nature of her existence henceforth. In the next moment, Bai Jishi let out a soft hum, seemingly compelled by an unknown urge, and made her way briskly to the restroom. After a brief interval, she returned, yet once settled back onto the bed, she began to toss and turn restlessly, akin to a spinning top. Sensing an unusual tension, Yi Qing opened her eyes and leaned closer. What is the matter? She inquired, observing the pallor on Bai Jishi's face. It's nothing, just. It's that time, Bai Jishi replied, her voice laced with shyness as she bit her lip, clearly hesitant to voice her discomfort. Understanding her predicament, Yi Qing glanced at the two young girls nearby, mindful not to disturb their slumber. Gently rising, she shifted to Bai Jishi's side, wrapping one arm around her legs while the other supported her shoulder. In an instant, Bai Jishi experienced a sensation of weightlessness as Yi Qing effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. She nestled against Yi Qing's chest, her heart racing at the novelty of such an embrace, akin to a small kitten cradled in safety. Upon reaching another room, Yi Qing delicately set Bai Jishi down. I have some knowledge of medicine, including techniques for massage. Allow me to assist you. It should provide some relief, she offered. Bai Jishi nodded in agreement. All right. I shall begin. It may be slightly uncomfortable at first, but it will improve shortly, and thereafter you will feel more at ease. As she spoke, Yi Qing placed her hand on Bai Jishi's abdomen. The moment her palm made contact, she felt Bai Jishi's body tense up instinctively. Stiffened up. All right. Relax a bit, Yi Qing whispered softly. Bai Jishi turned her head and nodded. After all, she had never been touched in these places before. As Yi Qing massaged, Bai Jishi's body gradually relaxed. It seemed to really have an effect. Yi Qing's hands were still very warm, combined with the heat from the friction. Her abdomen felt quite warm. With Yi Qing's unique angles and pressure, Bai Jishi felt increasingly comfortable, as if electric currents were coursing through her body. It was still very pleasant. As Yi Qing applied more pressure, a soft moan inadvertently escaped from Bai Jishi's mouth. The sound made both Yi Qing and Bai Jishi freeze. Yi Qing's lips curled slightly. Bai Jishi didn't know what to say, mentally scolding herself for making such an embarrassing sound. Does it hurt? Should I go lighter? Yi Qing quickly offered a way out. It's fine, it's okay, Bai Jishi replied, then grabbed a pillow from beside her and covered her face with it. So embarrassing. After a while of Yi Qing's massage, Bai Jishi felt much better. But she also felt something was off. Why was Yi Qing massaging her legs now? Yi Qing, do all guys like to touch girls' legs? Not at all. I don't like it. Don't think I'm just touching your legs now. I'm massaging the acupoints on your legs, which can help relieve your pain. You haven't studied medicine, so you wouldn't understand. Yi Qing turned his head to look at Bai Jishi. Could it be that you're doubting me? With utmost dedication, I have been providing you with a massage to alleviate your menstrual pain, and yet you now harbor doubts about my intentions? Look, my muscles are taut and sore. And you question my motives? Is this truly fair? Yi Qing's series of rhetorical questions conveyed an intense sense of grievance, as if she had been wronged beyond measure. No, I did not mean it that way. I genuinely feel much better now. Please do not misunderstand me. Yi Qing, Bai Jishi responded, her expression tinged with regret, revealing that she had indeed misinterpreted Yi Qing's actions. I shall forgive you this time. Rest assured, I am a principled university student. Now, take off those silk pajamas and change into some athletic shorts. I will assist you in properly applying acupressure. Your silk pajamas are too slippery for effective pressure. What? Bai Jishi was momentarily taken aback. Is there a problem? And shortly thereafter, she emerged wearing athletic shorts, her long, slender legs glistening beside Yi Qing. Once settled, Yi Qing immediately resumed her work. Indeed, the absence of a barrier made the experience far more pleasurable. Chapter 19. I can massage you more engaging in this moral coercion. Is it not causing the innocent Bai to feel somewhat disoriented? My dear Bai, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me. After indulging in a few more moments of this intimate connection, Yi Qing recognized that continuing further might truly provoke suspicion. All right, Jishi, how do you feel now? Much better. Bai Jishi felt the almost non-existent pain and turned her gaze towards Yi Qing. How impressive, Yi Qing. You actually possess medical skills. I have many talents. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Today, allow me to prepare the meal while you take a proper rest. I can manage. Her words trailed off as Yi Qing shot her a commanding glance, utterly resolute. Fine, I shall freshen up then. Once Yi Qing departed, Bai Jishi stamped her foot, exclaiming, why so domineering? Yet, her eyes softened with affection. As Bai Jishi prepared to wash up, Yi Qing busied herself in the kitchen. Indeed, with her extraordinary culinary skills, once she envisioned the dish she wished to create, the necessary techniques flowed effortlessly into her mind. Even the act of grasping pots and pans felt instinctive, guided by muscle memory. Meanwhile, Yu slowly opened her eyes, rubbing them as she glanced beside her. Where only Xiaorou lay, cradling the small Pegasus in a deep slumber, her parents had vanished. Gently, she patted Xiaorou's bottom, prompting a sleepy murmur from her. Xiaorou, wake up! It's dawn. Dear sister, I wish to sleep a little longer, Xiaorou replied. Very well, Yu said, turning to embrace Xiaorou. When Bai Jishi returned shortly thereafter, she gazed at the sight of her two daughters and felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed these two girls had inherited the need to clutch something while they slept from her. But who had she inherited this trait from? The thought of her parents stirred something within her heart. Although her family was not affluent, she had been cherished by her parents since childhood. However, she was uncertain how to broach the subject with them now. She certainly couldn't reveal that she had given birth to the children herself, considering she was only 18 and the two girls were 5, plus the year of pregnancy. She contemplated fabricating a story, but her parents were astute and unlikely to believe it. Ultimately, she would have to be honest with them, but she wondered if they would be accepting. Would her parents think she had lost her mind? The thought gave Bai Jishi a headache. Then, she thought of her two adorable daughters and of Yi Qing. Surely her parents would accept them, wouldn't they? Bai Jishi nodded, reassuring herself. As for when to introduce the children to her parents and how to explain the situation, she needed to discuss it with Yi Qing. Sooner or later, it had to be done. With that decided, Bai Jishi went to the two girls. Wake up, wake up. After being roused by Bai Jishi, the two little girls went to wash up. Daddy is cooking. Hurry up and wash, and we'll see how delicious Daddy's cooking is. Okay. The two girls' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they scurried off to wash. Bai Jishi wondered if Yi Qing knew how to cook or if he would make a mess of the kitchen. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She wanted to contribute more to the family, and since Yi Qing was providing so much financially, she wanted to make up for it in other ways. Yi Qing, perhaps I shall take over. Bai Jishi pushed open the kitchen door, her gaze falling upon Yi Qing, who was diligently slicing vegetables. The rhythmic and rapid sound of the knife echoed through the room, and Bai Jishi watched in awe as the blade seemed to dance effortlessly in Yi Qing's skilled hands. Her mouth fell agape in astonishment. How proficient! Goodness, Yi Qing can truly cook. Moreover, it appears he surpasses her by leaps and bounds. When she cut vegetables, she did so at a painstakingly slow pace, fearing that a moment's haste might lead to an unfortunate mishap. In a moment, I will begin stir-frying. There will be smoke. You and the two young girls should wait outside. Yi Qing glanced at Bai Jishi, who was peering curiously from behind the door. He playfully tapped her on the head, teasing, "What? Are you still concerned about my culinary skills? Do you wish to supervise?" "Oh," Bai Jishi exclaimed, clutching her forehead in mock pain. "That hurt." "No, I'm not worried. I simply thought I could help with the cooking. The two girls have gone to freshen up, and I have nothing else to do. I just wanted to assist you, and yet you hit me." She pouted, embodying the demeanor of a petulant child, her lips forming a small frown as she expressed her discontent. "Very well, step outside and wait. Dinner will be ready shortly." "All right then." Though Bai Jishi retreated, she still leaned against the kitchen door, observing intently. Yi Qing, noticing her presence but unable to deter her, continued with his culinary endeavors. He heated the pan and added oil. The aroma of sizzling ingredients surged forth, wafting enticingly into the air. Even from outside, Bai Jishi could savor the delightful scent. Wow, Yi Qing is truly remarkable. Such a talented chef, yet he keeps it hidden away. I had thought he could not cook. But it turns out there is a culinary genius concealed within our home. As she pondered over Yi Qing, she realized he seemed to excel at everything. Truly a paragon of a perfect boyfriend. Moments later, Yu Yu and Xiaoro, having finished their morning routines, noticed that the little round one was still fast asleep, playfully referring to her as a little lazy cat before rushing to find Bai Jishi. Upon their arrival, they were immediately captivated by the flickering flames in the kitchen. The sight of Yi Qing's culinary artistry sparked their curiosity, and they pressed their faces eagerly against the kitchen door to observe. After Yi Qing completed his cooking, finishing the egg pancake and main dishes, he turned around in surprise. To his astonishment, the three of them were intently watching him. "What are you doing?" he asked with a hint of exasperation. "Dad, you're amazing. I'm hungry," Yu Yu exclaimed, pointing at the food inside with a beaming smile. "Come on, serve it up. Let's eat." As Yu Yu carried the dishes, the enticing aroma wafted toward her, making her mouth water. "It smells so good." Once seated at the table, Bai Jishi and the two girls began to feast heartily. Bai Jishi tasted the food. Her eyes filled with wonder. Is it really just simple stir-frying? How can it be so delicious? Yi Qing is indeed a treasure. The two little girls savored every bite, delighting in the meal. After finishing, Yi Qing placed a cup of warm brown sugar water beside Bai Jishi. "Drink this in a bit," he said. This gesture caught the attention of the two girls. "Mom, what did Dad give you?" they inquired. "Brown sugar water," she replied. "Why are you always partial to others, Dad? Don't you care about us at all?" Yuan queried, her words echoing with profound longing. Bai Jishi found herself at a loss for words, unable to provide an explanation that wouldn't be too premature for the two young girls. She feared it would only lead to a cascade of further questions. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Yi Qing, her gaze questioning. Indeed, why not include them? Yi Qing responded with a bewildered expression. "Why are you asking me? Shouldn't you already know?" Bai Jishi playfully stuck out her tongue, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yi Qing sighed, resigned to the situation, and poured some for the girls as well. "If you're still experiencing discomfort, let me know, and I'll give you another massage," he offered. His words immediately evoked a vivid recollection in Bai Jishi's mind of the sensation she had experienced during Yi Qing's massage, that all-encompassing tingling in the memory of his hands gently caressing her legs. Lost in thought, she instinctively crossed her legs, a subtle movement of self-soothing. A short time later, Bai Jishi was completely at ease. Yuan, having finished her meal, eagerly gulped down the brown sugar water, emptying her cup in one go. Xiaoro, on the other hand, savored each sip, taking her time. "See, these two little ones have such distinct personalities. Yi Qing remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he sat beside Bai Jishi, observing the two young girls. Bai Jishi, sipping her brown sugar water, felt a sense of contentment wash over her. Yi Qing, she began, I have an idea. I want to take Yuan and Xiaoro back to see my parents and sister. I know it's difficult to comprehend, but the DNA test results are irrefutable. They should be able to accept it. When I fetched Yu and Xiaoro that day, they inquired about their maternal grandparents. I brushed it off then, but I sense they've been asking about them more and more frequently lately. Listening to this, Yi Qing also pondered. The first time he met Yu and Xiaoro, they mentioned that before they traversed time, they were sound asleep at their maternal grandparents' house, only to awaken in this timeline. Their recent behavior further indicates a deep affection for their maternal grandparents. Moreover, they are Bai Jishi's parents and kin, and will be his family in the future. They likely wouldn't do anything detrimental to Yu and Xiaoro. After some contemplation, he said, all right. Let's set aside some time to take Yu and Xiaoro back for a visit to see them. Thank you, Yi Qing, Bai Jishi expressed. Hearing this, the two little girls glanced over. Mommy, Daddy, what secrets are you whispering about? Yu asked, eager to know. You're such a curious little imp, Yi Qing chuckled, patting Yu's head. Look at Xiaoro, she's not as nosy. That's not true. Sister just doesn't show it, but she's much more curious than I am. Isn't that right, sister? And no, Xiaoro shyly denied. Mommy and I were discussing taking you to visit your maternal grandparents in a few days. Wow. Yu and Xiaoro's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Then we can go ride Grandpa's horsey. This exclamation caused Bai Jishi's face to darken. Her father still enjoys playing along, doesn't he? Back when she laughed. She also delighted in riding horses, and her father willingly became her faithful steed, allowing her to crawl around the bed. It appears that both of his daughters not only inherited this fondness, but also successfully coaxed their father out of retirement. Such is the bond of generations. One wonders how their father would react upon seeing these two little girls now. However, with Yi Qing's steadfast support and the joyous presence of the two little ones, Bai Jishi felt the pressure in her heart alleviated significantly. All right, it's time to change clothes. Soon, Daddy will take you to kindergarten. Tomorrow, the kindergarten will be closed for the weekend. What would you like to do? Shall we go out to play or something else? Yi Qing inquired, ready to take them to the amusement park or anywhere else they desired. We want to invite our friends over to play? Very well. Then Daddy will write down the address for you to take to your friends today. Okay, you're the best, Daddy, Yo-Yo exclaimed, swinging her little legs beneath the chair. Beaming with happiness, Bai Jishi observed Yi Qing, the devoted father, and mused that perhaps every man harbors a dream of having daughters. Yi Qing certainly seems to have fulfilled that dream, and in double measure. Let's go. Yi Qing scooped up both little girls, one in each arm, pondering what talents they might have inherited when he returned home that evening. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, he waved goodbye. Goodbye? Farewell, Yi Qing replied, waving back. Yo-Yo grasped Xiaoro's hand and headed towards the kindergarten. Yo-Yo, Xiaoro, Xiaodan, and several other children approached. Xiaodan, here you go. This is my home address. I would like to invite you all to play at my house tomorrow. Xiaodan glanced at the note, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Sure. Can I pet the little cat? I have always wanted to raise a kitten, but my mother won't allow it. Of course, you can touch it. The little cat is very well behaved and quite adorable. From a distance, Yi Qing looked back, observing the children giggling and playing. It seemed that Yo-Yo and Xiaoro had already blended in. Bai Jishi must have gone to class by now. The courses at the prestigious 985 universities tend to be more intensive, with stricter management. In contrast, Yi Qing's university was considerably more relaxed, allowing for a last-minute cramming session to suffice, provided one ensured not to fail. Yi Qing pondered that today. The president of Huahong Bank was also scheduled to visit. He drove back, and as he was nearing, he received a phone call from Zhong Jianda. Mr. Yi, I am already at the entrance of your community. I just dropped my child off at school and will arrive in a minute or two. All right, I shall wait for you. At the entrance of the villa district stood a man dressed in a tailored suit. Though advanced in age, he exuded a sharp and competent demeanor, devoid of any signs of a paunch, and emanated an air of maturity cultivated by years in high positions. This drew the attention of a nearby security guard, who approached to inquire. After clarifying the situation, the guard invited Zhong Jianda to the security room for a brief respite. No need, thank you. Zhong Jianda waved his hand. Although he held the esteemed position of president at the Jiangxing branch of Huahong Bank, the individual he was here to meet today possessed liquid assets amounting to several hundred million. Even he dared not be presumptuous. Standing here patiently was the best course of action. Shortly thereafter, Yu Qing drove up. Zhang Jianda approached, and upon glancing into the car window, he was momentarily taken aback by the young man inside. The voice on the phone had been youthful, yet this was unexpectedly so. Could it truly be him? Zhang Jianda's heart raced. Yi Qing then spoke. President Zhong? Mr. Yi, it is indeed you. I scarcely recognized you, given your youthful appearance, he replied, mentally noting the license plate number. Please, get in, President Zhong. Without hesitation, Zhang Jianda took his seat in the passenger side. He had prepared numerous talking points and topics for discussion, including corporate management and child education, but Yi Qing's youth had caught him completely off guard. Upon arriving at Villa Number 3, Zhang Jianda stepped out and was struck by the grandeur of the residence. It was evident that this individual hailed from a family of substantial wealth. Entering the courtyard, he surveyed the surroundings. His eyes fell upon the koi in the pond, and with just a glance, he recognized several varieties, all of which were esteemed breeds, their patterns confirming their rarity and value. The layout, the pavilions, and the villa itself exuded opulence. Upon entering the villa, 2 blood-red arowanas greeted him, leaving Zhang Jianda momentarily frozen in place, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before him. The blood-red dragonfish, such a splendid specimen. My goodness, this one must cost a few million to acquire. Moreover, it is a priceless treasure, often found only in scarcity. To possess not one, but 2 of such exquisite quality is a testament to remarkable prowess. Yi Qing entered, lost in his thoughts. He gestured towards the sofa, saying, Chairman Zhang, please take a seat over there while I prepare some tea. As he spoke, he retrieved a bit of Da Hong Pao and began to brew it. The aroma of the tea wafted through the room, enveloping it in a fragrant haze. Initially brimming with the confidence that comes from holding a prominent position, Zhang Jianda now appeared somewhat restrained, standing there, fidgeting, his aura diminished. Chairman Zhong, come, have a seat. Yi Qing invited, joining him on the sofa. He poured 2 cups of tea. As Zhang Jianda inhaled the fragrance, he sensed the exceptional quality of the Da Hong Pao. Upon tasting it, he nodded in approval. His speculation was confirmed. This Da Hong Pao was far richer and smoother than any he had previously sampled, undoubtedly a superior variety. As for its value, he chided himself inwardly. Having spent so long in the banking industry, he had developed a tendency to quantify everything in monetary terms. Such treasures, it seemed, could not merely be bought with wealth. Mr. Yi, I have come today to present a proposal, he began, unveiling a document. This outlines the asset appreciation plan available for your holdings in our bank. He proceeded to elaborate on the various benefits included in the plan, which featured not only asset growth but also an array of perks, such as exclusive black cards and early access to prestigious brands. As Zhang Jianda articulated his points, he vigilantly observed Yi Qing's countenance. At the slightest hint of hesitation from Yi Qing, he promptly introduced novel concepts to refine the proposal, ensuring immediate adjustments. He had discerned that this individual possessed more than mere financial affluence. After an extended period, a preliminary agreement was reached, and Zhang Jianda breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, I shall revise the proposal and present you with a subsequent iteration in due course. Are you departing already? Please, stay and partake in further tea. Yi Qing extended the invitation. Zhang Jianda cast a lingering gaze at the exquisite Da Hong Pao tea, lamenting the uncertainty of when he might savor it again. No, I must return to amend the proposal. It is of paramount importance. I shall take my leave, Mr. Yi. Please, no need to escort me. Should you require my assistance for any matter, do not hesitate to ask. He departed with haste, his visit fleeting. Subsequent to Zhang Jianda's departure, Yi Qing noticed a diminutive figure meandering through the living room. The child then settled beneath the colossal aquariums housing the scarlet-red arowanas. Yi Qing approached and discovered Tuan Yuan gazing intently at the fish. You little rascal, despite your small stature, your aspirations are exceptionally grand. Yi Qing lifted Tuan Yuan into his arms, remarking that even at such a tender age, the child was captivated by such large fish. Meow, meow, Tuan Yuan responded, seemingly refuting Yi Qing's assertion. After spending some time with Tuan Yuan, observing the scarlet-red arowanas, Yi Qing procured writing instruments and paper. As he grasped the brush, muscle memory was rekindled. After contemplation, he commenced writing. The highest excellence is like that of water. With a single stroke, it is as if an ink dragon soars, sweeping across the paper. The flow is as graceful as clouds and water. It is a seamless creation, for characters leap vividly onto the page. The strength of the brushwork and the contrast between the characters are undoubtedly commendable in their own right. After all, In literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, no second. As Yu Qing pondered, he considered that Yu Yu's lively and spirited nature might not align well with the tranquility required for calligraphy. Should Yu Yu inherit this talent? It would likely manifest in her proficiency in cursive writing. Lost in thought, Yi Qing's mind drifted back to martial skills. He fervently wished that she would not inherit such a talent. Perhaps he should write Heaven rewards diligence. Yet, he hesitated to put pen to paper. In truth, he was not particularly fond of those 4 characters. While the sentiment of Heaven rewards diligence holds merit, the reality is that, oftentimes, financial success does not solely depend on hard work. If mere diligence were the sole criterion, then the world's richest individual would undoubtedly be a nuclear-powered donkey. Setting aside the thought, he proceeded to compose a few more pieces, intending to display them at home. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhang Hongwei. Second brother. Fourth, I've taken third to Jiancheng University. Attending such a comprehensive or liberal arts university is truly an extraordinary experience. Second brother. Image. Second brother. Image. Second brother. Image. Zhang Hongwei sent several pictures, all featuring the young women of Jiancheng University. Second brother. In just one day here, I've seen more young ladies than we encountered in a year at that monastery. Second brother. You've truly opened a new world for us. Ergo, I shall share with you in real time. For one must never forget the well digger when drinking water. Just wait a moment. I shall soon visit the Jianqing Art Academy. Yi Qing opened the photo and magnified it. One must admit that Ergi's aesthetic has indeed improved. The subjects in these photographs all possess a beauty rated above 80. Moreover, most are adorned in black stockings and donning small, round-toed leather shoes. It appears that Erga harbors a particular fondness for black stockings. Subsequently, he took out his phone and began to type. Yi Qing. Ergo, you may wander about, but don't overindulge. I can hardly keep up. Heed my advice, please. For the love of all that is good, avoid Jiancheng Financial University and Jiancheng Normal University. Chapter 21. There are mischievous people who wish to harm me. While strolling through Jiancheng University, Zhang Hongwei noticed the message from Yi Qing. He let out a low growl. What is going on? What did Lao Si say? Yuan Bo leaned over to glance at the messages exchanged between the two. This fellow, with such an unremarkable girlfriend, still desires to gaze upon other young women? I shall have to mention this to my sister-in-law when the time comes. As Yuan Bo spoke, Zhang Hongwei also surveyed the female students at Jianqing University. Though they were undoubtedly an improvement compared to those at their monk's temple, after observing for a while, he found no girl more enchanting than Bai Jishi from the previous night. You find yourself amidst blessings yet remain oblivious to them. Truly, you are akin to a mundane Gu Tianla in the presence of a rustic Lu Yifei. Zhang Hongwei scoffed, his lips curling into a smirk. Nevertheless, he resolved to indulge this fellow a bit, for after all, he is his guiding light. Ergo, you rascal. Very well, just wait. Upon beholding the message, Yi Qing chuckled softly. He jested, for his own affections had yet to be requited, so why seek elsewhere? Albeit, the culmination might be delayed beyond the week. Yet, in due time, it shall come to pass naturally. Yi Qing gazed upon the stationery before him, inwardly chiding the salacious thoughts that had disrupted his artistic concentration. Resignedly, he resolved to procure the morrow's provisions. Perhaps he should invite Lin Han and company to join him. Yi Qing retrieved his mobile device and dispatched a message to the group. Lin Han. Haha, brother Yi. We were just discussing inviting you to join us tomorrow. Lin Han. Excellent. We shall convene at your abode then. Lin Yu. I shall attend as well. Sign me up. I shall voluntarily undertake childcare duties tomorrow. Zhou. Oh, there is another aspirant for childcare here. Zhou Kai. Then I shall assume culinary responsibilities tomorrow. Lin Han. Are your culinary skills truly adequate? No offense intended, my friend. Zhou Kai, what are you implying? I possess considerable culinary prowess. Sister, vouch for me. Zhou. Indeed, he possesses considerable prowess, albeit the implements lack bristles. Zhou Kai. The group's discourse flourished, while Yi Qing embarked on his errand, returning with an abundance of fruits, snacks, and ingredients. In the afternoon, Yi Qing commenced preparations. Observing the tranquil state of his mobile device, he inwardly berated, wondering as to the whereabouts of his companions. Had they been ensnared by enchantresses? More likely, they had been captivated by fleeting distractions, neglecting their commitments. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, confident that he would not be easily swayed by superficial distractions. After all, Having experienced the vastness of the sea, one could hardly be deceived by mere water. By she could certainly be described as a beauty of unparalleled grace, captivating enough to enthrall an entire nation. Just as he was lost in thought, the phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, Yi Qing felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. It was none other than Teacher Lu, who had previously invited him to the kindergarten for a discussion. Given the timing of the call, he couldn't help but worry that Yu and Xiaoro had once again found themselves in trouble with this stern educator. "Hello, Teacher Lu." Yi Qing answered the phone. "Hello, Yu's father." Teacher Lu's tone was markedly more amiable than during their last conversation. "Today, we were singing nursery rhymes with the children, and I noticed that Yu seems to possess a natural musical talent. She was able to learn a song in one go, singing it back with remarkable accuracy in both melody and pitch. I believe it would be beneficial for her family to nurture this gift." "Oh." Yi Qing listened intently, as he had planned to assess the talents of both little girls that evening. He had not anticipated such delightful news. Clearly, Yu had inherited this particular aptitude. "And what about Xiaoro, teacher? How does she fare in music?" "Well, Xiaoro is doing adequately, but in comparison to Yu, she still has quite a distance to cover." Teacher Lu replied diplomatically. "Thank you, Teacher Lu. I appreciate your insights. I will certainly place more emphasis on nurturing Yu's abilities." Yi Qing responded gratefully. "You're welcome, Yu's father. Both children are wonderful. They are truly good kids," Teacher Lu praised before concluding the call. In the next moment, a luminous screen appeared before Yi Qing. It was detected that the protagonist's ex-wife had returned to her parental home with their daughter. Although he had received forgiveness from both, the protagonist had yet to confront his mother-in-law and father-in-law. The task required him to face them directly, with the reward being stress-free media management and financial acumen. Yi Qing gazed at the assignment, recalling the two little ones mentioning how well their grandparents treated them. By she had also brought this matter up earlier that morning. It seemed the mother-in-law and father-in-law were not insurmountable obstacles. Now, it was a matter of whether they could endure this rather unscientific situation once they became aware. Unexpectedly, he was about to meet Bai Zhixi's family. He wondered what the scene would entail. After preparing himself, Yi Qing glanced at his phone once more, which remained unremarkable. Damn it! He cursed the two little rascals again. Never mind, it was time to pick up the children. In the evening, he collected the two girls. "Daddy, some friends will come to our house tomorrow." "All right, tomorrow I will prepare delicious food for you." "Thank you, Daddy," Yu replied, and after a moment's thought added, "Daddy, the teacher praised me today for singing nursery rhymes well." With that, Yu paused. Yi Qing turned his head, observing the little girl with her chin held high, her eyes sparkling, as if seeking his praise. "Yu is amazing," Yi Qing responded enthusiastically, not wishing to dampen her spirit. Hee. Yu shyly scratched her head. Upon arriving home, Bai Zhi had also returned and was busy cooking in the kitchen. "Mom, we're back." As Bai Zhi was about to embrace her two maids, she was taken aback when they turned and ran towards Xiao Tuanyuan. Yi Qing, noticing Bai Zhi's forlorn expression, playfully offered her a hug. Bai Zhi blushed at the suggestion and declined, saying that Yi Qing was too firm compared to their daughter's softness. Yi Qing retorted, reminding her of the morning when she had massaged her without complaint. Bai Zhi, recalling the intimate moments, turned away to prepare a meal. Yi Qing then closed the door. Contemplating a visit to Bai Zhi's parents with the children, considering it her first formal call to her future in-laws, Bai Zhi, who had intended to pave the way with an earlier solo trip, was met with Yi Qing's reasoning that the sight of the children would convey everything. Given their striking resemblance to Bai Zhi in her youth, Bai Zhi playfully protested, questioning whether her own genes were inadequate and asserting that the children resembled her as well. Yi Qing countered, but ultimately agreed that they should travel together, with Bai Zhi arriving ahead to prepare her parents before Yi Qing's appearance with the children. After further discussion, Yi Qing emerged to find Yu playing with Xiao Tuanyuan. Xiaoro stood beneath the inscription "Supreme Goodness is like water," which Yi Qing had written that afternoon. Gazing upward with her mouth slightly agape, her expression one of deep admiration. Observing her, Yi Qing felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that Xiaoro? "Xiaoro, what's the matter? Why are you staring at the characters Daddy wrote?" Yi Qing crouched down and gently patted her head. Xiaoro turned to him, her face lighting up with astonishment as she pointed at the characters, exclaiming, "Daddy, they're moving. It's so magical. It's as if the characters have come to life." She gestured animatedly as she spoke. Yi Qing picked her up and set her on a chair, handing her a brush. "Xiaoro, try to copy these characters," he suggested. Xiaoro looked at the hanging inscription and began to trace the characters on the paper. Though her strokes were still unrefined, there was a hint of skill evident. It seemed Xiaorou had inherited a talent for this. "Daddy, will you teach me? I want my characters to move too," Xiaorou pleaded in her sweet, childish voice. Yi Qing, who was utterly devoted to his daughter, couldn't resist her request. "All right, after dinner, Daddy will teach you," he agreed. "Okay," Xiaorou responded cheerfully. Shortly after, dinner was ready, and the two girls helped serve the dishes. As they ate, Bai Jishi casually mentioned, "I've noticed quite a few boys from other universities visiting our campus recently. My roommate said many are from Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Probably because there aren't many girls at their school, so they're extending their reach here." As Bai Jishi articulated this, Yi Qing's brow arched slightly. Immediately, he adopted a tone of moral rectitude, declaring, "Indeed, I detest such fellows who are perpetually preoccupied with girls, flitting from one institution to another. They are nothing but base individuals. A virtuous man such as myself would never allow any comely woman to divert my gaze. Father is so impressive." Yu and Xiaorou exclaimed, though their understanding was limited. They were merely captivated by his forceful demeanor. Bai Zishi offered a helpless smile, wondering why Yi Qing was taking the matter so seriously. Her previous remark was merely jesting. Those in the technical fields often find themselves in environments with a dearth of female companionship, and if they don't seek connections elsewhere, they risk perpetual bachelorhood. "Were you always like this in the past?" Bai Zishi inquired, tilting her head with a contemplative air. "Assuredly," Yi Qing avowed resolutely. However, in the subsequent moment, a chime emanated from his cellular device. Yi Qing's lips contorted involuntarily. Could it be? Subsequently, a cascade of notification sounds ensued. Doubtlessly, his two wayward companions had finally remembered his existence. Damnation! Yi Qing was now consumed by the urge to curse. Chapter 22, Bai Jishi. Stay still. Allow me to embrace you for a moment longer. His countenance underwent a transformation as he regarded his phone. After all, he had just presented himself as one who would never deign to acknowledge the presence of other women, and now this situation had arisen, creating a rather awkward predicament. Bai Jishi also turned her gaze towards him, a hint of perplexity etched upon her face. "Yi Qing, it appears you've received a multitude of messages. It's just my roommates. Is there something amiss?" Bai Jishi, still in her daze, continued to inquire without the slightest inclination to observe, while Yi Qing picked up his phone to glance at it. As expected, it was filled with meticulously curated images of campus beauties. One might argue that there are ill-intentioned individuals among the masses. Yet, these two had skillfully chosen flattering angles featuring pure and lovely girls. On the other hand, if one claims there are no wrongdoers, they are currently sending such images. No matter. After a brief perusal, Yi Qing discerned that although his second and third brothers had captured numerous photos, they paled in comparison to Bai Jishi, falling woefully short. He cast a glance at her, and then at her long, slender legs. If Bai Jishi were to don an ensemble from Balenciaga paired with Valentino, she would effortlessly eclipse them all. Upon feeling Yi Qing's unabashed gaze upon her, Bai Jishi's expression turned to one of confusion. What is happening? Why this sudden shift? The intensity of his stare made her feel somewhat bashful. Fortunately, Xiaorou interjected, "Daddy, you promised to teach me how to write this evening." As she spoke, she tugged at Yi Qing, leading him in a lively dash toward another table. Bai Jishi, too, carried Yu along. However, at 4 or 5 years old, Yu was rather heavy. With her delicate arms and legs, Bai Jishi soon felt her muscles ache from the exertion. Upon arriving, she began to guide Yu in writing. Yu and Bai Jishi listened attentively. Bai Jishi nodded, indicating she had absorbed some knowledge. To her surprise, "Yi Qing, you also possess calligraphic skills," Bai Jishi remarked, recalling that her father had a fondness for calligraphy and had taught her a bit during her childhood, thus giving her a foundational understanding. Witnessing Yi Qing's calligraphy, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in admiration. Exquisite. While not a professional calligrapher, and thus unable to discern the nuances, she could still appreciate the aesthetic quality of the characters. "Indeed, I possess some understanding of this art. I observed today that Xiaorou seems to possess a natural aptitude for calligraphy. Moreover, her gentle and serene disposition makes her well suited for such contemplative pursuits as writing and painting. Instruction would be beneficial, fostering refinement and emotional balance." Nearby, Yu also attempted to write with a brush, but her efforts were crude compared to Xiaorou's nascent talent. "Mother will guide you," Bai Jishi offered, assisting Yu. However, the little girl soon grew weary, as children typically possess a lively nature. seldom inclined to the stillness required for calligraphy practice. Meanwhile, at Zhou Xiaodan's residence, the family of three had finished dinner and were watching television on the sofa. Mom, could you take me to this address tomorrow? Yu and Xiaoro have invited me to their home to play. Xiaodan handed a note to her mother. The woman accepted it, glancing at the address. This is a villa district. A man of 40 years approached, peering at the note. Indeed, this locale is among the most prestigious in Jiangqing. Furthermore, judging by the villa number 3, it must be quite valuable. Enough. Let's refrain from such discussions in front of the child. Zhou Kongming waved his hand, expressing disapproval of instilling such worldly attitudes in children from a young age. You mean Yu and Xiaoro, the two little girls who recently transferred to kindergarten? Indeed. Zhou Xiaodan responded with unwavering confidence when mentioning her friends. I have yet to meet those two little girls. Usually, Yu and Xiaoro's parents arrive quite early, whereas you two tend to come later, so I've never had the chance. This statement caused the couple to exchange glances, sheepishly touching their noses. They truly felt guilty for not being more punctual in picking up their child. They rarely managed to collect her early, often allowing her to play a bit longer at school before they could leave work. Alas, Mommy, you haven't seen Yu and Xiaoro's mother. She's absolutely stunning, like a fairy. Xiaodan mused about Bai Jishi, her words igniting a competitive spirit among the women. Oh, Xiaodan, is Yu's mother even more beautiful than I? Zhou Kongming, overhearing his wife's inquiry, quickly sat up, anxiously glancing at his daughter. Darling, this is a perilous question. You must answer wisely. If your response falters, I fear I may face the consequences tonight. He silently prayed. The most beautiful in my heart is Mommy. With that declaration, Zhou Kongming exhaled sharply, silently giving a thumbs up to Xiaodan. Truly, she was remarkable. Her quick-wittedness was undoubtedly inherited from him. Li Ying, listening to her daughter's words, nodded with a smile. However, she swiftly recollected herself. Hold on a moment, she mused. What sort of remark is that? In little Dan's estimation, she held the pinnacle of beauty. Ergo, in the eyes of others, it must assuredly be Yu's mother who possesses the greater allure. Perchance, she herself might even be eclipsed. You little imp, she playfully chided. Your father has corrupted you with his honeyed words designed to flatter women. Li Ying tapped the little girl's lips, pondering whether the consensus would indeed favor Yu's mother. This query transcended little Dan's cognitive faculties, prompting her to seek paternal guidance, her eyes beseeching assistance. Zhou Kongming, in turn, felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that his daughter was inadvertently steering him into treacherous waters. Alas, such is the way of the affluent, he sighed inwardly. Have you not heard the adage, not all girls are 18, but there is always a girl who is 18? It is commonplace for wealthy men to have wives of considerable beauty, as you well know, my dear. You yourself are a stunning wife. However, he continued, I am unlike those plutocrats. In my youth, I was hailed as the Jiangcheng Wu Yanzu, a veritable Adonis. Otherwise, would you, a woman of such exquisite beauty, have deigned to notice me? Those wealthy magnates are often corpulent and aesthetically challenged. Conceited. Evidently, his stratagem was effective, as Li Ying responded with a coquettish rebuke, ceasing her interrogation. Nevertheless, little Dan interjected, waving her hand dismissively. Nay, father, Yu's and Xiaoro's fathers are exceedingly handsome. The children in our class unanimously concur that their fathers are the most handsome of all. This pronouncement ignited a primal sense of competitiveness within the man. Are they truly so handsome? He wondered. Do they surpass even the Jiangcheng Wu Yanzu in comeliness? My daughter, you must have never witnessed your father's once handsome visage. Thus, I shall pay a visit tomorrow to ascertain whether the rumors of his charm hold true, remarked Zhou Kongming with a hint of defiance. Beside him, Li Ying stifled a giggle. Well, I shall accompany you, and perhaps meet Yu and Xiaoro's parents as well. Xiaodan, oblivious to everything else, was simply delighted that her parents would escort her tomorrow, and that was enough to fill her with joy. Thank you, Mom and Dad, she exclaimed. All right, dear. It's time to wash up. We must prepare for slumber. But I want to sleep with you tonight. No, you are a big girl now. You cannot sleep with your parents anymore, replied Li Ying. But Yu and Xiaoro sleep with their parents. We are the same age, so why can't I? Pouted Zhou Xiaodan. Well, Li Ying sighed. Fine, just for tonight. Hey, wasn't it agreed that today? Zhou Kongming interjected, suddenly agitated. See, you're getting anxious again. Li Ying shot him a glance, silently gesturing for him to soothe her. Zhou Kongming understood her unspoken request. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Bai Jishi prepared the ingredients for tomorrow. arranging snacks elegantly on the table. As for the fruits, they could wash them in the morning. Time for sleep, my two little darlings, Yiqing called out. Yuyo and Xiaoro were playing with the small round toy. Upon hearing Yiqing's voice, they gently cradled the toy, placing it back in its cozy spot and covering it with a blanket. As night fell, the little group prepared for slumber. Meow, it seemed that the little one understood the cue and did not follow them outside. The two girls, embracing the little flying horse, drifted off to sleep. Yuyu pondered the gathering plan for the morrow, while Xiaoro contemplated the animated words that danced in her mind. Meanwhile, by Ji she turned restlessly, burdened by a significant concern, the thought of bringing the two little girls back home. She wondered what her parents' reaction would be. With a sigh, a gentle hand reached from behind her, tenderly stroking her head. Sleep now. I'm here. There is no need to worry, Yiqing whispered softly. By Ji she turned to face her. In the moonlight, a pair of eyes sparkled, whether from natural brilliance or the glimmer of unshed tears, it was hard to tell. Rest now, Yiqing repeated, reassuringly patting Bai Zhixi's head. She nodded in response. The following day, Yiqing awoke to find himself still enveloped in Bai Zhixi's embrace. However, upon waking, Bai Zhixi shed her previous hesitation, holding him even tighter, her head nuzzling against his chest. The little ones, Yuyu and Xiaoro, soon stirred as well, observing the scene between Bai Zhixi and Yiqing with an air of familiarity. Yet, they playfully vied for attention, snuggling closer to Yiqing's limbs. He felt the familiar sensation of being ensnared, and a hint of helplessness washed over him. Daddy, you're awake. Hurry, Daddy, get up and make us breakfast. Yiqing chuckled, preparing to gently extricate Bai Zhixi from his embrace. Do not move. Let me hold you a little longer, Bai Zhixi said, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Yiqing, who had initially intended to rise, relaxed once more, allowing the two little ones to frolic around her. Chapter 23. Is this justifiable? Why is he so handsome? An hour later, after finishing their meal, Yiqing and the others began to busily engage in their tasks. Yuyu, Xiaoro, please take these washed fruits outside for the children. Yuyu, no sneaking snacks. The entire villa buzzed with activity. Xiao Tuan Yuan trailed behind Yuyu and Xiaoro, darting about playfully. Yiqing also messaged Lin Han, but there was no response. Glancing at the clock, it was only past 8, and since it was a day off, it appeared that these fellows had yet to awaken. Once the tidying was complete, it was nearly time for the children's gathering. Yiqing and Bai Zhixi then took the two children to the entrance of the villa area, preparing to wait. In the distance, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class approached. Inside the car were Zhou Kongming and Li Ying in the front seats, while Xiao Dan peered through the gap in the armrest, her expression one of eager anticipation to see her friends. Look at your daughter. She is so anxious. I'm quite eager too. I wonder if anyone can truly compete with my Jiangcheng's Wu Yinzhu, Zhou Kongming joked, eliciting a smile from his wife. As they neared the villa area, Xiao Dan exclaimed, Yuyu, Xiaoro, Mom and Dad, look, there's Yuyu and Xiaoro. Her words drew the attention of the adults, revealing two exquisitely delicate figures, akin to porcelain dolls, as if little angels had descended from the heavens. Sigh. The beauty of these two children is simply breathtaking. Subsequently, their gaze fell upon Yiqing and Bai Zhixi. At the sight of them, Li Ying was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could these two be the parents of Yuyu and Xiaoro? The mother has maintained her youth so remarkably well, and the father, so handsome and youthful. Li Ying felt utterly outmatched. Among the mothers of the children, it wasn't just her who couldn't compare to Yuyu's mother. Perhaps none of the mothers could. She glanced at her husband beside her. Oh, Jiangqing's Wu Yinzu? Why so silent? Why so reticent? Not in the mood to speak. Zhou Kongming's mouth twitched, looking utterly despondent. Haha, Li Ying laughed beside him. Accompany me shopping today, she said, making Zhou Kongming look even more despondent. After parking the car, they all got out. Xiao Dan ran straight towards Yuyu and Xiaoro, embracing them warmly. Yiqing also approached, shaking hands with Zhou Kongming. Everyone introduced themselves. I seem older than you, so I'll take the liberty to call you Brother Yi. Today, the children will be in your care, said Zhou Kongming. No trouble at all. Look how well they get along, Yiqing replied. We didn't expect you to arrive so early. Haha. This little girl woke her mother and me up early in the morning, all eager and impatient, so we hurried over, Zhou Kongming explained, after exchanging a few more pleasantries. Little Dan, we are leaving now. When Uncle Yi calls me tonight, I will come to pick you up. Bye-bye, Mom and Dad. With that, little Dan waved his chubby hand. Shortly thereafter, one by one, the other children arrived. Seeing that everyone was present, Yu Yu took on the role of organizer and host, saying, "Shall we head home?" "All right. I want to pet the little round cat," exclaimed one child. "I want to pet it too. I've always wanted to have a kitten, but my mom won't allow it." Let us set off. With the property vehicles escorting them, Yi Qing led the children to Villa number 3. Upon disembarking, little Dan looked at Yu Yu in awe. "Yu Yu, is this your home? It's so big." In the realm of children, concepts like villas or spacious apartments do not exist. They only understand big and small. Yu Yu and little Ro guided the children into the yard, proudly introducing them as if they were little adults. "This is the fish pond," Yu Yu announced, and several children gathered around, squatting by the pond to observe the koi within. "Yu Yu, the fish here are so plump," one child remarked. "Hee hee, there's fish food here. If you want to feed the fish, you can do so," Yu Yu replied, pulling out the fish food. She took a handful and scattered it across the water's surface. The koi, leisurely swimming, approached. Little Ro, employing her usual method of feeding fish, held a handful of food in her hand, waiting for a fish to come close so she could feed it directly. Yu Yu preferred to cast her net widely, while little Ro focused on ensuring each fish was well fed. Nearby, the other children joined in the feeding frenzy. "All right, let us return home and indulge in the joy of our little gathering." With that, Yu Yu led the children inside. A few girls, under her guidance, slipped into their slippers and dashed towards the room, eagerly heading for the little reunion. It seemed as though the little one sensed their presence, as it slowly poked its rotund head out from the room, capturing the hearts of the young girls. "Wow, is this the little one? How adorable, so fluffy. I wish to hold it." Yu Yu allowed everyone a chance to embrace the little creature, which behaved rather well. Meanwhile, the boys remained transfixed before the striking crimson dragon fish tank, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the two magnificent fish. "Don't you wish to pet the little cat?" Yi Qing approached a small boy, gently brushing against his cheek. "Uncle Yi, your two fish are so handsome. They look as if they were carved from jewels." Indeed, several other boys nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting admiration. "Do not be deceived by how leisurely these fish swim. They can indeed bite," Yi Qing remarked, visibly noticing a few children take a cautious step back. "Ha ha, children, over here we have snacks, fruits, and delightful desserts prepared for you. Feel free to indulge as if this were your own home. There's no need to hold back." As Yi Qing spoke, he caught sight of figures approaching from outside the villa, realizing that Lin Han and the others had arrived. He prepared to step out and greet them. The children, upon hearing Yi Qing's words, eagerly rushed outside, their hearts brimming with joy at the sight of the delightful offerings. "Thank you, Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi, you've worked hard." The children's voices of gratitude kept coming. Yi Qing waved his hand and walked out. However, the first to approach were Lin Yu, Zhou Ying, and other young masters and misses. Lin Han and Zhou Kai, however, did not appear. Bai Jishi went out to greet them and was now looking around, chatting and laughing. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. After all, the villa was truly luxurious. "Hello, Brother Yi, we're here." "Wow, your house really opens my eyes," Zhou Ying said, unable to help but marvel. "Why are only you here? I sent messages to Lin Han and Zhou Kai this morning. Why didn't they come? Could they still be asleep? Can't you too, as their elder sisters, exert some family pressure? I even asked them to come help with the kids. These two guys, are they waiting until mealtime to show up?" Yi Qing joked. Zhou Ying sighed. Zhou Kai had a little accident on the way, and Lin Han has already gone over. Chapter 24. I'll just have a taste first. Yi Qing frowned upon hearing Zhou Ying's words. What happened? It seems Zhou Kai was hit by an old man riding a tricycle on his way here. Anyway, it will probably go through insurance. They are handling it now, and we'll see later. Come on, let's go in and see Yu Yu and Xiao first. I've been longing to see these two little treasures, Zhou Ying said, pulling Lin Yu towards the villa. Upon entering the villa, they gazed in awe at the exquisite decor and arrangements, their mouths slightly agape in utter astonishment. The opulence was simply overwhelming. While they considered themselves relatively affluent, stepping into Yi Ji's abode felt akin to entering a grand palace. "Lin Yu, Zhou Ying, brother and sister, you have arrived," they exclaimed joyfully. Lin Yu's spirits lifted upon seeing a group of adorable little ones. She promptly picked one up and embraced it. Zhou Ying approached, observing the chubby cherub. "It seems little Tuan Yuan is well fed and well rested at your home. It has grown quite plump." "Indeed, my sister and I have been feeding it milk," Yu Yu chimed in proudly. "Impressive," Yi Qing remarked as she approached. "The task of looking after the children is now entrusted to you all. There are fruits and snacks available, so don't just stand there. Please begin to indulge. What? We are in charge of the children? Zoe glanced at the young ladies, who all rose to their feet. We came prepared. Each of us has brought a signature dish to showcase for lunch today. Absolutely. We can't let Bai Jie do all the work, they continued. Mistakenly believing Bai Jie she was responsible for the cooking. Bai Jie she quickly waved her hands to dispel the misunderstanding. No, it's not me cooking today. It's Yi Qing who will be preparing the meal. This revelation sparked feelings of envy and admiration in Lin Yu. What a remarkable boyfriend. Why can't heaven bestow such a blessing upon me? Beside her, Zoe could not help but twitch her lips. The thought of a boy cooking instilled a sense of trepidation within her. After all, Zhou Kai had once assured her with unwavering confidence that he could prepare a meal, only to present her with a plate of something utterly charred. To make matters worse, he had guilt-tripped her into taking a bite. The taste was unforgettable. This lingering shadow compelled Zoe to quickly retort, "Why don't we handle it, brother Yi? We can't possibly let you bear both the costs and the labor." Bai Jie approached, grasping her hand. "I'll manage things with Yi Qing. His cooking is quite delectable." "Oh, really?" Upon receiving Bai Jie's affirmation, though the others remained skeptical, they chose to refrain from further comments, dutifully embracing their roles in caring for the children. Yi Qing glanced at the time, pondering when Lin Han and Zhou Kai would finally arrive. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Zhou Kai stared at the shattered left rear light of the Maybach, then turned to the anxious old man beside him and the overturned tricycle, feeling utterly despondent. The old man continued to explain the brake failure, his face etched with regret and sorrow. As Zhou Kai sighed, a 911 sped into view, coming to a smooth halt. Lin Han exited the vehicle, immediately exclaiming, "Kai, after this, don't ever claim to be part of our circle. What kind of skills do you possess if you can crash on such a petty road? Is this not embarrassing?" Zhou Kai was already frazzled. After all, his own car had been left at the club due to a night of drinking, and today he had taken his mother's vehicle, only to find himself embroiled in this predicament. He took a puff of smoke, glanced at the elderly man, and sighed. "Old man, you may leave now. Do not be afraid. You need not compensate me. I will simply go through the insurance. You should return and fix your brakes. It is quite dangerous." Zhou Kai suppressed his inner agitation and spoke in a gentle tone. After watching the old man leave, profusely thanking him, Zhou's lips twitched. After all, it was unnecessary to make things difficult for someone of such advanced age. If he were to demand compensation, the old man likely could not afford it. It would be far swifter to proceed with the insurance. Although next year's premiums would rise, this was not his vehicle, and he was not responsible for the payments. At worst, he would face a reprimand from his mother upon returning home. Meanwhile, Lin Han circled the car and said, "You should quickly call the insurance company. Urge them to resolve this matter so we can leave." I rushed over as soon as I heard about the incident. Yigo must be anxious. It's our first gathering, and we've encountered such a situation. Those who know will think something went awry, while those who are unaware might assume we are acting pretentiously. I understand. Zhou Kai waved his hand and then made the call. After hanging up, his phone rang once more. Zhou Kai glanced at the caller ID, his lips twitching. He answered, trembling slightly, "Mom?" After ending the call, his expression soured to the utmost degree. He looked at Lin Han and said, "My dear brother, I am about to explode." What did Annie say?" "She told me to hurry and bring the car back, saying she has an important matter to attend to today and wants me to be her driver." Lin Han replied. "And what did you say? Do you not know my mother's temper? If I were to inform her like this, once she sees me, that hand strike could cleave my skull in two. Quickly, think of a way to borrow a car for me," Zhou Kai said to Lin Han. Lin Han shifted his body slightly, revealing the 911 behind him. "How about you drive my car and take my aunt over before he could finish?" He noticed Zhou Kai approaching with fury and hastily fell silent. "My mother is going to discuss business, not to race. Can we not find a more dignified vehicle? Something like a Bentley. A Mercedes S-Class would suffice." Zhou Kai could no longer tolerate Lin Han's absurdity. The words he had just spoken were hardly the musings of a rational mind. Where on earth am I supposed to borrow one now? Lin Han felt utterly helpless. Then he paused. "Hey, doesn't brother Yi have a Rolls Royce?" Drive a Rolls? His speaking of this, Zhou Kai hesitated somewhat. That would be a considerable leap in class. However, at this juncture, it seemed to be the only lifeline left. I wonder if brother Yi needs his car, Zhou Kai thought, feeling somewhat awkward to ask, yet left with no choice. He took out his phone and dialed. "Brother Yi, I have a favor to ask of you. My car was damaged, but I need a vehicle at home right now, so straightforward. Thank you, brother Yi. I'll be over shortly." After hanging up, Lin Han leaned in. So how was it? Isn't Brother Yi generous? However, I must caution you to exercise a degree of caution with Brother Ye's car. Understood. At this moment, Zhou Kai felt a warmth within his heart. He extended his hand towards Lin Han, who looked on with a puzzled expression and asked, "What are you doing?" Subsequently, he placed his hand in Zhou Kai's grasp, only to have it swiftly flung aside by Zhou Kai. "Do you have a penchant for the unconventional? I need you to hand over the keys. I shall seek out Brother Yi while you remain here to manage the incident." Goodness, if you hadn't mentioned it, who would have known? Lin Han sighed in resignation and relinquished the keys to Zhou Kai. "Take it slow." Understood. Zhou Kai waved his hand dismissively, hopped into the car, and pressed the accelerator down with fervor. The 911 erupted with a ferocious roar akin to that of a beast. The sports car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Oh my! Lin Han gazed at the receding vehicle, incredulous at Zhou Kai's notion of understanding. Alas, he had no choice but to patiently await the arrival of the insurance company. Meanwhile, within Villa Number 3, the atmosphere was filled with laughter. Hee ha ha, sister. Slow down. Lin Yu and the children were reveling in their joyful play. Eventually, Lin Yu found herself captured by the little girl, cornered on the sofa and besieged by the playful onslaught. As these soft, cherubic beings nestled closer, Lin Yu could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of her lips. Today, it seemed, she had been thoroughly healed by their innocent charm. "Tell me, how are you all so adorable?" Lin Yu scooped up little Ro, pressing her cheek against the child's cherubic face and playfully rubbing against it. Hee little Ro erupted into laughter and then planted a kiss on Lin Yu's cheek. In that instant, Lin Yu was rendered utterly speechless. Had she truly just been kissed by the little girl? What a delightful sensation. It was as if the maternal love gene within my bloodline had been awakened. "Sister Bai, your little girl kissed me," she exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. Why did she only kiss you? I want a kiss too," Zoe chimed in, drawing closer. Meanwhile, Yu embraced the moment and took a playful sip, declaring, this is quite refreshing. Haha. The nearby young gentleman observed the delightful antics of the young ladies with a sense of resignation. Indeed, it appeared that girls naturally attracted the affection of children, while these burly men found themselves largely ignored by the little ones. They could only nibble on fruits and engage in idle chatter. Bai Jiqi was preparing to enter the kitchen to assist Yi Qing with the cooking when suddenly, the sound of an engine rumbled from outside the villa. She stepped out to see Zhou Kai hastily descending, his hands laden with an array of exquisite fruits, evidently purchased along the way. "Everything at home is taken care of." "This is too generous," she remarked. "These are just some things I picked up on the way. Let us all share them," Zhou Kai replied. "Where's Lin Han? Wasn't he with you?" "He is still helping me deal with an incident. I came ahead to seek Brother Ye's assistance." "He's busy cooking," she informed him. "Cooking? Is Brother Yi really the one in charge of lunch?" Zhou Kai's lips twitched. He simply couldn't reconcile the suave Brother Yi with the image of a domestic cook, eliciting a reaction akin to that of everyone else. As they entered the villa, though Zhou Kai was not in the mood to appreciate the surroundings, he couldn't help but be awed by the opulence. "You're here? Has the incident been resolved? Where's Lin Han?" "I left him there to handle the incident while I came over first." Zhou Kai briefly recounted the situation. Upon hearing that their mother urgently needed the car, Zoe displayed a look of good luck on her face. "Please, don't look at me like that. It makes me a bit anxious." He sighed. "Never mind. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm off to find Brother Yi." With that, he and Bai Jiqi headed towards the kitchen, and after a moment's thought, Zoe followed suit. As they opened the kitchen door, a wave of heat rushed out, and flames danced energetically. There stood Yi Qing, deftly igniting the stove and skillfully stir-frying. On the other side, various ingredients were meticulously prepared, awaiting their turn in the pan. Zoe observed the neatly arranged dishes, marveling at the knife skills that surely reached the level of a master chef. The way he ignited the stove was simply breathtaking. His movements flowed like water. The aroma wafted toward her, seemingly making a desperate dash for her nostrils, instantly stirring her appetite. Zhou Kai stood there, eyes wide with disbelief, hardly able to comprehend what he was witnessing. Wow, Brother Yi possesses such culinary prowess? A true polymath. He wondered if he would be able to return in time for a taste. Bai Jiqi, with her eyes sparkling with joy, gazed at Yi Qing, her face radiating happiness. "Brother Yi." As Yi Qing completed a dish, Zhou Kai chimed in. "You've arrived. The keys are hanging by the entrance. Just take them and go." "Brother Yi, I cannot express my gratitude," Zhou Kai replied, while Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, gazing at the freshly cooked dishes, Zoe tugged at Bai Jishi, drawing her closer. Jishi, I wish to have a taste. Would that be inappropriate? It is of no concern. Let us first indulge ourselves. Bai Jishi could hardly contain her excitement as the two of them grasped a pair of new chopsticks each. They picked up the delicacies and brought them to their mouths, where the flavors burst forth. A delightful sensation coursed through them, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. It was simply divine. They exchanged a knowing glance, their intentions unmistakable. Just one more bite. And no more after that. They were poised to lower their chopsticks when a stern voice emerged from behind, startling them. Their expressions stiffened, akin to children caught in the act of pilfering candy, rendered momentarily frozen. After a brief pause, they turned to face the source of the voice. Embarrassment etched on their faces. We were merely sampling, they protested. Chapter 25. Jishi, your husband is truly remarkable. Wait outside. The smell of oil and smoke is overwhelming in here. Why linger? There will be ample food to feast upon shortly. Oh, they exclaimed in unison, expressing their grievances and dissatisfaction, only to be promptly ushered out by Yi Qing. Once the kitchen door swung shut, Zoe grasped by Jishi's hand. Jishi, Yi Ji's culinary skills are exceptional. You must feel so fortunate. I envy you for having such a wonderful husband. Upon hearing the term husband, a blush crept across by Jishi's cheeks. After all, he was to be her future spouse. In her mind, the title of husband could only be conferred after they were wed. Yet, Yi Qing's role felt somewhat ambiguous. Perhaps fiancé would be a more fitting designation. Yes, that seemed more accurate. Shortly thereafter, Zoe returned to the group of children. What have you been up to just now? You return with such a radiant glow. Have you consumed some miraculous elixir? Lin Yu inquired, observing her friend's blissful expression. That's a secret, but soon you'll find out, Zoe teased, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Especially since Brother Yi was set to prepare an elaborate feast at noon. She gazed enviously at the two young girls, reflecting on their fortunate circumstances. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Kai drove into the underground garage of their home. He retrieved his phone. Mom, I've arrived. Just wait a moment. I'm coming down now. I need to discuss something with you. I took your Maybach out today, but it got into an accident. So I've arranged for a different vehicle to pick you up. What? Zhao Meiwan, already anxious, hurried into the elevator upon receiving Zhou Kai's call. To her dismay, as soon as she stepped inside, she was met with such disheartening news. She had intended to use the Maybach to impress during her loan financing meeting. What was she to do now? This unreliable boy wouldn't dare send her over in a sports car, would he? But there was no time to borrow another vehicle. This troublesome child. Zhao Meijuan's lips twitched in frustration, and unfortunately, the elevator had no signal, preventing her from hearing Zhou Kai's subsequent words. She could only hope for the best as she descended. Upon exiting the elevator, she stepped outside, ready to embark, only to catch sight of a Rolls-Royce parked before her. SSS. This brand new Rolls-Royce, with its impeccable waistline, is unmistakably fresh off the lot, distinctly different from those rented for weddings. How did you manage to borrow this car? What are you talking about, Mom? My connections are vast. Come on, get in the car. And let's talk about how you managed to wreck my car. Before getting in, Zhao Meiwan checked the soles of her shoes, ensuring they were clean before she took her seat in the back. TSK, this car, it's really different from mine. Right? Don't worry, you'll definitely succeed today. So, my young master, aren't you always boasting about your driving skills? How come when it's your car, you're a pro, but when it's mine, you're not? That's not it. I was extra cautious driving your car, but an old man hit me. It was his fault. Zhou Kai protested his innocence. Following his mother's instructions, he headed towards the Huahong Bank's Jiangqing branch. Shortly after, at the entrance of Huahong Bank, Zhong Jianda and Vice President Tian Yi were returning from outside. Let's have a meeting in my room later. Sure, President Zhong. Tian Yi took out his phone. I'll call the people I have an appointment with and ask them to wait until after the meeting to discuss. Just as Zhong Jianda was about to leave, a strikingly majestic black vehicle approached from a distance. Zhong Jianda glanced at it, then at the license plate, and his heart skipped a beat. This is Mr. Ye's car. His proposal had yet to be perfected, and just as he was preparing to consult with Tian Yi once more, Mr. Yi arrived. What could this mean? Did he perceive a delay in action? Was there an intention to transfer funds to another bank? In an instant, Zhong Jianda felt as though his head might explode. He was determined to retain Mr. Yi, this significant client. He hastened towards the vehicle. Observing this, Tian Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. When had the bank president ever exhibited such eagerness? Clearly, the individual within the car was of considerable importance. Consequently, he quickened his pace to follow suit. The vehicle came to a halt. Zhong Jianda opened the rear door, only to discover a woman inside. "Oh, General Manager Zhao? You have arrived?" Tian Yi, trailing behind, was equally puzzled. Had Zhao Meiwan switched cars? Astonishingly, she was now in a luxury vehicle. Noticing the confusion on the bank president's face, he proceeded to introduce the two. It turned out to be General Manager Zhao. Zhong Jianda extended his hand, and Zhao Meiwan reciprocated. Bank President Zhong. Zhao Meiwan felt a flutter of anxiety within her, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Today, she had clearly been in discussions with the vice president, who had maintained an air of superiority. Now, not only had the bank president arrived, but he also personally opened the door for her. How had her treatment changed so drastically? "General Manager, are you friends with Mr. Yi? This car belongs to him, doesn't it?" Zhong Jianda inquired. "Mr. Yi?" Zhao Meiwan was taken aback, quickly recalling that her son had mentioned a friend named Yi Qing who had offered to lend him a vehicle. "Yi Qing? He is my son's good friend. I had an accident with my car today, so I came here in Yi Qing's vehicle." "Ah, it appears that General Manager Zhao and Mr. Yi share a connection of this nature." Upon learning the situation, Zhong Jianda visibly exhaled in relief, his spirits lifting considerably. "So, what brings General Zhao here today?" he inquired. In response, Tian Yi began to elucidate. "Well, General Zhao, let us discuss matters in my office. Xiao Tian, please prepare my finest tea." As Zhong Jianda spoke, he gestured courteously toward Zhao. "After you, President Zhong," Zhao Meiwan replied, somewhat taken aback, glancing at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai seemed to grasp the significance of the moment, reflecting, "Wow, does Brother Yi wield such influence?" President Zhong treats him like family. He patted the car, his intentions clear, and Zhao Meiwan nodded in agreement. Today, she felt as though she were waving a tiger's skin as a banner. It appeared that the affairs of the day would unfold favorably. This young man had inadvertently facilitated a fortunate turn of events. Zhao Meiwan followed along, while Zhou Kai remained in the car, increasingly astonished. "Goodness, Brother Ye's prowess is truly formidable," he mused. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that his life was likely secured this time. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Kai sent a message of gratitude to Yi Qing. Ding! Inside the villa, the sound of a notification echoed, yet no one attended to it. Yi Qing opened the door, calling out, "Everyone, come help serve the dishes." At that, Zhou Ying dashed out, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Why is she in such a rush? Chapter 26. You can't eat it cold, don't you know? Here they come. Zhou Ying exclaimed as she hurried towards the kitchen. Although the others were puzzled, they swiftly followed suit to assist in serving the dishes. After all, they had spent the entire morning entertaining the children, contributing little in terms of assistance. It would be rather unreasonable not to lend a hand now. Upon entering the kitchen, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing them to halt in their tracks. They gazed in awe at the array of dishes before them, inhaling the mouth-watering scent. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that these exquisite dishes were all prepared by Yi Qing alone? How astonishing! The presentation was impeccable, worthy of a five-star chef's artistry. The alluring fragrance was simply irresistible. They exchanged glances with Zhou Ying and suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Zhou Ying had been so distracted upon returning from the kitchen. She must have had a taste of the dishes when Yi Qing called for help. Caught in her act, Zhou Ying felt a twinge of guilt under their scrutinizing gazes. "Let us not dawdle any longer. We should assist in serving the dishes," one of them urged. "Yi Ge, these dishes look absolutely delectable. I suspect you've already indulged," Lin Yu remarked, playfully exposing her best friend's facade, leaving Zhou Ying blushing furiously. Though the children could not see the dishes on the table, they too caught a whiff of the delightful aroma, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Uncle Yi, we want to help too," exclaimed one child. "Daddy, it smells so good," chimed in Xiao Rou, eager to lend a hand. As they spoke, everyone joined in to assist. With each plate placed in the children's hands, they gazed at the culinary creations, striving to restrain their appetites, fearful of letting drool escape. In a short while, the expansive dining table was laden with victuals. Zhou Ying, Lin Yu, and others were capturing the moment with photographs, while the children, visibly eager, restrained their impatience, awaiting the adults' lead. The spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Honestly, Yi, if you were to ever inaugurate a restaurant, we would undoubtedly patronize it. Irrespective of the taste, the presentation alone, with its meticulously crafted sense of ceremony, would be ample reason to check in and broadcast it on social media. Alas, Lin Han and Zhou Kai are to be denied this gustatory pleasure today. Very well. I shall partake of his portion then, Zoe declared as she reached towards her waist. What are you doing? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. As Zoe adjusted her small leather belt. I am merely loosening my belt, so as to accommodate a more generous repast. Haha. Then I shall consume Lin Han's portion as well. Lin Yu responded, her spirits elevated. Subsequently, a voice echoed from beyond the threshold. Yi, I have arrived. Lin Han's voice reverberated. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where Lin Han stood, bearing 2 large bags. My apologies, I am late. Upon entering, Lin Han's attention was immediately drawn to the sanguine dragonfish, but cognizant of his tardiness, he did not linger in the hall, proceeding directly to the dining room. There, he beheld the table's lavish spread. Lin Han. Good heavens, Yi, is this not excessively extravagant? Is this not merely a simple gathering? Was it truly necessary to engage a private chef for a domestic setting? We could have prepared something simple. With this utterance, Zoe could not suppress her laughter. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle, though upon reflection, Lin Han's current demeanor likely mirrored their own earlier antics in the kitchen. What are you laughing at? We're laughing at you. Spouting nonsense without knowing anything. Let me tell you, these dishes were all prepared by Brother Yi and Jishi. No, I just helped a little. Bai Jishi quickly waved her hands, as she had indeed only contributed a bit before being ushered out of the kitchen by Yi Qing. What? Brother, you made this? Lin Han looked at the table in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. He then glanced at Yi Qing. Brother Yi, with his delicate, scholarly appearance, can cook? And so well? Lin Han hadn't expected to make such a blunder right off the bat. He quickly lifted the bag he was holding. I brought some fine wine, and I also bought some healthier drinks for the kids. Here, if you like wine, have some, and if you prefer drinks, help yourselves. Lin Han took it upon himself to serve, pouring for everyone before finding his seat. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Yi Qing raised his glass. Everyone followed suit, and the children felt as though they had grown up, lifting their glasses high and clinking them politely with those around them before taking a hearty sip. Let's eat. At Yi Qing's word, everyone began to dig in. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delicious. I take back what I said earlier. It's not just about the presentation anymore. The flavor surpasses anything I've had at 5-star restaurants. It's truly astonishing. You must try this lobster ball. And this lamb chop is genuinely stunning. How does one articulate Buddha jumps over the wall? The young masters and misses deliberated, though the children, unburdened by such contemplations, had already commenced their culinary exploration with unrestrained enthusiasm. Their appetites, however, were modest, and a mere sampling of each dish sufficed to satiate them. Xiaodan, reclining languidly in her chair, patted her distended belly, a wistful expression adorning her face. Yu, Xiaoro, you are truly blessed, she sighed, her words imbued with heartfelt envy. Several other children, overhearing her pronouncement, nodded in fervent agreement. Indeed, you are most fortunate. You must visit us often, Bai Jishi entreated, gently stroking the children's heads. Very well, they chorused in unison. As they conversed, Yi Qing entered the kitchen and soon emerged, bearing 2 platters of dessert, fried ice cream. Behold, a postprandial delight. Yi Qing placed 1 platter before the children and the other before the ladies, much to the chagrin of the gentlemen present. Ah, the children and ladies exclaimed, their eyes widening in delight at the sight of the sweet treat. Lin Yu, after partaking in a single bite, covered her mouth in astonishment. The juxtaposition of icy coolness and fiery warmth, a veritable symphony of sensations, is simply irresistible, she declared. Jishi, you must partake. Bai Jishi, her countenance alight with anticipation, reached for her chopsticks, but a subtle cough emanated from nearby, capturing her attention. She met Yi Qing's gaze, and upon perceiving the gravity in his eyes, her expression softened, tinged with a hint of melancholy. She was acutely aware of her delicate condition, yet the allure of the fried ice cream proved difficult to resist. Her eyes, beseeching, conveyed her silent plea. She wore a countenance of plaintive vulnerability, a tactic, however, that proved ineffectual against Yi Qing. He gently tapped Bai Jishi's hand, dislodging it from its elevated position. Instantly, Bai Jishi's lips formed a pout substantial enough to suspend an oil flask. Yi Qing, too, rose to his feet. What is transpiring here? Zhua Ying and Lin Yu, observing from the sidelines, were utterly perplexed, questioning the cause of this sudden shift. Had they not been immersed in amorous affection moments prior? Shortly thereafter, they witnessed Yi Qing placing a small portion of brown sugar glutinous rice cakes before Bai Jishi. This is a confection for you. Upon observing the brown sugar, then the ice cream, and recalling Yi Qing and Bai Jishi's earlier interaction, the girls instantly comprehended. Oh, so that's the situation. While the boys were initially slow to grasp the matter, they eventually came to the same realization. The girls feigned protest, "Brother Yi, why do we not receive any? This is her exclusive delicacy," Yi Qing stated unreservedly, his words causing a delicate blush to adorn Bai Jishi's ears. Chapter 27. Assault by Affection. Good heavens, we come to partake in a meal, only to be subjected to your public displays of affection. Indeed, indeed. Humph. As if we lack the means to engage in similar displays. Thus spoke the assembly. Yi Qing, reclining in his chair, imbibed a glass of water and said with a smile, "If it displeases you, you are at liberty to depart." The assembly. How can one issue an expulsion order so readily? Such conduct is unacceptable. The main course has yet to arrive. Alternatively, you could escort your respective partners here. I am indifferent to the prospect. The addition of another pair of chopsticks is of no consequence. The assembly fell silent once more, particularly Lin Yu and Zhuo Ying, who had been the most vociferous moments earlier, now rendered speechless. After all, they truly have no partners. Now being publicly shamed is utterly mortifying. Bai Jishi, watching Yi Qing's indiscriminate magical assault, couldn't help but cover her mouth with a light chuckle. This guy is really too mischievous. With just a few jokes, he silenced the entire room. "Sis, Brother Yi called me a single dog," Lin Han said. "Stop barking and eat your meal. Do you think I wasn't insulted too?" Lin Yu retorted. Everyone burst into laughter, and they learned their lesson. Never provoke Brother Yi again. Brother Yi is like a nuclear bomb. With just a word, he can obliterate them completely. Meanwhile, inside a Rolls-Royce, Zhou Kai leaned back, scrolling through his phone. "Mama's been inside for a while now. It's almost 12:30. Looks like I won't make it to the gathering today. I should apologize to Brother Yi. Ugh, this whole mess has left me starving." He opened WeChat, ready to message Yi Qing, when he noticed his sister had posted on her moments. He clicked on it, and a curse slipped out. "What? This lunch looks amazing. So many dishes and all so exquisite. What? I thought it was just a casual get-together." He had expected a simple meal, nothing fancy. But now, damn it, it's all because of Dad. Zhou Kai couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment. He zoomed in on the photos, examining each dish. Damn, why does my sister have such a good phone? The photos are so clear, the quality so high. I can almost smell the aroma through the screen. Zhou Kai immediately dialed a call. Initially, an apology was offered, only to be met with ridicule from the group, lamenting the missed opportunity to taste Yi Qing's cooking. Upon discovering it was Brother Yi who had prepared the meal, Zhou Kai's sentiments aligned closely with the others. Determined, he decided to ask his sister to pack him some for dinner and promptly sent a message to Zhou Ying. Shortly thereafter, his mother emerged with President Zhong and Vice President Tian, all wearing cheerful smiles. He stepped out of the car, observing his mother. "President Zhong, it's already this late. How about we have lunch at Haiwa Bay? I feel quite apologetic for taking up so much of your time." After a moment's hesitation, President Zhong graciously accepted, signaling for his private car to approach. Zhao Meiwan boarded the vehicle, her smile unwavering. Watching his mother, Zhou Kai sensed that things had gone smoothly. "Mom, how did it go? It seems like the outcome was favorable, though you were in there for quite a while. Did it involve some intense negotiations?" Reflecting on Zhou Kai's inquiry, Zhao Meiwan recalled the events in President Zhong's office. She was warmly welcomed upon entry, served with exquisite tea. The main agenda was swiftly addressed, with all necessary formalities promptly completed. The remainder of their time was spent in casual conversation, though President Zhong subtly probed about her relationship with Mr. Yi. Zhao Meiwan, no fool, realized that the warm reception she received was largely due to the car and her son's influential friend. "Zhao Kai, what exactly is the background of your friend?" she inquired. "To be precise, my knowledge is somewhat vague, but I believe he resides in the same villa district as Lin Han, purportedly in Villa Number 3. He seems to be quite affluent. Yi was introduced to the club by Lin Han, initially to select a kitten for his 2 daughters, and we subsequently developed a pleasant rapport. He has children?" Zhao Meiwan had assumed her son's acquaintances were all relatively young, and was surprised to learn that he already had children. Indeed, 2 girls, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, and irresistibly adorable. Merely gazing upon them is enough to melt one's heart. "How old is this friend of yours?" "Ah, you've touched upon a crucial point. Yi and his wife exude an aura of peculiarity. Their visages appear to be no older than 18, remarkably youthful, yet their children are of considerable age. It's evident that the children are not adopted, as they bear a striking resemblance to their parents. In essence, if the children are 4 or 5 years old, and considering the year-long gestation period, it's implausible that they could have conceived at the age of 18. They must be at least 26 or 27 years old. One can only speculate as to their secrets of preservation. It's as if they've discovered the elixir of eternal youth. Observe them. They married at such an early age and are already blessed with 2 beautiful daughters. Their parents must be so relieved. And then there are you and your sister. Our family's financial circumstances are not lacking. So why are you both still unmarried? Could you perhaps put forth a modicum of effort? Your mother is becoming increasingly anxious. Zhou Kai, who had been enthusiastically sharing his anecdotes, had his fervor abruptly extinguished by his mother's words. Why the sudden barrage of criticism? Alas, if I could find such a beautiful girlfriend, I would hasten to marry and have children as well, murmured Zhou Kai. What did you just mutter? Do you have a grievance against me? I am wronged. Zhou Kai replied helplessly. Zhao Meiwan remained silent for a moment. Forget it. I want to discuss this with you. It only makes me angry. Today, as events owe much to your friend, everything proceeded smoothly. Please find an opportunity to arrange a meeting. I wish to express my gratitude properly. Very well. Seeing that I was spared from further ire, Zhou Kai quickly agreed. Still lamenting the delightful meal he had missed out on at noon, he vowed to reclaim something at the dining table later. It's all the old man's fault. Within the villa, everyone had cleared the dishes into the kitchen. Lin Yu gazed at the leftover food, contemplating whether it could be packed to take home. However, this thought was swiftly quashed. How embarrassing it would be to eat at someone else's home and then take food away. She glanced at those around her and realized they shared her sentiments. Zhou felt equally embarrassed. Yet soon after, she looked at her phone, and a smile blossomed on her face. However, it was still too soon to speak of it. All done with the cleanup? Uncle will put on a movie for you all, Yi Qing announced to the little ones. Yay, I want to watch Peppa Pig. A little while later, Yi Qing and the others settled on the sofa, enjoying the film alongside the children. A person holding a child is incredibly soothing. This sentiment made the young ladies feel that even the cartoons became more enjoyable. After watching for several hours, Yi Qing glanced at the time, realizing it was almost the hour when the children's parents had agreed to pick them up. All right, it's almost time. Your parents will be here soon, Yi Qing said. The children jumped off the sofa. Let's go together then, Lin Yu said, standing up as well. Zhou looked at Yi Qing, somewhat embarrassed. Brother Yi, there's something I need to trouble you with. What is it? Zhou Kai saw the photos we posted on our social media, the dishes from lunch. And he's insisting that I bring some back for him, Zhou explained, showing Yi Qing the message Zhou Kai had sent her. Lin Han. Lin Yu. Perfect excuse. Brilliant. Chapter 28. A bullet from the past strikes right between the eyes. Everyone looked at Zhou. Even the children's faces showed a look of realization, as if to say, so that's how you can do it. Then, Zhou watched as Bai Jishi brought out a takeout box and took it. All right, don't worry about me. I'll just pack some for Zhou Kai to eat, she said, though her expression clearly indicated she wanted to pack more. Lin Yu opened her mouth, then blushed. Brother Yi, I think it's better this way. The remaining dishes are leftovers. You'll have to reheat them for dinner, and who knows how many meals they'll last. Perhaps we should all take some to go and enjoy it later. After a few words, Lin Han nodded in agreement. Sister, your reasoning is quite persuasive. The affluent young men, women, and children nearby echoed the sentiment, seeing it as a convenient excuse. Yes, Uncle Yi, let's pack some to take with us. Hee, I'd like some to go as well. Despite their initial hesitation, Bai Jishi discerned the expressions of those around her and, though amused, she understood. After all, Yi Qing's cooking was exceptionally delectable. She, however, remained unconcerned, knowing that as his future wife, she could always cajole Yi Qing into cooking for her whenever she desired. A sense of pride welled up within Bai Jishi as she contemplated this. She handed out the takeaway containers, and everyone began packing the remaining dishes until nothing was left. Let's go. Brother Yi, I'll escort these little sprouts outside, Lin Han said, playfully patting a young boy beside him. I'm not a little sprout, the boy retorted indignantly. I'm a big boy now. Haha, all right, a big boy. The boy's puffed up cheeks and eagerness to appear grown up elicited smiles from everyone. In childhood, there's always a desire to grow up, while adults often yearn for the carefree days of their youth. Yi Qing and the others accompanied the children to the entrance of the residential area, where several parents were already waiting. Upon seeing them emerge, they waved in greeting. Zhou Kongming and his wife hurried over to their child as soon as they spotted him. He gazed at Yi Qing, his countenance etched with gratitude. After all, the girl's presence at home on weekends was often disruptive, depriving them of much-needed respite and precluding certain intimate moments. Today, Yi Qing and the others had graciously taken on the responsibility of caring for the children, granting the couple a precious day of leisure. The other parents shared similar sentiments, their gazes reflecting profound appreciation for Yi Qing. As Zhou Kongming ambled along, his attention was drawn to an object clutched in Xiao Dan's hands. What's this? He inquired, turning to his wife. Look at what our daughter is carrying. It appears to be a takeout container, and it seems to contain some food. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kongming sighed and gently struck his forehead. What was his daughter up to? It was perfectly acceptable to dine at their host's home, but to take food as well? However, he then noticed that the other children and the young adults were also carrying takeout containers. It seemed that everyone had packed some food together, which was somewhat reassuring. Daddy, Mommy, you've come to pick me up, Xiao Dan exclaimed, throwing herself into Zhou Kongming's arms. Zhou Kongming scooped her up and approached Yi Qing. Brother Yi, thank you for your efforts today. Has this little one been causing any trouble? Xiao Dan wasn't causing trouble at all. Xiao Dan was very well behaved. Xiao Dan retorted, pouting her lips. Why are you getting upset? Of course, Xiao Dan was very well behaved. Yi Qing chuckled, reaching out to gently pinch her cheek. It wasn't any trouble at all. All the children were very well behaved. Are you free tomorrow? Come to my house, and I'll show off my culinary skills, Zhou Kongming earnestly invited. However, Yi Qing waved his hand, saying, Brother, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. He contemplated the visit to Bai Zhixie's parents, as he had yet to fulfill the system's task. All right, let us reschedule for another day. Zhou Kongming greeted everyone and departed with his child. The other parents followed suit, taking their children away. Yu Yu and Xiaoro stood beside Yi Qing and Bai Zhixie, waving goodbye with a sense of reluctance. Once the parents had left, a Rolls-Royce approached from the distance. Our car god has finally returned, Lin Han remarked with a smile. Zhou Kai halted the vehicle and, upon noticing the gathering, quickly exited. Wow, how did you all know I was coming? Did you organize a welcoming committee for me? This is rather embarrassing. My face isn't that grand. His remark left everyone in silence. Lin Han responded, Well, on one hand, you possess some self-awareness to realize that we are indeed waiting for you. On the other hand, you also understand that your face isn't quite that large. We are merely escorting the children back, and you happen to arrive. Zhou shot him a glance, retorting with irritation. Oh, I see how it is. Zhou Kai scratched his head and then returned the car keys to Yi Qing. Brother Yi, thank you immensely for your help today. My mother mentioned she might be free tomorrow for a meal. Tomorrow won't work. Yi Qing gestured dismissively. I have plans, but I do have quite a few appointments lined up. Tell your mother that it was merely a small favor, and there's no need to concern herself with it. Now, you all should head back. Farewell, Brother Yi. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, Brother Yi. They exchanged pleasantries and took their leave. Let's return as well, Yi Qing suggested, preparing to drive the children back. A glance revealed that Zhou Kai was quite meticulous. His vehicle was filled with fuel and gleamed with a pristine shine. Upon arriving home, Yo-Yo inquired, Dad, you mentioned earlier that we have plans for tomorrow. Where are we going? Shall we visit Grandma and Grandpa? Yes, let's go to Grandma and Grandpa's. The children's faces instantly blossomed with joy, as it seemed their grandparents' home held many cherished memories for them. Then, Dad, can we bring some snacks to enjoy? Of course. Is Annie at home? Yo-Yo asked. Auntie. Yi Qing glanced at Bai Zhixie, who in turn looked at the two girls, recalling her younger sister, Bai Zhiling. The girl was currently in her second year of high school, enjoying a relatively relaxed schedule, particularly on weekends, so she should be at home. Bai Zhixie nodded in affirmation. We must bring plenty of snacks then. Annie always tries to steal our treats. Yo-Yo exclaimed in frustration. What? Bai Zhixie was momentarily taken aback, gritting her teeth as she thought of Bai Zhiling. My dear sister, how could you still be pilfering snacks from your two little nieces at your age? How ambitious you are. Yet, gradually, Bai Zhixie's indignation waned. After all, Bai Zhiling was only 2 or 3 years her junior, and she too had, in her youth, taken advantage of her elder sister's status to snatch away her share of snacks. Sighing, Bai Zhixie felt the weight of nostalgia, the past, like a bullet, traversed through time, striking her squarely in the forehead. Chapter 29. A visit to grandmother and grandfather's house. We must take extra provisions, Bai Zhixie sighed. No worries. We have grandmother's protection. Whenever Annie snatches our snacks, we simply call for grandmother, and she always comes to our aid," Yu Yu declared with hands on her hips, while the nearby Xiaoro nodded in agreement. It seems that their mother still wields significant influence, a smile gracing Bai Ziqi's lips. Yi Qing, listening nearby, had not anticipated having such a sister-in-law. It appears he must prepare an abundance of gifts for tomorrow. Thankfully, he had prepared one extra today. This afternoon, President Zhong had messaged him, inquiring about a limited edition luxury brand jewelry, which Yi Qing had purchased a few pieces of, expected to arrive by morning. Tomorrow, he would also acquire some cigarettes and liquor for his future father-in-law, along with some Dahong Pao tea, and that should suffice. Although this marks his first visit, the emphasis lies not on this, but rather on the two children. For the first time, he intends to present a grand gift to his future in-laws. Lost in thought, his phone began to ring. Is it Zhou Kongming? It must be Xiaodan calling. Here, Yu Yu, Xiaoro, it's a call from Xiaodan. Yi Qing handed the phone over. Xiaodan, have you arrived home yet? Yes, I just got home. Please thank Uncle Yi for his hospitality, and Yu Yu, thank you as well. I had a wonderful time today. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Zhou Kongming closed the door behind him. Daughter, tonight you must try the meal prepared by your Uncle Yi. Is it truly as delicious as you claimed during the entire ride? Certainly. What did you play today? You haven't told your mother yet. Li Ying inquired. Today, we first played in this exceptionally large courtyard. Uncle Yi has many beautiful koi fish, all kept in a pond. And I even fed them. Then, there are two enormous red arowanas at home, so stunning. After that, we went to find Xiao Tuan Yuan to play, and soon other brothers and sisters arrived. There were over a dozen of us, and we began to play Eagle Catches Chicks. Zhou Xiaodan spoke, while Zhou Kongming seemed to capture something. He quickly took out his phone and displayed a few pictures in front of his daughter. Darling, is this the red arowana you mentioned? Yes, Dad, that's it. Those two fish are so big. Li Ying leaned closer, her eyes widening as she looked at the price. Each one costs over $1 million. What? Is it really that extravagant? And the large courtyard, the enormous living room. Wealthy people are indeed different. No wonder they can maintain such quality. Brother Yi, there are still many areas where you surpass me, Zhou Kongming remarked, only to be met with his wife's silent gaze. His confidence gradually diminished. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Just a bit stronger. $1 billion. That's no problem, Li Ying chuckled. However, I am curious. Is Yi Qing's cooking really that delicious? My cooking isn't bad either. I've spoiled this girl's taste so much that she can say someone else's food is better. I'd like to give it a try. I want to try too. Two individuals approached, wielding chopsticks, and opened the takeout boxes. After savoring a few bites, they stood frozen in astonishment. They exchanged glances, each discovering profound shock reflected in the other's eyes. How incredibly delicious. And this is merely cooled. One can only imagine its exquisite taste fresh from the pot. Li Ying gazed at Zhou Xiaodan and remarked slowly, Our little pig has finally tasted something exquisite. I am not a little pig, Zhou Xiaodan retorted, dashing over to cling to Li Ying's leg. Indeed, my daughter is no little pig, Zhou Kongming chimed in, though his gaze lingered on the dishes, acknowledging, yet, this certainly is a delicacy. In Villa Number 3, Yi Qing had been practicing calligraphy with Xiao Rou for a while. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Rou was progressing by leaps and bounds. She was already much more proficient than the previous day, and her strokes now conveyed a hint of artistic essence. Excellent. As for Yu Yu, she had a greater affinity for music. Yi Qing planned to introduce her to musical instruments upon returning from his father-in-law's home, or perhaps undertake a systematic study of music, as he was now capable of providing guidance. That evening, after their nightly rituals, the four of them settled into bed. The two young girls, having spent the entire day frolicking, were utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. Not only them, but even the little, who did not scurry about the house that night, also drifted off to sleep. In the darkness, by Ji, she turned to Yi Qing and asked, Do you think my parents will accept them? To which he replied, We can only do our best. The outcome rests beyond our control. Upon hearing the descriptions from Yu Yu and Xiaoro, it is evident that their grandparents are exceedingly affectionate towards them, a phenomenon often referred to as the special bond between generations. Please ensure that all pertinent materials are prepared for tomorrow. All right then, thank you, Yi Qing. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could consider a change in address. Yi Qing nonchalantly remarked, then reclined, adopting a posture that invited her embrace. Change the address? To what? Husband? This rogue is taking liberties with her words. Although these terms may eventually be necessary, they have yet to share even a tender kiss. I refuse to change it. You have not yet pursued me successfully, Bai Ziqi retorted, her pride evident. Oh, did you not claim you could walk 90? Yi Qing began dismissively, but her words trailed off abruptly. Meanwhile, Bai Ziqi felt her lips twitch at Yi Qing's remark. This was what Yi Qing had said when she was intoxicated. She believed Yi Qing had truly succumbed to inebriation. How could Yi Qing possibly know? Yi Qing had been feigning sleep. Then, did that mean she was aware of everything she had said, and even the kiss? How utterly mortifying. In an instant, Bai Ziqi felt her face flush to the utmost degree. As for Yi Qing, she quickly curled up, allowing the playful punches from Bai Ziqi to land on her back. Let them fall, it doesn't hurt. Even though they were in such a position, the following morning unfolded with the familiar sound of waves. Yu Yu and Xiaoro awoke first and, noticing the two still asleep, teased, "Humph, Mommy and Daddy are such lazybones, still in bed, while the little ones rise early." Indeed, Xiaoro chimed in. They were aware that they would be visiting their grandparents today, which filled them with excitement, prompting them to rise from bed without delay upon waking. In contrast, Yi Qing and her companion had stayed up late the previous night and were burdened with thoughts, resulting in a much later awakening. "Xiaoro, let us freshen up," Yiyo suggested. After they had completed their morning routines and returned, they noticed that their companions were still asleep. They spent some time playing with Xiao Tuan Yuan. Yet upon returning, their friends remained unresponsive. After a brief wait, still no signs of waking. Yiyo, emulating the method that future Yi Qing would utilize to rouse Bai Ziqi, playfully smacked her on the backside. "Mommy, the sleepyhead, it's time to rise." Chapter 30. A glimpse of white dazzles Yi Qing's eyes. Bai Ziqi, who had been dozing while embracing Yi Qing, suddenly felt a sharp tap on her rear. Instantly alert, she exclaimed and shot upright, her gaze still clouded with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. It was then that she caught sight of Yiyo, the one who had playfully struck her. How impressive. As expected, Daddy's tactic is effective. Mommy is awake at once. Yiyo, you mustn't speak nonsense. What do you mean by Daddy's tactic? How could you spank Mommy? Bai Ziqi chided, rubbing her backside. You ought to be gentler. You might leave a mark. But alas, this is hardly the time for bathing or inspection. Ouch. Indeed. Yiyo mimicked Daddy's actions. Whenever Mommy would sleep in and refuse to rise for meals, Daddy would give her a little tap, and she would awaken instantly. Hush, Yo-Yo whispered, preparing to say more when Bai Ziqi directly covered her mouth. It was far too embarrassing. However, it seemed that in the future, Yi Qing had indeed found the right place. This was a sensitive area for her. The slap just now left her feeling tingly and numb. No wonder Yi Qing had resorted to such a method to wake her up. It was remarkably effective. Yet, she knew she must not reveal this to him, for it would undoubtedly lead to her own misfortune. Moreover, their father had yet to rise. Yo-Yo and Xiaoro climbed onto the bed, each taking a side as they began to shake Yi Qing. Daddy, it's time to get up. What time is it? Are we still going to Grandpa's house? Come on, wake up. Amidst the gentle calls, Yi Qing groggily opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was barely 7 o'clock. At that moment, he felt a bit dazed. He looked at Bai Ziqi and said, "What are you doing waking someone up at this hour? It's still early." Bai Ziqi playfully reproached him, blaming Yi Qing for teaching their daughter such peculiar methods of waking someone up. All right, Daddy's getting up," he sighed, heading to wash up with Bai Ziqi. After all, he was still a male university student, and waking up at 9 o'clock seemed rather reasonable to him. After washing up and having breakfast, Yi Qing's phone rang. He stepped outside, and a moment later, he opened the trunk to retrieve something. Then, he came back inside, carrying several small boxes. Upon entering, he opened the first box to reveal a delicate necklace nestled within. The necklace, entirely adorned in silvery white, is embellished with gemstones. Though modest in size, their collective arrangement exudes an air of elegance intertwined with a playful charm, making it particularly suitable for a poised and graceful young lady. For Bai Ziqi, it may feel slightly out of place, yet its beauty overshadows any discomfort. How exquisite! The two young girls gazed in admiration, while Yu Yu playfully stretched her neck forward. "It's not for you." Yi Qing gently patted her head, then turned to Bai Ziqi. "Ziqi, this is for you. Allow me to adorn you." Noticing Bai Ziqi's hesitation, Yi Qing swiftly moved behind her, gathering her hair. "Hold your hair up," Yi Qing instructed, and Bai Ziqi complied. As Yi Qing placed the necklace around her neck, she occasionally caressed the smooth, snowy skin of her neck, causing Bai Ziqi to shiver slightly. How sensitive she is, Yi Qing mused, refraining from teasing her further as she secured the necklace in place. All done, Yi Qing announced, leading Bai Ji to the mirror for a closer inspection, with the two little girls trailing behind. Wow, how beautiful, Mama. Yes, yes. Yu Yu and Xiao Rou showered her with praise. Indeed, quite lovely, Yi Qing concurred, nodding approvingly. Noticing the envious gazes of the two girls, she added, Now, do not envy your mother. Your father has prepared gifts for you as well. Really? Thank you, Daddy. The two girls scampered behind Yi Qing like little shadows, eager to keep pace. Here, these are for you. Yi Qing pointed to two boxes, addressing the two little ones. One for each of you, now open them slowly. Subsequently, two exquisite bracelets materialized before their eyes, resembling closely the style of Bai Ji's. They could indeed be categorized as matching parent-child accessories. How beautiful, Daddy! Yo-Yo exclaimed, casting a glance at Yi Qing, her eyes shimmering with joy and excitement. Beside her, Xiao Rou also picked up a bracelet, tilting her head to admire it, her gaze radiant with delight. Come, let me assist you in putting them on, Yi Qing offered, adorning the wrists of the two little ones. It was quite fitting. Considering both girls were pleasantly plump, their little wrists perfectly round, thereby accommodating the bracelets effortlessly. Mommy, look. Aren't they beautiful? Indeed, they are lovely, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Hee now, come here and help me pack some tea leaves for your grandfather. With a wave of her hand, the two little ones scampered over, each cradling handfuls of tea leaves. Yi Qing couldn't help but wince at the sight. After all, this was exquisite to Hong Pao. Even for her father-in-law, she hesitated to part with it. Ahem, I think that should suffice. Too much tea will keep your grandfather awake. Huh, is that all? We haven't even exerted ourselves yet, Yo-Yo remarked, gazing at the half-filled sandalwood box, a look of longing on her face. Yi Qing interjected. That is more than enough, truly. Nearby, Bai Ji observed Yi Qing's expression and chuckled softly, then reached out to ruffle the hair of the two girls. All right, it's time for us to prepare for departure. Off we go. Let's bring along our little reunion, and our little Pegasus. And, they continued, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the two little ones. Yi Qing gazed at Yu Yu, one arm cradling Tuan Yuan, while the other held the little flying horse. As for Xiao Rou, she grasped the little flying horse with one hand and carried a large bag of snacks with the other. Ah, you two little rascals. Yi Qing, with a hint of exasperation, could only lift them into the car. With the navigation activated, the four of them, along with the cat, set off. 2 hours later, they arrived in Yangqing, a place Yi Qing was quite familiar with. Upon reaching the internal roads of the community, Yu Yu leaned against the armrest, peering at the road ahead. Daddy, turn in here. Right ahead. Bai Ji she turned her head to look at Yu Yu. The girl was remarkably accurate, directing them toward her home. Once they reached the foot of the apartment building, Yi Qing glanced at Bai Ji. Should we proceed as you suggested earlier? I would prefer to take some precautions. All right. With that, Bai Ji exited the vehicle and moved to the passenger seat, leaning down to converse with Yi Qing. The angle, combined with Bai Ji's loose clothing, revealed a glimpse of pure white that nearly dazzled Yi Qing's eyes. Ah, Yi Qing inhaled sharply. Yet, he quickly recited in his mind, 3 years from the start, with the highest sentence being indefinite. 3 years from the start, with the highest sentence being indefinite. Wait a moment. This is my future wife. He promptly adjusted his thoughts. A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. Primarily, he was not doing this for himself, but for the sake of his daughter's bottle. No one should suffer, especially not the children, even if they no longer required milk. Chapter 31 The first meeting with grandparents. Yi Qing. It seems I must trouble you. Please wait a moment before coming over. Or shall I call you? Very well, I shall take the two young ladies for a stroll. If you manage to persuade them, please give me a call. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me immediately. Father, why are we going out for a stroll? Aren't we going to visit Grandma and Grandpa? I'll take you both to buy a few things, and then we shall return shortly. Oh, the two young girls displayed no suspicion. Instead, lowering the car windows and gazing up at the building where Grandma and Grandpa resided. In the distance, 3 figures were approaching, each carrying a considerable load. The leading man exuded a calm demeanor. Despite the numerous items he bore, he appeared unburdened. The woman and girl accompanying him carried several lightweight plastic bags with ease. Though the woman had entered middle age, traces of her youthful beauty remained evident. As for the girl beside her, she already possessed the makings of a beauty, radiating a lively, youthful spirit akin to a neighborly little sister. Soon we shall see my elder sister. Look at you now, all grown up. You're not like the little one you used to be. Back then, your sister would always steal your snacks, leaving you in tears, remarked Wang Ning. Mother, you are to blame. It's all the elder sister's fault. She bullied me, and you never scolded her, making me cry countless times. Humph. Once she is married and has children, I shall steal her child's snacks. Bai Zhilin exclaimed indignantly, prompting Bai Xingtian beside her to cast a sidelong glance. You're going to be an aunt from now on, yet you show no semblance of an aunt's demeanor. Bullying a child, how could you? And what's wrong with being a child? I was once a child myself. My sister never bullied me, Bai Zhilin retorted defiantly. Besides, it is often said in videos that I am also a first-time aunt. Why should I cater to you? She lifted her chin, displaying her refusal to back down. This left Bai Xingtian exasperated. Both of these girls were his precious darlings, cherished as if they were delicate treasures, fearful that they might shatter or grow cold. Let them be, he thought. When your sister returns, I shall inform her of your recent remarks. Wang Ning chuckled. We'll see if she reprimands you. She won't scold me now. Humph, Bai Zhilin retorted playfully. Hee, today I shall bask in my sister's glory and indulge in delicious treats. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the distance. Wow, whose new car is that? Is that a Rolls-Royce? It must be worth several million. Whose family does it belong to? Her words drew the attention of the parents nearby, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the car's extraordinary appearance. However, their focus swiftly shifted to a nearby graceful figure, causing them to freeze in astonishment. Isn't that Ji? They murmured, observing Bai Ji leaning affectionately against the driver's window. Frowning, they exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Bai Zhilin stood agape, her mouth agog. Sister, what does this mean? Is she in a relationship? Wait, who is driving that car? A wealthy individual? Aren't the affluent usually older? In that fleeting moment, a parade of rotund middle-aged men paraded through Bai Zhiling's mind. It was disastrous. Her sister had succumbed. How could this be? Her sister was not that type of person. Cursed be the affluent. Return my sister. Bai Zhiling raged, eager to uncover the identity of this mysterious figure. However, before she could set out, a Rolls-Royce executed a swift turn and approached them, seemingly departing from the neighborhood. Wang Ning's face reflected her anxiety as she grasped her husband Bai Xingting's hand. Bai Xingting's thinning hair seemed to have gained a few more strands of white, as he too scrutinized the driver. As the vehicle drew nearer, they beheld the young man at the helm. Is he not extraordinarily handsome? Bai Zhiling exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch. The image of Yi Qing instantly shattered all her prior notions. What of the rotund middle-aged men? This was the embodiment of a domineering CEO, utterly dashing. No wonder her sister had fallen. Were she to encounter such a handsome gentleman, she too might be utterly captivated. Phew. Beside her, Wang Ning let out a sigh of relief, and Bai Xingting's previously tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. He contemplated the need to inquire about his daughter's situation upon their return home, reminding her to exercise caution and to guard against deception. After all, there were countless tales online of the wealthy manipulating emotions. The three of them were lost in a torrent of thoughts until the Rolls-Royce passed by. They glanced toward the back seat, where the window was surprisingly ajar, revealing two cherubic faces within. At the sight of those innocent visages, Wang Ning's pupils widened in shock. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to over a decade ago, recalling the cherubic little face of Bai Zhi. As the vehicle passed by, her heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped, akin to the anguish of a mother whose daughter had been abducted by traffickers. Stop! Don't go! Wang Ning involuntarily shouted twice, startling both Bai Xingting and Bai Zhiling beside her. As she observed the car come to a halt, realization dawned upon her, and a flush of embarrassment washed over her face. She turned to her husband, her expression one of incredulity. Bai Xingting mirrored her astonishment, and together they gazed towards the interior of the vehicle. Meanwhile, Bai Zhiling felt utterly bewildered. What was happening to her parents? Why had they suddenly reacted this way? Had something gone awry? Were they about to interrogate one another? She anxiously glanced towards her elder sister, only to find Bai Zhi also captivated by the commotion, equally frozen in place. Soon, she rushed over, her face a canvas of urgency and confusion. Time seemed to stand still until a small face emerged from the car window. Those large eyes fixated on Wang Ning, Bai Xingting, and Bai Zhiling, a radiant smile illuminating her features. Grandma, Grandpa, Auntie, she exclaimed, waving her hand languidly. Behind her, another tiny hand reached out. The soft utterances resonated in the ears of the three present, akin to a thunderclap. Their eyes widened in sheer disbelief. struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. What had these two little girls just called them? With a resounding thud, the groceries in Wang Ning and Bai Xingting's hands fell to the ground, their bodies seemingly frozen in shock. The daughter of the family. Has she given birth out of wedlock? Chapter 32. As a novice aunt, why should I yield to you? However, Bai Xingtian soon regained his composure. Observing Yu and Xiao, these two children bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter in her childhood, yet they could not possibly be her offspring. They appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, while Zhishi was merely 18, and if she had been pregnant for a year, that would mean she was only 12, far from maturity. Furthermore, at that age, she was still in elementary school. They had been picking her up and dropping her off daily. Witnessing her growth firsthand, it was utterly impossible. Something was amiss. As Bai Xingtian pondered this, he glanced at his wife, offering her a reassuring look. Meanwhile, Bai Zhiling remained in a state of disbelief, gazing at the two little girls. The term aunt echoed in her mind, as if pulling her into a fantastical realm. Just moments ago, she had been daydreaming about how to tease her elder sister's future child, and now, suddenly, her sister had a child? Bai Zhiling looked at her own hands, then touched her lips. Had she somehow gained prophetic abilities? This was not something to be spoken of lightly. Yi Qing halted the vehicle and stepped out of the driver's seat. Observing the three, he recognized them as Bai Zhishi's parents and younger sister. Originally, Bai Zhishi had planned to make an early impression, but it seemed that opportunity had vanished, and she was thrust directly into confrontation. Approaching, Bai Zhishi drew the attention of all present. She looked at her parents, meeting their intensely bewildered gazes, opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Zhishi, what is happening with these two children? Mom and Dad, shall we return home first? I will explain everything to you once we are back. Bai Zhishi bit her lip, conveying a sense of urgency that her parents should refrain from further inquiries. Let's go home, she asserted, her once fragile gaze transforming into one of determination at this moment. Her daughter's demeanor began to sway the previously resolute Bai Xingting. Why does my daughter wear such an expression? Home, Wang Ning stated, placing her trust in her daughter, certain that she would provide a reasonable explanation. With that, she took Bai Xingting's hand, leading him towards their home. Yi Qing also drove back. Moments later, only Bai Zhiling remained standing there, staring blankly at the scattered ingredients. Oh dear, should I still keep what I bought? Can someone come help me carry this? Hey, Bai Zhiling called out several times, but receiving no response, she stamped her foot, initially intending to follow them. However, upon glancing at the ingredients, she gritted her teeth and began picking them up one by one, eventually running ahead with her arms laden with bags. How heavy, Bai Zhiling lamented. Yi Qing stopped the car, opened the back door, and gently lifted the two little ones down. The two girls, each carrying their belongings, appeared before Bai Zhishi's parents. Looking as delicate as a pair of kittens, short legs, chubby figures, and large, bright eyes evoking a profound sense of kinship. Wang Ning felt tears welling up in her eyes. This was all too complicated. She was now desperate to understand what had transpired. Grandma, what is the matter with you? Oh, Grandma, have you dyed your hair? It seems that your gray hairs have diminished significantly. Yu leaned closer, circling around Wang Ning for a better view, before speaking. Nearby, Xiao grasped Bai Xingting's fingers tightly. Grandpa, I want to ride a horse later. Yu wants to as well. The two little girls began to chatter excitedly, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere that was thickening around them. Observing the two familiar little ones, Bai Xingting and his wife were at a loss as to how to respond. Grandpa, what's wrong? Grandma, why are you acting strangely today? Just as the two girls expressed their confusion, Yi Qing approached, lifting each girl into his arms. Perhaps Grandma and Grandpa are tired. Let us head home first. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Zhishi. She took her parents' hands, and together with Yi Qing, they entered the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, a figure hurriedly approached from outside, Bai Zhiling, laden with numerous items, panting heavily. Is anyone going to help me? Am I not a daughter? Am I really not a daughter? Ugh, this is exhausting. Upon returning home, she found the two little girls comfortably settled on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon while enjoying snacks. These two little rascals are quite at ease, Bai Zhiling mumbled as she closed the front door. Just then, the master bedroom door swung open, revealing Wang Ning, his expression grave as he directed his gaze at Bai Zhiling. Come here, quickly. Oh, I'm coming. Bai Zhiling understood that it was time to discuss the origins of these two little ones. Upon entering the room, 5 individuals stood present. Bai Zhishi spoke up. Addressing her parents, these two are my children. Her words fell like a thunderclap, leaving Wang Ning unsteady, collapsing into the chair behind him. Bai Zhiling's mouth gaped open, as if she were about to swallow a chicken egg. Could it truly be her sister's daughters? Her sister gave birth at 12 or 13. Nonsense. However, these were the children of Yi Qing and Mi, from the future. Observing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Qing began to elaborate. As she spoke, Wang Ning's gaze shifted towards Bai Xingting, his eyes reflecting a blend of shock, confusion, and a hint of concern that perhaps he ought to take Yi Qing and the others to the hospital. After her explanation, silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Yi Qing found herself momentarily stunned as Bai Zhiling slapped her. She instinctively took a half-step back. Bai Zhiling remarked, "Was that half-step of yours sincere? Such a small gesture can inflict so much pain." Wang Ning interjected, "What is all this commotion about?" "No, I was merely checking if I was dreaming. It feels both fantastical and so real. Yet it hurts." This was a paternity test. Both Yi Qing and I had confirmed with the two little girls that they were indeed our children. I understand this is difficult to accept. Both Yi Qing and I initially found it hard to come to terms with it. We grappled with our emotions for quite some time before deciding to bring the child back. There is also other evidence indicating that this child has never met you before and has never visited our home. Yet, upon seeing you, he affectionately called you grandparents and seemed so at ease, turning on the television and playing cartoons as if it were his own home. Bai Zhi said this while handing over the proof. "Please step outside. We wish to have some quiet time." Wang Ning took the document, paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly, urging them to leave. Yi Qing nodded, taking Bai Zhi's hand. "Indeed, the uncle and aunt require a moment to process this. Your initial reaction was quite intense, and you nearly called the authorities to apprehend me." Bai Zhi shot a reproachful glance at Yi Qing, asking why he had considered involving the police, as he must have known better. Who would comment on a girl's heart-shaped birthmark so casually? It was prudent to call for help. Had it been another girl, a slap would have been inevitable. She thought this and cast a glance back at Bai Xingting, who nodded in agreement. The two exited and closed the door. Bai Zhiling approached, peering at the identification report. "Wow, this is indeed surprising. If I hadn't just finished reading the three-body problem, I might have found it overwhelming." She suggested, "Why not you all check out the three-body problem as well?" Wang Ning looked up, fixing her with a penetrating gaze that conveyed a palpable sense of authority, causing Bai Zhiling to promptly silence herself. "I instructed you to leave. Why are you still here?" "Bai Zhiling, I assumed you were referring to the two elder sisters. Am I included?" Wang Ning shot her another glare. Bai Zhiling hurriedly retreated. Chapter 33. Grandma. Our little pig cup is missing, filled with indignation. She thought about how the entire Bai family was being bullied by a single Wang. Where's the justice in this? It's all because old Bai dotes too much on his wife. After stepping outside, she looked at the two little ones, found the photo album, and took out pictures of Bai Zhiqi from her childhood. Then, she patted Yuyu's shoulder. Yuyu, noticing Bai Zhiling approaching, instinctively hid her snacks closer to herself. "Bai Zhiling, what does that mean? What is the meaning behind your actions?" With one hand holding the photo and the other supporting Yuyu's chin for comparison, she exclaimed, "Wow, this resemblance is striking. No wonder Mom and Dad reacted so strongly. Annie, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just checking if you resemble our family." "Huh." Yuyu did not grasp the implication. Bai Zhiqi then playfully tapped her head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about? I was just teasing her. Why did you hit me, sister?" Saying this, Bai Zhiling embraced Yuyu. The soft and squishy sensation was delightful, leaving Bai Zhiling in a state of bewilderment. Yuyu rested her head against Bai Zhiling's chest, then shifted positions after a while, finally sitting up in a huff, declaring, "Annie is so stiff, not nearly as comfortable as Mommy." Boom. This statement struck like thunder, and Bai Zhiling glanced at the spot where Yuyu had just rested her head, noticing its flatness. Once again, she glanced at her elder sister, who was reaping a bountiful harvest. How infuriating. Children do not lie. It was a psychological blow. This child was nothing short of a supreme tormentor. In that instant, Bai Zhiling felt as if she were on the brink of madness. She too needed a moment of tranquility. Why? Why was it that, in her childhood, she was bullied by her elder sister, and now, as an adult, she must endure the same torment from her sister's daughter? Bai Zhiling fumed inwardly. Yet, she now fully acknowledged Bai Zhi's assertion that these two little ones had traversed from the future. Perhaps her fondness for time travel novels contributed to this notion. The contrast between her relationship with her parents and that of the children was stark, yet it was likely that this dynamic would eventually reverse. Bai Jishi's parents might gradually come to accept the situation, but Bai Jiling would likely find herself questioning it late at night. Off with it. Time to watch some television. Perhaps petting the kitten would be more enjoyable. These children are truly unlovable, she grumbled, casting a few disdainful glances at Bai Jishi. She feigned ignorance to their gazes, yet occasionally stole glances at the two little girls. Could this peculiar feeling possibly signify a blood connection? Presently, Bai Jiling was caught in a web of suspicion and doubt. In another room, Bai Xingting meticulously examined the paternity test once more. What is your perspective? Our daughter would not resort to such absurd pretenses in this matter. Indeed, I share that sentiment. This situation is simply too perplexing, Bai Xingting sighed. However, those two children bear an uncanny resemblance to Ji Shi in her youth, which prompted my initial outburst. They are so alike that I find it hard to believe they are not Ji Shi's offspring. Please ask Ji Shi to come in. There are still a few matters I wish to inquire about her. Once Bai Jishi entered, Wang Ning proceeded to voice her remaining questions, encompassing topics such as Yi Qing, their prospective marriage, and the care of children, covering all aspects thoroughly. Listening intently, Bai Jishi discerned that her mother likely accepted her perspective. However, upon hearing Bai Jishi mention that everything was arranged so meticulously, Wang Ning furrowed her brow. Xiao Yi was indeed a thoughtful child, as well as a responsible one, a good child. Wang Ning nodded, and then recalled a particular query. My dear, you and Yi Qing. Is there something? Observing her mother's expression, Bai Jishi seemed to comprehend, and her face instantly flushed. Mom, what are you talking about? There is absolutely nothing between Yi Qing and me. I am still. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the awkwardly silent Bai Xingtian, and her voice rose. Dad, can't you see that my mother and I are discussing something private? Could you please step outside? All right. Bai Xingtian responded, feeling relieved, and promptly exited. He had sensed that he should have left earlier, but judging by his daughter's reaction, it seemed nothing had transpired between her and Yi Qing. As for the conversation taking place inside, he remained uninformed. After a while, Yu, snacking on treats, began to feel thirsty. She leaped off the sofa, searching the room and opening several cabinets to peek inside. Then, she dashed towards the master bedroom and knocked on the door. Wang Ning opened the door and gazed at the little girl standing there, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Grandma, my sister and I can't find our piggy cups. Where did you place them? The piggy cups? What are those? Wang Ning was momentarily taken aback by the question, appearing utterly at a loss. Nonetheless, she crouched down and embraced the little girl, gently stroking her soft cheek as she inquired further. The piggy cups, Grandma, the ones you bought for my sister and me. They are our special cups adorned with two little pigs. I even checked the cabinet where we keep the cups, but they weren't there. The little girl continued to describe the cups. Wang Ning realized that these piggy cups were likely something she had purchased for the two little ones many years later. How was she to procure them now? What's wrong? Bai Xingtian, hearing the commotion, approached. Grandpa, the piggy cups are missing. The little girl earnestly reiterated her concern. Bai Xingtian was momentarily puzzled by the inquiry from the child. Quickly, tell me, where did you put the piggy cups? Wang Ning prompted, casting a glance at Bai Xingtian. In an instant, Bai Xingtian felt as though he were caught in an unexpected predicament. He had merely passed by, yet now found himself bearing the brunt of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively spoke. Oh dear, Yo-Yo, I'm so sorry. It seems that your grandpa clumsily dropped your piggy cups and they broke. How about I take you to buy a new one shortly? As he spoke, Bai Xingtian reached out to gently pat Yo-Yo's head, anxious to prevent her from bursting into tears. After all, she was his beloved granddaughter, and the thought of her crying would surely shatter his heart. As Yu listened intently, she struggled to free herself from her grandmother's embrace, subsequently taking her grandfather's hand and examining it closely. What's the matter, Yu? Bai Xingtian inquired. Puzzled. I'm checking if your hand is hurt, Grandpa. What is wrong with your hand? Little Ro, having overheard, hurried over with concern. Chapter 34. The ancestral bond of blood. The two little girls held on to their grandfather's hand, their faces etched with worry as they scrutinized it. Their adorable demeanor captivated both Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian, especially Bai Xingtian. The soft, tender touch in her hands, coupled with their caring words, instantly transported her back to the days of her own two little ones. Moreover, these children belonged to Ji Shi, making them a symbol of intergenerational affection. which deeply stirred Bai Xingtian's heart. Meanwhile, Wang Ning looked on with envy. Had she known it would lead to such endearment, she would have spoken up sooner. It seemed only fair to offer her husband a morsel of comfort amidst his burdens. Bai Xingtian knelt down, lifting the two little girls into her arms. Relishing the sensation of them nestled against her shoulder, a smile instinctively blossomed on her face. This feeling was delightful. Her own little ones had grown, and now, two new little ones had come into her life. She glanced over at Bai Zhishi and Bai Zhiling. Zhishi was enjoying some fruit, occasionally sharing a piece with Yi Qing, while Bai Zhiling watched the animated film chosen by Yu Yu and Little Ro, appearing quite captivated. With one hand buried in snacks, she cheerfully indulged. Her own little ones had grown up. One was about to be taken by another, while the other seemed to be venturing out into the world. Forget it. I shan't concern myself any longer. It's no matter. Grandfather is well and unscathed. He merely feels embarrassed about breaking your cup. You may use another for the time being, and when grandfather ventures out, he will procure a new one for you. As long as grandfather is fine, that is all that matters. We can simply drink from another cup. With a glance at Wang Ning, Bai Xingtian appeared quite pleased. Observing her husband in this manner, she had completely emerged from her earlier confusion and astonishment. As she began to comprehend the situation, she gradually accepted it. She entered the kitchen, retrieved 2 new cups, and meticulously washed them 3 times before filling them with warm water. She then brought them over to the 2 little girls. You must be thirsty after your snacks, right? Here, have some warm water. You shouldn't indulge in too many snacks at once. The 2 little ones, including Wang Ning, received her gentle tone. Bai Zhiling, lounging on the sofa, looked over and said, Mom, I want some water too. Could you pour me a little? Don't you have legs? Came the sudden sharp retort. Bai Zhiling retorted, Why not? Just because the daughter wishes for water, is that unacceptable? Your granddaughter didn't even express a desire for water. She merely inquired about the location of the cups, and you promptly brought out 2 cups of warm water. Is this the definition of double standards? Humph. In a huff, Bai Zhiling indulged in a few more snacks, seemingly venting her pent-up frustration. After a while, the 2 little girls returned, climbing onto the sofa and snuggling beside Bai Zhiling. Bai Zhiling gently caressed the chubby little faces of the 2 girls with her left hand, while her right hand delved into the snack bag, indulging herself from time to time. And what is it? Bai Zhiling found herself gradually warming up to the 2 girls. Reflecting on the earlier photo comparison, she realized that these 2 children were indeed replicas of her older sister in her youth. Having been bullied by her sister in her childhood, she pondered whether it was now time to reciprocate those grievances. She stroked her chin, scrutinizing the 2 little girls. Noticing Bai Zhiling's gaze upon her, Xiaorou leaned in closer. Auntie, why are you looking at me? I miss you, Auntie. It has been so long since I last saw you with this simple statement. Bai Zhiling felt a warmth that quickly turned to a pang in her heart. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she observed the 2 little girls. She instructed them to sit still. You too. Annie has a very important question to ask, and you need to think carefully, understood? The girls, sensing Bai Zhiling's seriousness, sat cross-legged. Yi Qing, Bai Zhiling, and their grandparents were also drawn in, curious to see what scheme Bai Zhiling was concocting. Annie wants to know, do you think the boyfriend Auntie is looking for is handsome? Is he as handsome as Hugo? This question elicited a series of bemused expressions from everyone present. Bai Zhiling, Yi Qing, grandparents, are you peering into the future? However, it could indeed serve as a rather clever tactic. I do not know. I have never seen it. The 2 little girls declared emphatically. Do you not have any information at all? Please, think carefully. Bai Zhiling coaxed gently. Aunt, you study out of town, and we seldom see you. Each time you return, you are always alone, Xiaorou reflected. As for Yu, she furrowed her brows, stood up with her hands on her hips, and exclaimed, Aunt, how peculiar you are. Do you not know if your boyfriend is handsome? Why must you ask us? Her words prompted nods of agreement from the grandparents nearby. Yu, with her whimsical nature, had quickly turned the tables. Xiaorou, on the other hand, was soft and somewhat naive, obediently answering whatever questions were posed to her. Yes, such a sister and such a younger sibling were indeed a perfect match. Aunt, Bai Zhiling sighed, realizing that she would not elicit any information from them. After all, they were merely 4 or 5 years old. What could they possibly remember? It seemed that her future required her own exploration. Furthermore, if she continued to pry, it might only deepen Yu's suspicions, leading to unintended consequences. She rose to pour herself a glass of water. Soon after, a voice rang out from behind Grandma. Aunt has eaten all my snacks. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiling felt a chill run down her spine. She had just been watching television, her attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, she was preparing to eavesdrop on the two little girls, hoping to glimpse into her future. In her moment of distraction, she had devoured all their snacks, and those treats were simply delightful. Now, however, she felt as if a piercing gaze was fixed upon her. A terrifying pressure seemed to descend upon her, causing her legs to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 35. A mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law. In an instant, she understood why, as a child, whenever she complained about her elder sister stealing her snacks, her sister would flee so swiftly. Now, she wished she could sprout 3 legs to escape. Moreover, the weight of pressure she felt was far greater than what her sister had endured in the past. The might of generational favoritism. Could she withstand it? Bai Jiling, you are truly hungry. You've consumed all the children's treats. Stop right there, or I shall make you regret it. With a swift motion, Bai Jiling dashed back into her room, locking the door behind her. No matter what her mother said from outside, she refused to open it. Ultimately, her mother could only leave in frustration. Bai Cici glanced awkwardly at Yi Qing, feeling defeated by her own sister. Yet, the girl was undeniably pitiable. She had been bullied in her childhood, and now, as she sought to impose upon her sister's child, she found herself on the receiving end once more. It seemed she had always been the victim, never able to turn the tide. After a while, Bai Xingtian approached the door, whispering a few words to his wife. Wang Ning nodded in response. Come forth, this time I shall spare you. You will take the 2 children out to purchase some snacks, a little pig cup, and perhaps a few garments as well. Has the tempest truly passed so swiftly? Bai Jiling opened the door. Or shall we invite the storm to intensify further? No, I cannot endure it. She hastily waved her hand and glanced at her pocket money and New Year's gift money, contemplating her options. Ultimately, she gathered all of it, embodying the spirit of a mother prepared to endure hardship for the year. Come along, little ones. Today I shall show you what it means to be favored by the god of wealth. At her words, the 2 girls scampered over eagerly. Annie, are we going to the mall? We want to eat candied hawthorns. Of course. Auntie has money. Bai Jiling patted her chest, assuring them, though it lacked the exuberance of Bai Ji's spirited demeanor. All right. Let us first retrieve the items from the car. Yi Qing rose. Uncle and Auntie, I have brought you some gifts, which are in the trunk of the car. Yi Qing? There is no need for that. Bai Xingting began, but Wang Ning pulled him aside, gesturing toward their husband and Yu Qing. They both noticed the puzzled expression on Yu's face as she scratched her head in confusion. Yi Qing also realized the awkwardness of the situation. After all, if she were to navigate through the timeline ahead, she would need to adjust her form of address, and it should not feel so unfamiliar. Thus, the perceptive Yu sensed something amiss. Let us hurry down and retrieve the items. By she redirected the conversation, taking the hands of the 2 girls as they ventured outside. Observing the 2 young girls as they departed, Bai Xingtian let out a sigh of relief. Yu is indeed quite astute and observant. It seems our interactions should be more natural. Bai Xingtian gently patted Yi Qing's shoulder. Yu possesses a whimsical charm, while Xiao Rou is of a softer disposition. Yet she exhibits a remarkable capacity for caring for others. Both children exhibit admirable traits and are inherently kind-hearted. Yi Qing remarked with a smile, pondering how she and Ji would educate their own children, feeling fortunate to have 2 such splendid kids at this moment. Haha. Bai Xingtian chuckled in agreement. They then descended together to assist. After a while, they returned with wine, tea, and an exquisitely crafted gift box. By she began distributing the items as per Yi Qing's suggestion. Here, Jiling, this is from your brother-in-law. Go ahead and open it. Upon uttering the words brother-in-law, Bai she felt a tinge of shyness. Brother-in-law? May I unwrap it? Of course, though I cannot say whether you will like it. Thank you, brother-in-law. I am sure I will love it. Bai Jiling addressed him with an endearing familiarity, leaving Bai she feeling somewhat helpless. Thankfully, her 2 daughters did not inherit their aunt's temperament. Upon opening the box, a bracelet, similar to those of Yu and Xiao Rou but slightly longer, emerged. Wow, how beautiful. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are truly wonderful. As long as you like it, he replied. Bai Jiling expressed a desire to wear it, glancing at her parents with an inquiring look. It felt akin to the joyous occasion of the new year when relatives bestow red envelopes, prompting inquiries from parents. We are all family. Henceforth, there is no need for such formality, dear child, Wang Ning observed as Yi Qing spoke, which also served as a response to Bai Jiling's sister. Please help me put this on. Of course, Bai Jishi assisted her. It looks lovely. That's great. Now, let us be on our way, Bai Jiling announced, taking the hands of the two girls as they stepped outside. Watch the car. Take good care of them. Don't let them wander off. Keep your eyes on them at all times. Wang Ning admonished. Rest assured, Mom, I understand. Bai Jiling waved her hand dismissively. At home, only Bai Jishi remained with them. Bai Jishi and Yi Qing both understood that the children's grandparents had intentionally sent Bai Jiling and the two girls away, likely to discuss something important. I shall prepare tea, Bai Xingting offered, to which Yi Qing added, Uncle, do sample the new tea leaves I brought. They are rather good. Very well. I shall give them a try. After brewing the tea, Bai Xingting poured it for everyone. Wang Ning turned to Yi Qing and spoke. We too have heard from Jishi about the situation. To be candid, we are of an age where acceptance comes with its own challenges. However, seeing the two little ones, it is clear that what you say is true. They bear an uncanny resemblance to Jishi in her youth, which is why I previously intervened to halt your vehicle. After a thoughtful discussion with your uncle, we realized that both of you have academic commitments to fulfill. Although we have yet to retire, our schedules are somewhat more flexible. Perhaps we could take care of the children? Wang Ning expressed this sentiment, embodying the universal compassion of parents. She was quick to propose solutions from various perspectives, recognizing that their involvement could alleviate the burdens faced by Yi Qing. If you have any needs, please feel free to share them with us, she added, turning her gaze towards Yi Qing. Child, you have endured much during this time. Bai Xingtian nodded in agreement. After all, Yi Qing lacked experience in child rearing, and the sudden arrival of the children undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon her. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing responded, I believe it is best for the children to remain with me for now. They have just started kindergarten and have become accustomed to their surroundings. Changing their environment could have detrimental effects. Moreover, these two children lack official identities and household registrations. The current kindergarten was secured through connections, and it remains uncertain whether this local institution would accept them. I will adopt a temporary solution and explore options later. As Yi Qing spoke, Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian exchanged knowing glances, impressed by their future son-in-law's thorough consideration and sense of responsibility. They smiled warmly at Bai Jishi. Sensing her parents' expectations, Bai Jishi bit her lip, wondering who could withstand such a look from their parents. After all, she was still a pure-hearted university student. Meanwhile, a shimmering screen appeared before Yi Qing. Chapter 36. The distribution of rewards detected that the host has regained the approval of his wife's parents. Rewards include Wuyo Media and exceptional management and financial skills. Yi Qing gazed at the luminous screen, realizing that he had indeed won the acceptance of his in-laws. The four of them sipped tea, engaging in casual conversation. The absence of the two children rendered the atmosphere somewhat less vibrant. While it was not entirely dull, the presence of Yu Yu and Xiao Rou would undoubtedly have enlivened the ambience even further. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, Bai Jiling was leisurely strolling with Yu Yu and Xiao Rou. Each of the little girls held a skewer of candied hawthorn, savoring the sweet treat. With a crisp crunch, the delicate sugar coating shattered, and both girls wore expressions of pure delight. At that moment, their attire had also changed. They donned white sweatshirts emblazoned with the words, I am the elder sister. I am the younger sister, and I am the aunt. Bai Jiling carried a large bag filled with their original clothes, along with garments purchased for her sister, brother-in-law, and parents. If one were to refer to such outfits as family-matching attire, this would indeed be impressive, a true family ensemble. Auntie, is it heavy? Shall I help you carry it? Yu Yu inquired, glancing at Bai Jiling. No need, dear. Annie can manage just fine, she replied. Oh, Yu Yu nodded, resuming her enjoyment of the treat while curiously surveying her surroundings. If you want anything to eat, just tell Annie, understood? Understood. As the three of them ambled along, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. Look, those two little cuties are so adorable, someone remarked. A woman beside her subtly gestured to her boyfriend, who turned to look in their direction and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the little girl was utterly adorable, swaying back and forth with such charm. One couldn't help but wish to scoop her up and take her home. Many bystanders began to voice their sentiments. Yet it was the last remark that reached Bai Jiling's ears, instantly setting her on high alert. She hurriedly quickened her pace, closely trailing behind the two little girls. Embodying a protective demeanor, her gaze swept around with seriousness, making the speaker of the earlier comment feel somewhat awkward. This little ant was clearly not one to be trifled with. What had been intended as a jest had prompted such a defensive stance. Auntie, I want to eat that. Yu Yu exclaimed, pointing at the nearby snack vendor. All right, let us buy it. Bai Zhiling had already prepared for a generous expenditure today, naturally inclined to fulfill their wishes. Do you want this? She inquired. No, just these are fine. We still have to eat the meal Grandma prepares for lunch. The teachers at kindergarten also don't allow us to indulge in too many snacks, Yu Yu and Xiaoro chimed in. You two are quite well behaved, Bai Zhiling remarked. And then she recalled the earlier conversation she had with the two little girls. It seemed that she would be attending a university in another city. As for their boyfriend, he would undoubtedly be a thing of the past. According to her nature, if she truly found someone she fancied, she would want the entire world to know. How could her two little nieces possibly remain oblivious? It was frustrating. Damn, I don't seem to be much different from my sister. Why is it so difficult to find a good man? Bai Zhiling exclaimed in frustration, placing her hands on her hips, then casting her gaze downwards. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Although it was merely a slight misalignment, it hardly warranted such despair. Sighing, Bai Zhiling mused that fate was preordained, if necessary. She could always move in with her older sister. Surely, her sister would welcome her help with the children, wouldn't she? Aunt, I would like some water. Xiaoro piped up. Did you bring the big thermos? You know, the one you often carry when we go out to play. Bai Zhiling felt a wave of confusion. This situation reminded her of her home life from over a decade ago. How could she possess a thermos now? Especially as a high school girl who seldom ventured out with hot water? When thirst struck, she simply bought a bottle of room-temperature mineral water or indulged in milk tea. Aunt didn't bring it today. Let us search for a shop and see if they sell hot water, she suggested. Oh, Bai Zhiling pondered that perhaps she could request some hot water from the dining area. However, the two little girls had already dashed off in another direction. Oh no, you're going the wrong way. That's the jewelry section. This way? Bai Zhiling observed the two little ones, who were blissfully unaware, and with a resigned sigh. She followed them, her large bag in tow. The two girls raced ahead. Not far off, at the entrance of Cartier, the female store manager and her assistant were instructing the staff. Deliver this to this address for Ms. Zhang, please. After giving her instructions, she was about to head back when she noticed the two little girls running towards her. A smile spread across her face as she beheld the adorable little ones. If a few videos were filmed and posted on Douyin, it is certain that they would attract a considerable number of followers, possessing the potential of a national sweetheart. They are truly adorable, and I would love to take them home. Just observe how they run, all soft and delightful. The two women wore affectionate smiles as they gazed upon the two little girls. However, in the next moment, the store manager's eyes widened in shock as she noticed the bracelets adorning the girls' wrists. She gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what she was witnessing. Rubbing her eyes, she took a closer look, her lips twitching in astonishment. The slender legs, wrapped in sheer stockings, moved with elegance. The sound of high heels echoing on the floor in a hurried rhythm. Oh dear. This unexpected scene left the assistant manager utterly stunned. Wait. I thought you were joking when you said you wanted to take them home. Please don't take it seriously. Their aunt is right behind us. The assistant manager hastily followed suit, her long legs striding to keep pace. The store manager approached the two girls, crouching down with a radiant smile. Auntie, this sister is so beautiful, Yu Yu exclaimed, turning to look at the approaching Bai Zhiling. This remark caused the store manager to blush deeply while she also smiled. Recognizing the innocence of children, after all, they do not speak falsehoods. Her affection for the two girls grew even stronger. The assistant manager soon caught up, and the two little girls looked up, their brows furrowed in confusion. Auntie, why can't I see this sister's face? Look, I can see yours, Yu Yu questioned, bewildered. In that instant, Bai Zhiling nearly fainted from the overwhelming surprise. What else could it be? Because she is a slender branch bearing rich fruit, while your aunt is a slender branch without any yield. Opposite them, the assistant manager suddenly grasped the situation and quickly crouched down to gently touch the heads of the two little girls. Yu Yu smiled softly, taking the assistant manager's hand. The bracelet on her wrist caught the assistant manager's eye. Hiss. The assistant manager gazed at the bracelet, momentarily stunned, and quickly turned to look at the store manager. The store manager nodded, seemingly acknowledging her confusion. No wonder she could become the store manager. The assistant manager felt a deep admiration in her heart. Sister, do you have any hot water here? My sister is thirsty and wants to drink. Yu Yu, seemingly aware of her own charm, gently shook the assistant manager's arm as she spoke. This little shake nearly melted the assistant manager's heart. Chapter 37, Stealing the Young Master? Yes. The assistant manager replied straightforwardly, a blissful smile gracing her face. You both should come in and rest for a while. Come, give your sister a hug. As the assistant manager spoke, she embraced Yu, savoring the soft touch, and stood up, though it was somewhat strenuous. Hiss. This girl is rather heavy. The store manager also cradled Xiaoro in her arms, then turned to Bai Jiling, saying, Madam, why not take a seat in our store? The children are thirsty, and we can fetch some hot water for you. You can also take a rest. Bai Jiling glanced at the entrance of Cartier, now a high school student. She may not fully grasp the intricacies of luxury brands, but she could certainly tell that the items in this store must be quite expensive, exuding an air of opulence. She followed them inside. The two little girls were placed on a nearby sofa, while a staff member went to fetch hot water. Bai Jiling stood at the counter, her gaze fixed on the price tag, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. What? How many digits are there? Oh my goodness, I think I might faint. She cast a pleading glance towards the two young girls, Yo-Yo and Xiaoro, exclaiming, You must save your auntie. I'm about to be overwhelmed by this string of numbers. As a high school student, she felt elated when her parents handed her a few hundred yuan, but this was simply too much to bear. However, the assistant manager had a knack for entertaining children, leaving the two girls in fits of laughter, utterly oblivious to her plight. Steeling herself, she approached them. Moments later, a staff member brought over hot water. The manager accepted the cup, feeling its warmth, and found it to be just right. She then handed it to the two girls, who eagerly drank it down. Gulp, gulp, went Xiaoro, finishing her cup in no time. Thank you, sister. She chimed sweetly. The manager then fetched some snacks. But the two girls declined. No more. No more. If we eat any more, we want to have room for dinner, and we might get scolded by our mother. They reasoned. Yes, we've had quite enough, Xiaoro added, patting her little belly in moderation. The manager couldn't help but admire their good upbringing. She then turned her attention to Bai Jiling, who was slowly sipping her hot water. The manager pulled out a business card and offered it to Bai Jiling. Madam, here's my card. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me. Perhaps I could show you around? It seems these two little ones are quite tired and could use a break, she suggested, glancing at the girls. The two of them leaned comfortably against the sofa, exuding an air of sheer contentment. Bai Jiling gazed upon them, her heart heavy with despair. All she could do was pray that these two little girls wouldn't suddenly approach her, clamoring for some coveted item. Otherwise, her modest allowance would scarcely suffice. She might have to draw upon her future savings for the next 3 decades. Oh, but wait, once she reached adulthood, there would be no more allowances. As Bai Jiling pondered this, a sound she dreaded most echoed from behind her. Auntie, everything here is so beautiful. We want to take a look too. Wang La? Auntie, I fear today might just be the end of me. It was all a ruse, just an elaborate scheme. Hot water, snacks, they were all part of the game. Bai Jiling quickly devised a strategy in her mind. Even if it meant losing face, she could not buy anything. Oh, right. She probably couldn't afford it anyway. Well, what did it matter? If she couldn't afford pork, surely she could at least watch the pigs run by. Thus, Bai Jiling led the two little girls around the store, both of them becoming increasingly enchanted. Wow, Auntie, this is so beautiful. And this one is lovely too. Each utterance from the girls tugged at Bai Jiling's already fragile nerves. Madam, if you fancy any particular item, I can bring it out for you to try. The sales associate offered. Trying won't do any good. I can't possibly buy anything. Your items are far too extravagant for a high school student like me. Bai Jiling replied candidly. The store manager, overhearing, couldn't help but chuckle. Madam, you jest. Aren't the lovely bracelets on your wrists from our brand? They are indeed the latest limited edition. What? In just a couple of sentences, Bai Jiling was utterly taken aback. What? She glanced at her bracelet. Really? Yes. The store manager presented the newly arrived brand magazine along with other promotional materials, explaining them to Bai Jiling. After a while, Bai Jiling came to accept that her own piece, along with the necklaces of the two little girls and her elder sister, appeared to be a newly released limited edition. Mine was a gift from my brother-in-law, so I wasn't aware. I thought it was merely an ordinary accessory. I see. Your brother-in-law has exquisite taste. May I inquire, what is the price of these items? Bai Jiling asked. Subsequently, the store manager leaned closer to her ear and whispered something. A sharp intake of breath escaped Bai Jiling, sending a shiver down her spine. She glanced at her bracelet in disbelief. Goodness, it was worth so much. This is still a limited edition. Ordinary stores probably cannot acquire it. There must be exclusive channels for purchasing, the store manager added. Heavens, my brother-in-law must be incredibly wealthy. This is quite a generous gift, she thought, still in shock. Meanwhile, the two little girls, lacking any concept of money, continued to wander around the store with the assistant manager. Auntie, shall we head home? It must be close to noon now. Grandma and the others are probably waiting anxiously at home. The two little ones urged, pulling Bai Zhiling back from her astonishment. All right, let us return home. She needed to inform her parents upon returning, as she feared that the items brought by her brother-in-law were rather expensive. However, it seemed that no one recognized their value. Observing the two little girls, she noted that they had not uttered a single word of desire from beginning to end. They were remarkably well-behaved. No, it appeared that in the future, she should not take care of her sister's children. Rather, her sister ought to care for hers to ensure such amiable offspring. If she were to take charge, given her temperament, it could lead to chaos. Bai Zhiling pondered this. She had to admit that her self-awareness was consistently keen. Yes, that was the way to proceed. Alas, her wretched boyfriend was still unaccounted for, so why think so far ahead? Bai Zhiling scolded herself softly and led the two little girls back home, leaving behind an envious and warm image for the onlookers at the mall. Chapter 38. The family portrait. Upon reaching the doorstep, Yu Yu and Xiao Rou gazed at the doorbell, unable to reach it. They could only tap on the door with their small hands, calling out, "Grandma and Grandpa, we are back with our aunt." Inside the room, upon hearing the commotion, Bai Xingting sprang to his feet, and Wang Ning did likewise, both hastening towards the door to open it. This left Yu Qin and Bai Zhishi in a state of surprise. They exchanged glances and chuckled softly. It seemed the bond between generations was indeed profound. Bai Zhishi sighed. If she or her sister returned, their parents would surely remain steadfast and unmoving on the couch. Upon opening the door, Grandma and Grandpa, "Oh my two little darlings, is that new clothing you are wearing?" Grandmother gazed at the new attire, nodding in approval. "Quite distinctive," she remarked. "It was purchased by your aunt," Xiao Rou said, tugging at her own garment to show it off to her grandparents. "Has your aunt been taking good care of you? Has she mistreated you in any way?" Since Bai Zhiling's departure, Bai Xingting had grown increasingly anxious, especially considering that this girl had been subjected to relentless bullying by Bai Zhishi in her youth. With the sudden emergence of a potential target for retribution, coupled with her previous boasts, who could predict whether she might seize the opportunity to retaliate? Bai Zhiling. How presumptuous. What could I possibly do? They are merely two little ones. Could I truly bully them? Humph. Bai Zhiling huffed, feigning indignation. "Mom and Dad, do you see how beautiful our new clothes are?" "They are lovely," Yi Qing replied, glancing at Bai Zhiling with a smile. "Thank you." Bai Zhiling felt a twinge of embarrassment at her brother-in-law's gratitude, as the garments she had chosen were rather modest in value, while the gifts from her brother-in-law were exceedingly extravagant. "Are these the only pieces of clothing?" Bai Zhishi inquired, taking the bag and rummaging through it. Soon, she retrieved several unopened items, each adorned with various prints. I knew there would be more," Bai Zhishi declared, taking her own clothing to change. "Come on, let us all change into our new outfits and take a family portrait, shall we?" Bai Xingting suggested, leading Yi Qing to a room to prepare for their wardrobe change. Between two grown men, there was little need for modesty, and they quickly changed. Once Bai Xingting was ready, he turned to find Yu Qing's chiseled physique before him. Well, in his heart, he could not help but curse. This fellow. Who would have imagined he was so robust, compared to his youthful self? Well, there was no comparison to be made. Back then, he was a mere wisp. And on his wedding day, he had intended to sweep his bride off her feet in a princess carry, only to find himself awkwardly unable to lift her. Reflecting on that embarrassing moment from years past, Bai Xingtian sighed. One could only lament that comparison brings misery. However, at his daughter's wedding, such awkwardness would not befall him and his wife. He now suspected that Yi Qing possessed enough strength to lift Bai Zhishi with a single hand. After changing into his clothes, Bai Zhiling had already set up her phone and was arranging the positions. "Brother-in-law, you and my sister stand behind Mom and Dad, while the two little girls sit in Grandma and Grandpa's laps." Okay. Quite symmetrical, she declared. Then she paused. "Wait, where am I supposed to stand?" Still in a daze, Bai Zhishi waved her hand. Bai Zhiling chuckled and dashed over to her sister, leaning against her. She then extended her hand, ready to form a heart shape with her sister. However, she received no response. Turning her head, she noticed her sister blushing as she formed a heart shape with Yi Qing. Bai Zhiling exclaimed, "What the heck? This is outrageous. Even dogs have their dignity. Just wait, I'll make you both regret showing off your affection in front of me. Once I have a boyfriend, just you wait." Ugh, that wretched future boyfriend. Why must I be reminded of such sorrow? Having prepared everything, they would soon begin taking continuous photos. As Bai Jiling spoke, Xiao Rou regarded the serious expression on Bai Xingtian's face. Grandfather, smile. Your grandfather rarely smiles in photographs, Wang Ning remarked helplessly beside him. Xiao Rou pursed her lips, displaying a rare mischievousness. She extended her small hand to tickle her grandfather's side. Oh, haha. Grandfather felt the tickle but held Xiao Rou tightly. Fearing that in his excitement, he might accidentally toss the child aside, he burst into hearty laughter. Click, click. All right, let me see how the photos turned out. Bai Jiling approached to review them, selecting the finest shot. However, everyone appeared in various forms. Father laughed heartily, while Xiao Rou appeared quite content. Yu Yu and Wang Ning were entertained. Meanwhile, the older sister looked somewhat bashful, while the brother-in-law remained at ease. As for herself, she noticed the lingering wistfulness of a singleton. All right, each has its own charm. Let us go with this one. Take a look. Bai Jiling presented it to everyone. Not bad. Bai Xingtian nodded approvingly. Very good. Indeed. Wang Ning and the two little girls were also satisfied. When it came to Yu Qing and Bai Jishi, one remarked, "Why does your photo feel so much like a wedding portrait?" This comment made Bai Jishi blush even deeper. She had felt the same way moments ago. It was the first time she and Yu Qing had formed a heart shape together. Such a curious sensation. Could you send me the original of this photo? Bai Jishi commanded. What for? What do you intend to do? What could I possibly do? Bai Jishi pouted, secretly thinking she merely wished to use it as wallpaper. You have no idea how much effort I put into adjusting the angles and arranging the positions for this shot. This photo is my labor of love, capturing my dearest friends and family, my brothers and sisters. What do you want? You need to pay more. Today's expenses need reimbursement. Bai Jishi. When will your performance be as minimal as your bust size? Jiling, I am here for reimbursement. Nearby, Yi Qing took out her phone. TSK. Brother-in-law, this isn't amusing. I was just teasing my sister. I still have plenty of pocket money. So there's no need for you to reimburse me. She had just sent a message to the group while speaking. Not far away, Bai Xingting was shaking his phone and said, "Come, let us enjoy some tea. We'll have dinner shortly." Bai Jiling happened to be thirsty and took a sip of tea. Wow, so smooth and aromatic. This tea is quite delightful. Significantly better than the other teas her father had offered. Oh, father, this tea is exceptionally good today. This is the tea that your brother-in-law brought. It's fine tea. Grandfather remarked, while Xiao Rou was about to pour some into her newly bought little pig cup. Hey. Bai Xingting quickly intervened, saying that children cannot drink this. Why not? Children can't sleep after drinking it. Be good. Grandfather will pour you some warm water instead. All right. Oh, after Bai Xingting finished pouring, he turned to see Bai Jiling gazing at the tea, as if contemplating something. What are you doing? He asked, taking a sip from his cup. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. It was from Bai Jiling. He glanced at it. Cough, cough. A fit of urgent coughing erupted. Chapter 39. Mother, it has been quite some time since you last referred to father as husband. This revelation startled everyone. The two little girls hurriedly climbed onto the sofa, positioning themselves behind Bai Xingtian to offer their assistance. Bai Jiling mirrored their concern. What is it, father? Why are you so agitated? Even Yi Qing and Bai Jishi, who were busy in the kitchen, peeked out to see what was troubling him. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I just choked a bit earlier. After regaining his composure, Bai Xingtian glanced at the two little ones engrossed in their cartoon, as well as the three individuals still in the kitchen. He then leaned closer to Bai Jiling and whispered, "Is that bracelet of yours truly worth so much?" "Indeed." The store manager assured me without hesitation, and it's a limited edition. One must have connections to even purchase it. The little girl's bracelets were also quite valuable, and Bai Jiling's sister's necklace was worth a significant sum as well. However, her brother-in-law's Rolls-Royce was worth several million. It seemed he was not lacking in wealth. Handsome, affluent, with a pleasant demeanor and kind of family. Why is it that I cannot find such a boyfriend? Oh, my future, wretched boyfriend. Bai Jiling lamented, rubbing her temples in despair. Your brother-in-law has a great physique too. Huh. Another jab, piercing straight to Bai Jiling's heart. How great. Is he better than this? Bai Jiling produced a picture of Ping Yuyan, showcasing his bare upper body. Bai Xingtian seemed reluctant to delve further into the topic, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Only Bai Jiling remained at the scene, overwhelmed with happiness. No, I must ask my brother-in-law to help me find someone. As long as he is half as good as my brother-in-law, it will suffice. Bai Jiling silently resolved. Meanwhile, Bai Xingting began to reassess the Dahong Pao tea. He poured himself a cup and savored it slowly. The richness and smoothness were indeed unlike anything he had tasted before. It seemed this tea was quite valuable. However, as a simple villager, he could only remark, delicious. Time for dinner, stop watching TV. Bai Jishi announced as she opened the kitchen door. The two little ones promptly turned off the television and went to assist with the dishes. Today, Wang Ning was in charge of the cooking. And although Yu Qing wished to lend a hand, Wang Ning firmly refused. After all, how could he allow his future son-in-law to cook on his first visit? Eventually, she relented, allowing the two to help wash and prepare the vegetables instead. Time to eat, time to eat. The meal was a delight for the two little ones, who polished off their bowls with gusto. All right, you two can go play now. I'll take care of the cleaning up, Wang Ning said. Once the table was cleared, Yi Qing asked, could you please pass me my cup? Bai Jishi was seated at a distance, so she requested Yi Qing to bring it over. Sure, Yi Qing replied, handing it over without a second thought. However, Yu Yu watched closely and furrowed her brow. What are you thinking about, little one? Wang Ning approached and lifted Yu Yu, inquiring, are mommy and daddy fighting? This question drew the attention of everyone present, leaving Yi Qing and Bai Jishi momentarily stunned. Fighting? Where did they argue? Bai Jishi asked helplessly. Indeed, mother usually addresses father with such tenderness, calling him husband only when she is upset. That's right. It has been quite a while since mother referred to father as husband. Have father and mother been quarreling for so long? Yu Yu pondered thoughtfully, her chin resting on her hand, analyzing the situation earnestly. The entire room fell into a profound silence, leaving Bai Jishi at a loss. How could she possibly utter that? If they were in the villa, just the four of them, perhaps she could muster the courage to whisper it softly. But now, with so many people around, including her own parents, how could she bring herself to say it? Beside her, Bai Jiling chuckled. Oh, elder sister. So this is how you are. Did you not hear Yu Yu? Just say it. Stop causing trouble. Bai Jishi bit her lip. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Bai Jiling. Under the pressure of their bloodline, Bai Jiling quickly fell silent, sensing that her elder sister was turning red. If she spoke again, her sister would surely explode with anger, and she knew she would not escape unscathed. Yi Qing observed the expectant gazes of Yu Yu and Xiao Rou, then glanced at Bai Jishi's quivering lips. He stood up and positioned himself in front of Bai Jishi, leaning in closer. Ah, what a sweet sound. After saying this, Yi Qing gently patted Bai Jishi's head. However, he soon found himself in a daze, habitually accustomed to patting Yu Yu and Xiao Rou. His hand instinctively reached towards her head. Not far away, Yu Yu and Xiao Rou wore expressions of satisfaction, relieved to know that their parents had not quarreled. Grandpa, we wish to ride the big horse. Ride? Ride the big horse? Me? Bai Xingtian felt a sense of helplessness. Evidently, these two little girls were not novices at this. He sighed, realizing that he would have to be more carefree in the future. Come, let us ride the big horse. Bai Xingtian led the two little ones into the room, with Wang Ning following suit. Grandpa, let Xiao Rou ride first. No need, Grandpa can still endure. Both of you come up. Is your old back up to it? Wang Ning interjected. Of course. Do you think I am like the me of 10 years hence? Come, all aboard. Wang Ning hoisted both children onto his back. Wow, that's a bit heavy. Bai Xingtian began to move. Grandpa, charge. Wang Ning observed with a resigned expression. The stoic husband had truly transformed into a doting figure, a treatment that neither Ji Shi nor Ji Ling had ever received. Outside, Yi Qing stood up, intending to use the restroom. However, in the next moment, his hand was suddenly grasped. Turning around, he found Bai Jishi blushing, her doe-like eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Such a visage was utterly enchanting, evoking immense tenderness. She was simply irresistible. Even the beauty of the fish sinking and the geese alighting paled in comparison to her expression. Yi Qi was momentarily entranced. Beside him, Bai Jiling witnessed the scene and exclaimed, Wow, sister, is she this adorable? I must watch this. She held her snacks, quietly observing with anticipation, her face radiating a smile of delight. Bai Jishi gazed at Yu Qing, her face blooming like peach blossoms, her lips slightly parted. Chapter 40. There are too many people. Let us return to our room and call out loudly. Bai Jiling's eyes were fixed intently on her elder sister, her face brimming with anticipation, even tinged with a hint of crimson. Bai Jishi's lips moved, and it was evident from her silent words that she had uttered those two characters, yet her voice was too soft to be heard. Neither Yi Qing nor Bai Jiling caught her words. Hey, with such a faint voice, who can hear you? Speak up. Show some spirit, Bai Jiling exclaimed, tapping the sofa with excitement. It felt akin to a young man preparing for a thrilling reveal, only to discover it was something entirely mundane. Bai Jishi's face, already flushed, turned even redder at Bai Jiling's remark, her ears taking on a delicate pink hue. Yi Qing observed her reaction, his heart racing with an undeniable flutter. It's all right. We have plenty of time to call out loudly later. Today, with so many people around, this will suffice. After speaking, Bai Jiling glanced around, noticing their parents and the children had retreated to another room, leaving her alone. Well, what do you know? Are they targeting me? She placed her hands on her hips, a defiant expression on her face. Am I not just enjoying a bit of gossip? Why direct it at me? However, she understood that now was not the time to provoke her sister further. If she did, her sister might unleash a tempest of emotions, with strength surging by 200% and intellect diminishing by 50. She feared she would end up crushed on the sofa. With a pout, Bai Jiling hastily departed, seeking solace in a less tumultuous endeavor. Let us go and take a look. We must not allow the two young girls to overwhelm their uncle, for these little ones bear considerable weight. Yi Qing did not release Bai Jishi's hand. Instead, she grasped it firmly and pulled her up as they made their way into the room. On the bed, Bai Xingting humbly played the role of a sturdy ox, crawling in circles. The two little ones on his back emitted peals of laughter, infusing Bai Xingting with a sense of vigor. Grandpa could still run even faster. Bai Xingting was preparing to showcase his prowess, but upon turning around, he found his youngest daughter standing there, her eyes wide with astonishment. Gradually, she extended 2 thumbs up. Wow, Dad, your charm remains undiminished. Come, I want to see how you run even faster. Also, Dad, your precious daughter wishes to ride the horse. Go away. How did you manage to sneak in here? You all out. What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone ride a horse before? Upon being seen in such a position by his daughter, Bai Xingting felt his face flush with embarrassment, unable to maintain his composure. Wang Ming hastily ushered Bai Jiling out, along with Bai Jishi and Yi Qing, locking them outside. Wait, let's clarify things. I truly have never seen this before. I never rode when I was young, right, sister? We both have never ridden. Bai Jiling looked at her elder sister, initially expecting an affirmative response. However, all she received in return was silence. Wait, so, I am the only one who has never ridden? Don't leave. Let us get this straight. After a while, Bai Jiling sat there in a huff, while Yi Qing and Bai Jishi also took their seats. Where do you plan to pursue your studies? I am uncertain. We will be divided into classes in our senior year. I should be able to enter the elite class, and consequently, securing admission to a lower tier 985 university or an ordinary 211 university should not pose a significant challenge. However, gaining admission to Jiangcheng University seems somewhat difficult. Yet, for Jiangcheng University of Technology is still within reach. Bai Jiling pondered. It must be noted that, due to their parents' strict oversight, both sisters excel in their studies. Your sister's husband is from Jiangcheng University of Technology, Bai Jishi remarked, prompting Bai Jiling to glance toward her brother-in-law. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. I believe it is unnecessary. Jiangcheng University of Technology is not worth attending. It is akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves, who wouldn't regard you with predatory eyes. I would suggest you consider Jiangcheng Normal University instead. It is far more reliable. Jiangcheng Normal University, indeed, is a possibility. However, I have only heard of it and have yet to visit. That can be arranged next week when you come to Jiangcheng. Your sister and I will take you for a tour, Yi Qing proposed. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bai Jiling replied sweetly. No need for pleasantries. I shall take you to Jiangcheng University of Technology so that you may witness the perils of that institution. However, it is agreed, while I show you around, you must assist with the children. All right. I am quite adept at looking after children. Bai Jiling readily agreed, and then contemplated the inconvenience of taking the children out alone. Perhaps she could invite her parents to join, allowing them to care for the children during the day while she took over in the evening. A perfect plan. Next week, she could finally visit the universities in Jiangcheng, which she had never explored before. She truly yearned for this experience. It would also be delightful to bring along her close friends for a leisurely stroll. As these thoughts occupied her mind, the door swung open. All right. We'll end our horseplay here for today. Let your grandfather rest before we continue our fun, Bai Xingtian said, rubbing her waist. While she wasn't in dire straits, she certainly felt the weight of her years, especially with the burden of 2 children. It was futile to pretend otherwise. Wang Ming sighed from the side, suggesting, let me give you a massage. Sure, Bai Xingtian responded, only to be met with a knowing glance from Bai Zhiqi, making her feel a tad embarrassed. Even her eldest daughter seemed to chastise her for her stubbornness. Oh, it's just that the children are so joyful. She replied, I just need a moment to rest. I see you have completely transformed into a doting grandmother, Bai Zhiqi remarked, stepping forward to assist with the massage. Not at all. I'm not as you claim, Bai Xingtian replied, feeling a bit guilty as she sought to change the subject. By the way, Zhiqi, Qingya, have you noticed any hobbies that Yu and Xiao might have? I believe it's essential to nurture children's interests. They must not solely focus on academics. It is essential to cultivate one's character and to enjoy a joyful childhood, promoting well-rounded development. Bai Xingtian spoke eloquently. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed his two daughters approaching him, their penetrating stares eliciting a sense of discomfort within him. What is it? Why do you gaze at me so? He questioned. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Was it possible that one of them had traversed time as well? Or perhaps someone had taken possession of their being, allowing them to articulate such thoughts? Bai Zhilin, stroking her chin, inquired, was it you, old Bai, who forced us to complete our homework, who piled high stacks of exercises before us, and enrolled us in multiple tutoring sessions during our childhood? She added, old Bai, you feel strangely unfamiliar to me. Coughing softly, Bai Xingtian leaned over the sofa, feigning unconsciousness. Old Bai, why the silence? Speak a few words. It won't hurt, Bai Zhilin continued, her incessant chatter resembling the whispers of a mischievous spirit. Chapter 41. Arrangements for sleep. Bai Xingtian chose to ignore his playful daughter, reflecting instead on how much he preferred his elder daughter, who was gentle and tender. The two girls he had brought into the world were also sweet and obedient. He couldn't help but ponder the potential chaos if his younger daughter were to bear children in the future. It might very well lead to the roof being lifted off the house. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. After all, by the time his younger daughter had children, it would be many years hence, and he feared his body would not endure the passage of time. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Bai Zhilin continued her playful murmurs, while Yi Qing approached. I have indeed discovered some interest in the children. For instance, Yu exhibits a remarkable talent for music. Upon hearing her name mentioned, her face radiated with pride, and she straightened her petite frame considerably. Yes, grandfather. The teachers at kindergarten all say that my singing is delightful. They enjoy listening to me sing. How impressive. As for Xiao, she possesses a notable gift for calligraphy and painting. I have recently been nurturing her talent in this area, taking the time each day to practice writing with her. Although it seems that today we will not be able to practice. Yes. Bai Xingtian lifted her head. I also write some calligraphy. We have the necessary brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone at home. I will fetch them shortly. After a brief moment, Bai Zhilin took Yu to watch television. She held Yu as if cradling a large plush toy, a sight of utmost comfort. Meanwhile, Xiao stood atop a chair, prepared to begin writing. Xiao, just follow what grandfather has written and replicate it, Bai Xingtian instructed, gesturing to the words he had pinned nearby. The inscription read, Grandfather and I are the best in the world. Observing this phrase, the other three wore expressions of mild bewilderment. What is this? Is it only about being good with grandfather and not with grandmother? Wang Ming inquired, prompting Bai Xingtian to realize his oversight, and he quickly included grandmother in the sentiment. After a moment's reflection, he also amended I to we. Perfect. All right, Xiao, you may write just like this. All right. Xiao grasped the brush and began to write. Wow, this handwriting is truly impressive. Bai Xingtian gazed thoughtfully, and Wang Ning nodded in agreement, realizing that her father was not merely flattering but genuinely expressing commendable sentiments. Xiao had made remarkable progress during this period, advancing at an astonishing pace. At just 4 or 5 years of age, she had already mastered a considerable number of characters, although she still struggled with some, often relying on copying them. Bai Xingtian waved his hand dismissively, deeming her quite intelligent for her age. Once he finished writing, he promptly tucked the work away, contemplating a framing for it the following day. As the evening approached, Wang Ming cheerfully suggested, Yi Qing, you shouldn't drive back tonight. It's unsafe. Let us arrange for a half-day leave from kindergarten tomorrow and head there in the afternoon. For now, stay the night here. I'll prepare the beds for you. With a playful tone, she added, tonight, old Bai, and the two little ones will be sharing the same bed. No one is allowed to take my spot. We still have 2 rooms available. As Wang Ming spoke, a conflicted expression crossed her face. According to her upbringing, It was inconceivable for Yi Qing and Bai Shi, with their current camaraderie, to share a bed. However, given that both had children now and their future as a couple seemed inevitable, she saw no reason to obstruct this natural progression. Moreover, she held a favorable opinion of her future son-in-law, considering him part of the family. With a sigh, Wang Ning decided to relinquish control over the situation, feeling a headache form as these thoughts swirled in her mind. Noticing her mother's hesitance, Bai Shi understood the inner turmoil but was left without a clear resolution. As her mother continued to prepare the bedding in silence, "You share a bed with Jiling, while I will occupy this smaller room." Yi Qing is indifferent. Yet considering it is someone else's home, it is prudent for Wang Ning to maintain a degree of decorum, despite his ambiguous demeanor. Regardless, once we return to the villa, will we not be embracing each other nightly? It is fortuitous that there will be someone to attend to the children, thus alleviating the constraints we might face. We can stay up late in the evening, indulging in our phones. What? No way, brother-in-law. My sister actually wants to sleep with me? You are so readily relinquishing your future wife. Absolutely not. I refuse to share a bed with my sister. The sweet scent of her romance is overwhelming. Bai Jiling babbled incessantly, clearly relishing her solitary time. Glancing to her sides, Bai Jiqi could not help but stamp her foot in frustration. Is she truly unwelcome on both fronts? Yi Qing's indifference is somewhat understandable, as he is looking out for his own interests. Bai Jiling, what is your intention? In that moment, her hand grasped Bai Jiling's ear. Do you think you can simply dismiss my authority? Have you forgotten how long it has been since I put you in your place? Do you believe you have swollen with pride again? Show some respect for your elder sister. A few words rendered Bai Jiling considerably subdued, as the fear of her sister's reprimand resurfaced. Sister, please stop twisting, she whispered, trying to contain herself. Bai Jiqi then turned to look at Yi Qing, who stood nearby with a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, little tyrant. No calling me that," she protested. Bai Jiqi could no longer contain herself amidst the playful teasing. Bai Jiling, observing the noisy future couple, sighed in exasperation. The air was thick with the sweet, cloying scent of romance. Could their mother truly endure this? Turning around, she noticed her mother remained silent, her bedclothes being arranged with a fervor that suggested an impending flight. Once the bedding was laid, she ushered the two children and their grandfather back to their room, locking the door with a definitive click, exuding an air of, "You may frolic as you wish. It is of no concern to us." After a while, Bai Jiling entered Yi Qing's room and retrieved her stuffed bear, which stood at her height, bringing it into the larger room. "Sleep well. If anything arises, just message me," she instructed. "Oh, come now. What could possibly happen?" Bai Jiling retorted, pulling her sister back into their room. Upon entering, Bai Jiling tossed a plush toy to Bai Jiqi. "Each of you holds your own." As agreed. All right, Bai Jiqi replied, embracing her bear and settling down. Bai Jiling mirrored her sister's actions, lying back-to-back with Bai Jiqi. They engaged in a delightful exchange of whispers, a quintessential girls' night. Meanwhile, Wang Ning and Bai Xingting lay side by side in silence. The two little ones were on the verge of slumber. Observing how tightly they clung to their own arms, Bai Xingting couldn't help but smile affectionately. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Look, their habits are strikingly similar. They cannot sleep without something to hold. The phenomenon of inheritance is truly remarkable." Chapter 42. The Maiden's Shyness, a Gentle Blade. Additional update. Wang Ning gave him a light tap and then gestured towards his phone. The meaning remains quite clear. Let us refrain from conversation for now, as the child is asleep. Bai Xingtian nodded in agreement. The two began to communicate through their phones. Initially, they reminisced about Bai Ziqi and Bai Jiling in their childhood, but soon the topic shifted to Yi Qing. Bai Xingtian shared with Wang Ning the remarks that Bai Jiling had made to him earlier that day. As Wang Ning read, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. Such valuable gifts? Surely, the items given to her must also be of considerable worth. This child, soon to be part of their family, but not to feel so distant. After contemplating for a moment, she sighed. Indeed. The two youngsters must have summoned considerable courage to bring the little girl along this time. If she and old Bai were to encounter such a situation, they might lack the bravery to bring it home. The risk of a rift with their parents could be very real if they failed to understand. It is not easy for the two children. Wang Ning remained silent for a while before picking up her phone again to discuss future plans with old Bai, even contemplating retirement strategies. That night, Yi Qing felt immensely comfortable. Oh, how long it had been since he had enjoyed gaming so joyfully. He maneuvered his character with a sense of exhilaration. Ding dong. Shortly after, a message chimed in. Future child bride, are you asleep? I can't seem to fall asleep. Yi Qing, just settled down. Future child bride. Oh, and then silence followed. However, a short while later, Yi Qing keenly heard the door of the adjacent room open. Soft footsteps approached him. He quickly tucked his phone beneath his pillow. Then, he noticed the footsteps paused for a considerable time before a gentle knock echoed at the door. Yi Qing opened the door. Bai Jishi peeked in, her face adorned with a bashful expression. Yi Qing looked down from his elevated position, observing Bai Jishi, who was clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. Through the neckline, a glimpse of her fair skin was visible. What could this girl possibly want at this late hour? Yi Qing pondered in confusion. Suddenly, Bai Jishi raised her head, biting her lip, wrestling with her thoughts for a moment before her lips parted. Darling, she exclaimed, then swiftly embraced Yi Qing. The soft, bouncy sensation stirred something within him, causing his blood to race. After all, beneath that nightgown, she wore nothing else. Goodness, this girl comes to me with such audacity at night. In an instant, Yi Qing's mind raced with various thoughts, including more passionate pursuits. However, the moment she approached, he suppressed those notions. After embracing him, Bai Jishi playfully thumped her head against Yi Qing's chest, only to recoil slightly in discomfort. His muscles were far from soft. She then turned and dashed back to her room, shutting the door behind her. Yi Qing stood at the threshold, momentarily stunned. His mind filled with the image of Bai Jishi's bashful demeanor, her gentle voice, and the tantalizing touch. Goodness, this girl, I am utterly at her mercy. Am I to be consumed by desire tonight? She flirts and then retreats, leaving me to contend with this? How can I, in my youthful vigor, withstand such a trial? Who among the young can bear such a test? There are ill-intentioned individuals among the crowd. Yi Qing's mind erupted in frantic thoughts. He returned to his bed, feeling invigorated yet overheated. The heart raced like a sovereign engine, refusing to come to a halt. Damn it! Gaming, gaming, Yi Qing mused, retrieving his phone from beneath the pillow. The previous match had concluded. He opened the ranked matches, and a message materialized before his eyes. Dear player, we have detected an extended period of inactivity in your recent games, which has adversely affected the experience of other players. Your participation in ranked matches has been restricted, with a time limit of. Yi Qing was left speechless. This night is driving me mad. I am truly at my wit's end. For the first time, he found himself utterly helpless due to a girl. Well, I suppose I can only resort to watching short videos now. It appears this will be a sleepless night, and the emotional turmoil is overwhelming. It turns out that a girl's impact lies not in the harm she inflicts upon the body, but in the annihilation of the soul. I have learned this lesson the hard way. Throughout the night, Yi Qing hardly managed to sleep. Morning arrived. In the shared room of Bai Jishi and Bai Jiling, Bai Jiling was nestled with her plush toy, deep in slumber. Suddenly, she sensed someone embracing her from behind. Sister. In her haze, Bai Jiling instinctively recognized it was her elder sister. They had agreed to each hold their respective bears. How could she do this? Moreover, her sister seemed uncomfortable being held from behind. She was turned over to lie flat on her back. Puff! Bai Jiling was jolted awake, irritation washing over her as she emerged from her dazed state. Yet, her sister persisted, curling into her, resembling a small bird seeking refuge in her embrace. Bai Jiling was taken aback. When did my sister become so affectionate? TSK. It seems you might be treating her like a brother-in-law. Oh, how the young couple seems to be enjoying themselves. Soon after, she felt her older sister's delicate hand resting on her abdomen. After a gentle caress, a soft, bewildered murmur escaped her lips, laced with a hint of confusion. Subsequently, the hand ventured higher, and a low hum of understanding began to replace her earlier perplexity. Goodness! Bai Jiling was instantly taken aback. What do you mean by this? What are you implying? Why does confusion arise when it comes to my abdomen? Is it because I lack defined abs? But why does confusion dissipate when it reaches my chest? Are you mocking me for having no bosom, just like my brother-in-law? He is a man, and I am a woman. This mockery is utterly overwhelming. Fueled by indignation, Bai Jiling's sleepiness vanished entirely. However, in the next moment, Bai Jishi's little hand stirred, squeezing Bai Jiling's chest. Bai Jiling let out a piercing scream, rousing the drowsy Bai Jishi, who sat up in a flurry, albeit with a somewhat dazed expression. What happened? Where am I? Who am I? What transpired? Hadn't she just been caressing Yi Qing as usual? Why did Yi Qing scream? And why did it sound like a groundhog? No, wait. Why is Yi Qing's voice feminine? These thoughts raced through Bai Jishi's mind. She swiftly turned her head, only to find Bai Jiling clutching her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment, nearly crimson, hiding in the corner of the bed. Ah! Bai Jishi also exclaimed in shock. Why are you here? As she spoke, she glanced around the surroundings and realized they were at their parents' home. Yes, last night. She shared her slumber with her sister, and, before drifting off, she embraced Yu Qing. Upon returning, she found herself unable to fall asleep for quite some time. Her mind consumed by thoughts of Yi Qing, even dreaming of her. Consequently, she mistakenly perceived Bai Jiling as Yi Qing. Oh no, just a moment ago. She seemed to have pinched. Oh dear. Her sister, sob. Bai Jiling was just about to scream and dash out of the room when Bai Jishi swiftly covered her mouth, pressing her down onto the bed. Chapter 43. Is there any justice left? Is there still a law? Sob. Bai Jiling, pinned to the bed and silenced, found the scene utterly unbearable. No shouting, no shouting. Bai Jishi whispered fiercely. When it seemed her words had little effect, she raised her hand. Slap. The crisp sound echoed through the room. Oh! Bai Jiling's body trembled as pain radiated from her backside. Tears welled in her eyes, lamenting her misfortune. She had awoken in an unsavory state and now, in her quest for justice, had been met with 2 resounding slaps. Is there any sense of justice left? Is there any law? Yet, she felt utterly powerless, unable to escape her sister's grip. Throughout their childhood, in their playful skirmishes, she had never emerged victorious against her sister. Resigned, she ceased her struggles. Noticing her sister's compliance, Bai Jishi nodded. It was merely a little pinch. Must you react so dramatically? Nonsense. You clearly pinched me too. Bai Jiling's face flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. So what if I did? I've pinched you before when we were younger. Bai Jishi spoke with an air of indifference. Oh, no crying aloud. If you continue, I shall strike you again. Is there no law left? Bai Jiling also succumbed to despair. Outside, a voice echoed. What are you all doing? I believe I just heard a scream. Yi Qing's voice carried in from the outside. Following her, Wang Ning chimed in. Yi Qing, pay them no mind. They are merely sisters who delight in their playful antics. Despite their age, they still behave like children. Wang Ning shook his head and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Bai Xingting had risen early, donned his sports attire, and prepared to go for a run, a habit he had maintained for decades. As he surveyed the room, a conflict brewed within him. Should he rouse the 2 young girls to join him in his morning exercise? However, just as the thought began to take root, he dismissed it. Old Zhang would also be running. If the girls were to call him grandpa, he would find himself at a loss for words, potentially stirring up unnecessary trouble. Sigh. How he wished for the day, a decade later, when he could proudly take the 2 girls out without hesitation, garnering envy from those around him. The thought of their departure later today left a void in his heart. Never mind, I shall forego my run today, he decided. Sending a message out, Bai Jishi and Bai Jiling emerged, and Bai Jishi, upon seeing Yi Qing, paused in surprise. Yi Qing, you seem a bit weary. Heh. Yi Qing chuckled softly, then cast a glance at Bai Jishi, her expression revealing a clear message. You slept quite well, haven't you? Why do you think I look so haggard? Bai Jishi inched closer. Did you not sleep at all last night? Well, what do you expect? Your presence is akin to a nuclear bomb in its destructive force. Ah, then please take some time to rest today. Bai Jishi had not anticipated that her actions would elicit such a response from Yu Qing. However, she couldn't entirely blame herself for it. A short while later, the 2 young girls emerged from the room, still in a daze, rubbing their eyes. As soon as they stepped out, they were swept up in Bai Jiling's embrace. She turned to Bai Jishi. You'd better apologize, or I won't be so gracious. Bai Jishi replied. All right. So this is how you're going to wield your power, is it? I'm sorry. She reluctantly yielded. Now that's more like it, Bai Jiling agreed, fulfilling her promise by releasing the 2 girls. Yet, they remained bewildered, entirely oblivious to the situation, wondering why their aunt had suddenly behaved this way. They looked towards Bai Xingting. Hey, Grandpa, why didn't you go for your morning run today? Are you feeling unwell? What? How did you know I was supposed to go for a run? Grandpa runs every day. Sometimes, he even invites us along, said Yu and Xiao. Upon realizing his routine had been exposed, Bai Xingting quickly corrected himself. Today, Grandpa is staying home to keep you company, all right? Okay, Grandpa, give us a kiss. They exclaimed, leaning in to peck Bai Xingting on the cheek. You 2 adorable little ones truly know how to capture grandfather's heart. Alas, I never anticipated that at this age, I would suddenly acquire two newfound vulnerabilities. Despite expressing such sentiments, a radiant happiness adorned Bai Xingtian's face. After a while, as dinner concluded, Yi Qing and Bai Jishi were also preparing to depart. Mom and Dad, I must head to school now, Bai Jiling announced, gently pinching the chubby cheeks of the two girls. Auntie is leaving too. See you next week. All right, Yi Qing replied, gazing at Bai Jiling. Jiling, allow us to escort you to school. No, please don't. Brother-in-law, your car is far too conspicuous. I am merely an ordinary student. If I were to ride in your vehicle, who knows what rumors might arise. Perhaps I would be mistaken for the hidden second young lady of a wealthy family. Bai Jiling listed a few possibilities, causing Bai Jishi to roll her eyes in exasperation. The group made their way downstairs. Bai Jiling, pushing her bicycle, gracefully swung her long leg over the seat and turned to face them. Sister, brother-in-law, I shall take my leave now. Adorable little ones, Annie is off. Goodbye, Auntie. Be safe on your way. Yu and Sharo waved as Bai Jiling departed, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Your sister must be the white moonlight from Minnie at school, Yi Qing remarked, observing Bai Jiling's retreating figure. Although Bai Jiling's beauty paled slightly in comparison to Bai Jishi's, and her figure was notably less impressive, it was undeniable that she possessed the makings of a beauty. Indeed, she is my sister, Bai Jishi replied proudly, striding forward with her high ponytail swaying elegantly. After a while, Yi Qing and Bai Jishi boarded the car with the child. Yi Qing, drive carefully, Bai Xingting advised. Understood, Yi Qing nodded. In the back seat, Wang Ning's admonitions were plentiful. Sleep well, eat properly, make sure to video chat when you can, and remember to stay hydrated. Listening to this made Bai Jishi feel a shiver run down her spine, especially when her father repeated himself. Her mouth twitched in response. Let us go? I can't bear to hear any more, she said as Yi Qing pressed the accelerator and departed. After bidding farewell to the two girls, Wang Ning and Bai Xingting stood together, gazing into the distance with expressions of reluctance. It wasn't until the taillights vanished from sight that they regained their senses. Let us head back, Wang Ning suggested. Sigh, Bai Xingting exhaled deeply. Glancing at his phone, he felt grateful for modern technology, which would allow them to video chat frequently. Otherwise, he feared he might struggle to eat or sleep well in the coming days. Inside the car, Yi Qing contemplated stopping by a flower shop to purchase a bouquet, as he had yet to gift Bai Jishi flowers. Additionally, he intended to visit Wuyo Media today. Yes, today should prove quite fulfilling, he mused. He then glanced at Bai Jishi beside him, reflecting on the previous night's antics that had caused him such distress. Perhaps it was time to impose a little punishment on her. With that thought in mind, Yi Qing nodded to himself. Chapter 44. Who sent my daughter flowers? Bai Jishi, seated in the passenger seat, was absorbed in her phone. A message from Bai Xingting appeared, containing the unfinished thoughts from earlier, now unfolding on her screen. She felt a gaze upon her. Turning to the side, she caught sight of Yi Qing, and in response to his look, she thought to herself, your eyes are tainted with desire. Yi Qing replied, is it that obvious? How could it be? I am but a pure-hearted male university student. With a smile, he redirected his attention to the road ahead. Listening to Yi Qing's light-hearted banter, Bai Jishi pouted, her face adorned with contemplation. That mischievous fellow surely harbored some nefarious intentions. It seemed he was plotting revenge for what had transpired the previous night. Yet, she felt unperturbed. After all, she possessed a talisman of protection. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bai Jishi's cheeks flushed with a hue of embarrassment, silently scolding herself for her whimsical musings. How had she allowed her thoughts to wander to such matters? Yi Qing occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of Bai Jishi's gradually reddening complexion. He mused, this girl, I haven't done anything at all. Yet she seems to be the one stirring her own feelings. Daddy, I wish to listen to some music. Could you play a song for me? Yuyo said sweetly, prompting Yi Qing to turn on the music. Yuyo joined in, humming along gently. Though she was unfamiliar with the lyrics, her melody was remarkably accurate. Sister is so talented, Xiao Ro exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration. Yuyo, bashfully scratching her head in response to her sister's praise, displayed a shy demeanor. Oh. Yi Qing observed Yuyo's actions through the rearview mirror. Her bashful expression was a rare sight indeed. The journey was filled with laughter and joy. Upon arriving home, Yi Qing and the others disembarked, and the little one, Tuan Yuan, found herself back in familiar surroundings. She dashed around the yard before stopping by the koi pond, gazing intently at the fish swimming within. To be honest, Yi Qing felt a twinge of fear that one of those koi might suddenly leap up and swallow Tuan Yuan whole, given her diminutive size. All right, you two. Take some time to rest this morning. Daddy will take you to kindergarten in the afternoon, Yi Qing said, watching the two lively girls run about. He couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. Their exuberance suggested they had no need for rest. You have classes this afternoon, right? Yi Qing turned to Bai Shi, who nodded in affirmation. Well then, I happen to have some matters to attend to in Mingyang City this afternoon. It takes about an hour to get there. If I return late tonight, please pick up Yu and Xiao Rou for me. All right, should I take them to kindergarten instead? No need, but do wait for my return, okay? What do you plan to do? Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Bai Shi was taken aback by his response, realizing it was not the answer she had anticipated. This fellow was becoming increasingly brazen, as if his true nature was beginning to reveal itself. Special circumstances. Bai Shi blinked her alluring eyes, pouting slightly before turning away and hastily pursuing the two little girls, her high ponytail swaying with each step. Come on, it's just a few days, Yi Qing mused, contemplating that he could collect a bit of interest in the meantime. After all, she was destined to be his future wife. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? It was all a matter of time. At noon, after having lunch, Yi Qing set off with two young girls. Father, it seems we have departed a bit too early, she remarked. Father is buying flowers for Mother, Yi Qing continued. Oh. Yu and Xiaorou's eyes widened, their mouths slightly agape. Father said that giving flowers to a girl signifies affection, Xiaorou exclaimed. Indeed, it conveys feelings of love and admiration, Yi Qing replied, gazing at the two little ones, also intending to present them with two bouquets. Father, you are so kind to Mother. Yu chimed in as they arrived at the flower shop. Yi Qing alighted from the vehicle, followed by the two girls, and they entered the shop. Boss, are the flowers I ordered ready, Mr. Yi? The female shopkeeper inquired, testing the waters. Yes, that's right, Yi Qing confirmed. Ah, what exquisite little darlings, the shopkeeper said, looking at Yu and Xiaorou, bending down to affectionately ruffle their hair. Yi Qing then added, Boss, prepare 2 more bouquets for these 2 young ladies. Certainly. I shall exert my utmost effort. The shopkeeper responded cheerfully, proceeding to select and wrap the flowers with great care, treating them as if they were exquisite works of art. Observing this, Yu and Xiaorou's eyes sparkled with delight. Father, these scattered flowers transform into beautiful bouquets in the Andy's hands. Is she a magician? How impressive, they exclaimed in admiration. The shopkeeper, touched by their genuine praise, couldn't help but blush, for children never speak untruths. The boss added a few exquisite flowers, considering them gifts for the 2 little girls. These blossoms are complimentary for you 2 adorable ones. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you. You're welcome. Shortly thereafter, after being beautifully wrapped, the boss handed them to Yi Qing, who then presented them to Yu and Xiao Rou. Thank you, Daddy. After Yi Qing made the payment and received a generous rebate, she departed with the 2 little girls, while the female boss looked on with a hint of envy. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, the children had awakened from their afternoon slumber. Yi Qing appeared at the entrance with Yu and Xiao Rou. The flowers were placed in the car, and the 2 girls requested Yi Qing to help them bring them back. From a distance, Xiaodan spotted them and rushed over. Xiao Rou, you've come. She eagerly took both of their hands, expressing her concern, asking why they hadn't come in the morning, as she had feared they were unwell. We visited Grandma and Grandpa yesterday, and just returned this morning. After explaining, Xiaodan understood. Let us go in and play nicely with the other children. Daddy has things to attend to, Yi Qing said. However, in the next moment, a little boy came running from afar, clutching a small bouquet of flowers. Seeing him approach, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, wondering what this boy was up to. Xiao Rou and the others were equally puzzled. As the boy drew closer, he looked at Xiao Rou and handed her the flowers. Xiao Rou, you are so beautiful. And the flowers are lovely. I offer them to you, hoping you will like them. With that, he turned and dashed away, glancing back at Yi Qing. Yi Qing remained frozen in place for quite some time, watching the boy run off into the distance before regaining his senses. Goodness, whose little rascal is this? Starting to flirt with my daughter in kindergarten? Chapter 45. How can you be so reckless with your hands while kissing? Yi Qing was seething with anger, nearly hopping in frustration. Were it not for the fact that this was just a little boy, he would have certainly gone over to seize him and deliver a stern warning. How outrageous. Yi Qing's gaze fell upon the bouquet in Xiao Rou's hands. It seemed like a dagger piercing through his heart, stabbing deep into the chest of a concerned father. The pain was suffocating. This little rascal certainly knows how to play the game. He has a knack for charming the ladies, and he chose the gentlest Xiao Rou to present flowers to. At such a tender age, he is already adept at flirting, and he possesses quite the silver tongue. Yi Qing gritted his teeth in frustration. He pressed a hand against his chest, taking a moment to exhale a heavy sigh of exasperation. He turned to Yu Yu and Xiao Dan, speaking earnestly. Yu Yu, Xiao Dan, I entrust you with a task. You must keep a close watch on that boy from earlier. Ensure that he does not get too close to Xiao Rou. If he attempts any intimate gestures towards her, you must intervene immediately. Do you understand? Absolutely, Dad. Yu Yu replied, hands on her hips, adopting an indignant stance. Yes, I will too, Uncle. Xiao Dan chimed in, embodying the spirit of a protector. Excellent. You both display great enthusiasm. Yi Qing nodded, feeling grateful for these two little cuties. Humph, why does he only give flowers to Xiao Rou and not to Yu Yu? Is Yu Yu not pretty enough? Indeed, he doesn't even consider Xiao Dan and me. We shall not play with him any longer. Xiao Dan spoke, and the two little girls nodded in unison. Yi Qing felt somewhat bewildered. The situation appeared to be taking a convoluted turn. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Despite the protection of the two young girls, Yi Qing still felt a pang of pain in his heart after recently suffering a significant blow. It was an indescribable sensation, perhaps only comprehensible to those who have daughters. Nearby, Xiao Rou gazed at the flowers in her hand. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with inquiry. Daddy, you mentioned earlier that giving flowers represents affection and love, didn't you? In that instant, Yi Qing wished to slap himself. How could his words be so thoughtless, resulting in their exploitation by the little girl? No. Giving flowers can also convey friendship and well wishes, just like this bouquet I gave you, which symbolizes blessings, wishing you to become more beautiful. Oh, Xiao Rou nodded, somewhat understanding. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning, she believed her father's words to be true. Then, Daddy, could you help me take the flowers back? Thank you. Daddy Yi Qing accepted the flowers, feeling an overwhelming urge to toss them onto the ground, yet he restrained himself. All right, you all may go inside now, he said softly, suppressing his fury as he spoke gently to his daughter. Goodbye, Daddy, see you tonight. The little girls trooped inside. Yi Qing stood there, momentarily frozen in thought, as countless images flooded his mind, including one of a young man with golden hair riding a motorcycle, approaching him and saying, Old Deng, take care of the bike. Creak. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, continually rubbing his hands together. Throughout the journey, he felt a heavy cloud of melancholy enveloping his heart, his expression dark and brooding. It was not until he arrived home that he grasped the bouquet of flowers behind him. In the next moment, a notification appeared before him. Host and wife's relationship detected to be warming. A continuous task has been initiated. The host will receive rewards as the emotional bond with his wife strengthens. Additional tasks will be issued during the completion of the continuous task. Oh, Yi Qing mused, surprised by this new development. He stepped into the room where Bai Ziqi was feeding their child, Xiao Tuanyuan. Upon hearing the sounds from outside, she hurried out and was greeted by the sight of Yi Qing entering with a large bouquet, a smile adorning his face. Ziqi, these are for you, he said, placing the flowers into her arms. She embraced the bouquet, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Relationship warmth detected. Reward, a suite at Linglong Mountain Villa. Thank you. Yi Qing, she replied. After receiving a bouquet, why has your address changed back? If that's the case, I might have to take the flowers back. Yi Qing blurted out, taken aback. No, you gave them to me, so they belong to me now. How could I return them? She countered playfully. It's just that I'm not used to it yet. Besides, there's no one around, so I can't call out loud. Husband Bai Ziqi said shyly, placing the flowers aside. As she turned around, a figure leaned in closer, and then he lowered his head to kiss her. Bai Ziqi was caught off guard by the suddenness, but she soon closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment. However, it was rather awkward, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Her hands had nowhere to settle, and she found herself embracing Yi Qing. Similarly, Yi Qing's hands were also at a loss for placement. After a moment, Bai Ziqi felt as though she were on the verge of asphyxiation. Suddenly, she sensed Yi Qing's large hand resting upon. Oh, in an instant, Bai Ziqi's body jolted, becoming rigid, and her teeth instinctively clenched. Yi Qing winced in pain and quickly took a step back. Wait, why are you biting me? What do you think? Where were your hands just now? Bai Ziqi stamped her foot, appearing quite indignant. Well, wasn't that my first kiss too? How was I to know where to place my hands? Yi Qing retorted. Listening to his words, Bai Ziqi recalled that her own hands had seemed equally misplaced moments ago. Forget it, I forgive you. With her cheeks still flushed, Bai Ziqi playfully sprayed some perfume onto Yi Qing. Yi Qing turned his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. He had intentionally sought to touch the heart-shaped birthmark. Nonetheless, his earlier claim of having nowhere to place his hands was indeed genuine. A screen materialized, indicating rapid emotional connection detected between host and spouse, granting divine creative ability and photographic memory skill. A peculiar sensation surged through Yi Qing's body as he stepped outside. Retrieving 3 bouquets from the car, he placed 2 of them prominently, flowers he had bought for Yu and Xiaoro. As for the bouquet from Little Radish, he set it in the corner. Hey, why did you buy flowers for those 2 little girls, yet one is so small and tucked away in the corner? Wouldn't it be better to bring it here? No way. Yi Qing spoke decisively, her expression darkening. What's wrong? Bai Ziqi noticed Yi Qing's discontent with the bouquet and inquired, only to burst into laughter afterward. What's the big deal? This merely indicates that Xiaoro is well-liked in kindergarten. It's hardly a bad thing. You're overreacting. They are just children, nothing as serious as you imagine. But that is still unacceptable. I will find out which little pig is meddling with the cabbages at such a tender age. Yet you meddle with someone else's cabbages too? Huh. It's acceptable for me to interfere with others' cabbages, but no one should meddle with mine. As Yi Qing spoke, Bai Ziqi suppressed a smile, casting him a glance. She found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of this doting father. Nevertheless, she offered Yi Qing several words of comfort. When it seemed that words alone would not suffice, she pressed a gentle kiss upon him, easing the furrow of his brow. Chapter 46. No more kissing. They're swollen. Is it true that whenever I'm unhappy, you always kiss me? Yi Qing gazed at Bai Ziqi as she spoke. Yes. Then I am unhappy now. Bai Ziqi retorted. You rascal. You're just exploiting a glitch. No more kisses. They're already swollen. Where is it swollen? Yi Qing asked, looking at her in confusion. My lips. Where else could it be? All right then, I'm off to class. Bai Ziqi remarked, glancing at Yi Qing, thinking that her future husband was quite mischievous. She stepped out, only to return and stand before the flowers he had given her, meticulously capturing several photographs with her phone. As she gazed at the blooms, she mused that they were the most exquisite flowers she had ever seen. Certainly, the flowers remained the same, lacking any particularly breathtaking qualities. However, the person presenting them had a certain charm, which elevated the flowers in tandem. Off she went. Bai Ziqi glanced at the time. The class was approaching, and she was running late. It was all Yi Qing's fault for that prolonged kiss. Who lingers so long in a kiss? Truly. She shot Yi Qing a playful glare and waved her hand dismissively, finally stepping out. Yi Qing was left standing there, and after a moment of reflection, he looked at the collection of ancient poetry he had purchased for Yu and Xiaoro. He discovered a piece he had never memorized before, read through it once, and then closed the book. The verses of the poem danced in his mind. If only he had possessed such a skill during high school. Attending Qingbei would have been a mere formality. But never mind, even if he could, he preferred to attend Jiangsheng University. He reminisced about Bai Ziqi's sweet kiss, stirring a gentle wave of emotions within him. Despite their inexperience in kissing, the moment was undeniably delightful. However, Yi Qing's tongue still throbbed a bit. She had bitten down a tad too hard. Was it really necessary just to touch that heart-shaped birthmark? He hummed a little tune when suddenly his phone rang. Hello. May I speak with Mr. Yi Qing? This is he. Yi Qing took a moment to process the formal address, quickly realizing it must be someone from Wuyo Media. I am Yu Qingji, the general manager of our company. Mr. Yi, when might you visit the company for an inspection? I have just become aware of the changes in the legal entity and shareholding, which is why I am reaching out. I will set off shortly. It will take me about an hour to arrive. All right, esteemed Director Yi, we await your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Yu Qing rose to his feet, ready to pay a visit to his company. Today was promising, filled with delightful occurrences. He hummed a cheerful tune, retrieving a watering can to nourish the flowers he had sent to Bai Ziqi, as well as those for Yu and Xiaoro. In the next moment, he caught sight of a small bouquet in the distance. Suddenly, his mood soured. The bouquet seemed to take on a life of its own, as if imploring Yi Qing. Hey, don't just stand there, give me some water too. Water it. Yi Qing cursed under his breath. He turned and made his way towards the Rolls-Royce. Once inside the car, he quickly searched for the location and pressed the accelerator. The Rolls-Royce roared to life, propelling forward. Along the way, Yi Qing endeavored to banish thoughts of the earlier incident at the kindergarten. Yet, some matters possess an uncanny ability to intrude upon one's mind, especially with his newly acquired, infuriatingly vivid memory. Gradually, Yi Qing envisioned the two little girls progressing through elementary school, middle school, high school, and eventually university. With the splendid genes they inherited, they were likely to become the object of affection for numerous boys, their white moonlight. It seemed that suitors would swarm like fish crossing a river. Clearly, he needed to ensure that the two girls remained unattainable. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. With a sigh, the previously stormy expression on his face softened slightly, though not significantly. Meanwhile, at the base of Wuyo Media, numerous executives awaited his arrival. Although Wuyo Media has yet to be publicly listed, it is nonetheless a substantial conglomerate, akin to ByteDance and the Six Little Dragons of Hangzhou, which have not been listed either. It can be said that this company has only recently risen to prominence, thus even the senior management is relatively youthful. All under the age of 40, brimming with vitality. They stand upright downstairs. Is Mr. Yu and Director Yi about to arrive? Yes, it seems so. You just spoke with Director Yi. What impression did he leave on you? Hiss. Director Yi struck me as quite amiable. His voice sounded relatively young, not at all resembling an old-fashioned figure. He appears to be a commendable leader. Amiable, indeed. As long as he is friendly, I can manage. What I dread is someone perpetually frowning, which would certainly dampen my spirits. Nearby, Director Han Shui stuck out her tongue. Yu Qingji gazed at this 30-year-old director. Although he possessed remarkable capabilities, sometimes his words lacked thought. Be cautious with your words. That is Director Yi you are addressing. Mind your position, or you may find yourself dismissed. Yu Qingji contemplated adding a remark about starving her if she were dismissed, but considering her abilities, she would likely thrive independently and carve out her own path. He turned to observe the talented individuals around him and sighed. One wonders whether the new leadership will bring about significant changes, especially for those capable individuals. Let's wait and see. I shall refrain from speaking out of turn to avoid being dismissed. I still rely on the company for my livelihood. Han Shui raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Come now, everyone, stand straight. I sense Director Yi is almost here. Yu Qingji waved his hand, speaking as Han Shui promptly took her position, displaying her usual decisive demeanor. She pondered Yu Qingji's words, filled with anticipation. What a congenial individual he must be. Just as she was lost in thought, a resonant roar of an engine filled the air. The security personnel granted passage, and a Rolls-Royce approached them. Mr. Yi has arrived. Everyone stood at attention, and both Yu Qingji and Han Shui moved forward. The car came to a halt, and Yu Qingji glanced at the empty back seat before hastening to the driver's side to open the door. Subsequently, Yi Qing emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Yu Qingji's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend what he was witnessing. Was he truly this youthful? This was astonishingly young. Surely, he must be some official's son or a wealthy heir. It was reminiscent of how young Master Wang once established Panda live. Perhaps he was merely dabbling in Wuyo Media for amusement. Yu Qingji felt a sudden pang in his heart, but quickly composed himself. Greeting. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Yu Qingji. He began his introduction. Meanwhile, Han Shui and the others gazed at Yu Qing, their hearts swelling with joy. The new chairman was incredibly handsome and remarkably young. Yet, he seemed devoid of a smile. Perhaps he intended to establish authority upon his arrival? Surely he would smile when exchanging pleasantries shortly. Han Shui mused, then took a bouquet of flowers from one of the girls behind her and approached Yu Qing. Mr. Yi, these flowers are for you. We hope that under your leadership, Wuyo Media. Han Shui began, but she noticed that the moment Yu Qing accepted the flowers, his expression abruptly darkened. What a grim chairman had arrived. Not a smile in sight. It seems there is some discontent directed at me. As for the director, I fear this time I might truly be dismissed. Chapter 47. Why did Mr. Ye's expression darken upon seeing the flowers? Well, let us not linger here. Let us proceed inside. I wish to examine the various financial reports and meeting documents, so please assist me in organizing them promptly. As Yu Qing spoke, she made no attempt to take the flowers and walked towards the interior. Yu Qingji felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and hurriedly led the way. He too was perplexed as to why the chairman appeared so grim and even more sullen than upon arrival. Could this new official's fervor truly be so intense? Is this reasonable? Yu Qingji felt an immense pressure. The mere mention of reviewing finances and documents transported him back to the terrifying days of being scrutinized for assignments in high school. He strained to recall any potential oversights. After a long contemplation, He finally exhaled in relief. After all, these matters were within his regular purview, and the group's finances were robust and thriving, leaving no room for concern. Mr. Yi, this way, he called as he walked ahead. Han Shui, clutching the flowers, followed behind, gazing at the bouquet in her arms. She pondered, it shouldn't be the case. The flowers are so exquisite. How could anyone possibly dislike them? Could it be that Mr. Yi is allergic to pollen? Goodness. That might explain his refusal to accept them, and he certainly appears quite irate. I lack his background information, so who can say? I hope he doesn't make things difficult for me in the future. Han Shui hurriedly handed the bouquet to a colleague and then caught up. Meanwhile, the colleagues from finance and the office quickly began to organize the materials. Before long, a series of documents appeared on Yi Qing's desk. Yi Qing flipped through the documents, yet her expression remained unchanged. Ever since she laid eyes on the flowers, it seemed her mood had soured considerably. Yu Qingji felt a tumultuous unease within him. Observing Yi Qing, he prepared to offer an explanation, only to see her sigh as if struck by a sudden realization. Yu Qingji thought, is there some oversight? Surely not. General Manager, I am truly on the brink of madness. With each exhale, the once confident Yu Qingji began to feel a creeping panic. Doubts about life itself clouded his mind, and he found himself grappling with a morose urge to escape it all. Beside him, Han Shui noticed Yu Qing's demeanor and felt her spirits lift considerably. It appeared that she was not alone in her vexation. The silver lining, however, was that the newly appointed chairman, despite her youth, was not an outsider attempting to dictate to those more knowledgeable. You, please come here, Yu Qing beckoned. She then proceeded to probe into the discrepancies within the reports and documents. Yu Qingji answered each inquiry, albeit the questions posed by Yi Qing were particularly challenging. Had he not been well versed in these matters, he would have struggled to provide satisfactory explanations. Han Shui and the other senior executives listened intently to their exchange. It was a masterful display of expertise. Yi Qing truly was no ordinary individual. She was a connoisseur in her field. After poring over documents for 2 hours, Yi Qing took a moment to relax, sipping water, and her expression finally softened. Yu Qingji and the other executives were indeed highly capable individuals. It seemed that he could comfortably adopt a more hands-off approach moving forward. After finishing her water, Yi Qing stood up and proposed, "Shall we go for a stroll?" "Certainly. I will guide you around the group," he replied. Yu Qingji felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The satisfaction of having his assignments reviewed was truly delightful. He strolled alongside Yu Qing, while Han Shui provided introductions. Wuyo Media specializes in new media, primarily focusing on the burgeoning realms of live streaming, short dramas, and domestic animation, alongside traditional films and television series. It also represents a multitude of artists, agents, and celebrities. Yi Qing listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. Han Shui, please assist me in finding a music tutor capable of imparting vocal knowledge to a child. Han Shui was momentarily perplexed by this peculiar request. What does Director Yi mean? A child? Does Director Yi have children? That seems quite improbable considering your youthful appearance, likely in your 20s. Even if married, it would be unlikely to have reached the stage of needing music lessons. Perhaps it pertains to another child within the family. After some contemplation, Han Shui prudently decided to contact a prominent music agent, Lu Wen. Lu Wen, having started from humble beginnings as a singer, had gradually ascended to become a music scout and ultimately a distinguished agent, one of the leading figures in the industry. What is the matter, Shui? Address me by my title while at work. Very well, Han Shui. Han Shui nearly erupted in frustration. Director Han, I apologize. I merely became overly excited after recently collaborating with our talented artists to produce several hit songs, enhancing our group's revenue. My apologies, please proceed with your instructions. Director Yi, who has just arrived, seeks a music tutor for the children in her family. Are you teaching the children? I suppose I am not needed then. Those singers are quite professional. Lu Wen appeared bewildered, having neglected this for many years, and she felt that the aura of commercialism surrounding her was not suitable for tainting the innocence of children. Indeed, you are right. Farewell. Oh, is it truly over so soon? Lu Wen, stunned, gazed at the disconnected call, her lips twitching. Han Shui has become increasingly decisive. Never mind. I shall compose a few more hits. As she exited the studio, she overheard several of her artists whispering among themselves. What are they discussing? We are going out for dinner tonight to celebrate. Great, Lu Jia. We were just talking about how a few star singers from headquarters seem to be in a fierce competition. Oh, what transpired? Upon hearing the gossip, Lu Wen was eager to indulge. A new chairman has joined the headquarters, quite young, with a daughter of around 4 or 5 who wishes to learn vocal music and is in search of a mentor. Boom. This revelation struck Lu Wen like a thunderbolt, causing her hairs to stand on end. What? The chairman's daughter? Goodness, Director Han did not mention it was the chairman's daughter. She merely spoke of a child from the chairman's family. The significance is undoubtedly different. She swiftly picked up her phone and dialed. Hello, Han Director. I have reconsidered, and I accept the opportunity you mentioned. Lu Wen exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. However, the voice that emerged from the receiver was not Han Shue's, but rather that of several popular singers from headquarters. I am on my way. Please, do not compete with me for this task. It yields no profit. I implore you to pursue your own financial endeavors. My desire is not for monetary gain. I simply wish to contribute. Nonsense. Am I unaware of your cunning schemes? The cacophony escalated, and soon, Han Shui exclaimed, What did you say? It's too noisy. I can't hear you. I am truly exasperated by these singers, whose pitches rise above others amidst the clamor. Chapter 48. The completion of the task. Lu Wen listened to Han Shui's words, her expression reflecting a sense of resignation. It was quite a revelation for her to discover that Han Shui was the daughter of the chairman. Had she known sooner, perhaps the matters involving these singers would have unfolded differently. Lu Wen reiterated her thoughts, and Han Shui sighed in response. This situation is not my fault. Chairman Yi conveyed this to me earlier. It was only later, upon further inquiry from General Yu, that Chairman Yi revealed the truth about his daughter. Han Shui spoke, her eyes wide with astonishment. After all, she had not anticipated that Chairman Yi had a daughter. He appeared to be merely in his late teens, evidently well preserved. In the entertainment industry, individuals often maintain their appearance quite well, which is not particularly surprising. However, the current predicament is rather challenging. Han Shui pondered. When Chairman Yi selects a mentor, the primary criterion is surely musical ability. Additionally, the ability to engage with children is of paramount importance. Chairman Yi would undoubtedly prefer to shield his child from the taint of materialism. In her heart, she had already dismissed Lu Wen. But out of consideration for her colleagues, she spoke rather tactfully over the phone. All right, everyone, please stop arguing and listen to me. Shinichi, you shall assume the role of mentor. At Han Shui's command, all eyes turned to Shinichi. Director Han. Some attempted to voice their objections, but were silenced by a glance from Han Shui. Witnessing her expression, even renowned musicians refrained from speaking further. Thank you, Director Han, for your trust. Please nurture Director Ye's child well, and acquire knowledge on how to interact with children. If Director Ye's child proves to be mischievous, you must remain calm, understand? It is essential to guide them gently. As Han Shui spoke, she effectively pulled Shinichi back from her daydreams into the stark reality. Indeed, she had been contemplating the fact that this was Director Ye's child, without considering the implications. What if the child were unruly? What if the child were a little terror? The Yi family was affluent and influential, and it was quite possible that the child would possess an air of superiority, looking down upon others. Reflecting on this, Shinichi felt a considerable weight upon her shoulders. Although she too was a prominent musician, often on tour, she recognized that in comparison to such a powerful family, her standing was insignificant. The individuals nearby, absorbing Han Shui's words, gradually came to realize that this role might indeed be quite challenging. Performing well would certainly be advantageous, but failing to meet expectations could jeopardize all they had achieved. The risks on both sides were substantial. Once Han Shui made her decision, she swiftly turned to return to Yi Qing and inquire whether Shinichi could take on this responsibility. Shinichi stood there, and after a while, her manager and friends approached her, inquiring about her well-being. Is something wrong? This is a good thing. I am merely concerned, Shinichi replied softly. Others contemplated the situation, acknowledging that matters concerning children are often unpredictable. It's all right. We shall take it one step at a time. In due course, we will brainstorm ideas together. Yes, sounds good. Shinichi glanced at her manager and friends as they devised strategies, nodding in agreement and regaining her confidence. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzheng and Yu Qingji were exploring the headquarters and learning about other branches. The scale of Wuyo Media, as presented by the system, was indeed monumental. Were it not for their knowledge in management and finance, Yi Qingzheng feared he would struggle to grasp even the basic framework. Yu Qingji walked alongside him, offering explanations, while Yu Qingzheng occasionally posed probing questions. Though not visibly sweating, Yu Qingji was drenched in perspiration from their journey. Throughout, Yi Qingjing's inquiries were as incisive as those he posed while reviewing documents in the office. It was evident that without years of experience managing a conglomerate, he could not have navigated the complexities so adeptly. Initially, Yu Qingji suspected that Yi Qingjing was merely lucky with his insights. However, as time progressed, he found himself genuinely impressed. This new chairman was extraordinary, truly exceptional. It seemed that Wuyo Media was poised for even greater ascent. Soon, Han Shui approached briskly in her high heels. Director Yi, we have selected Chen Yinxi as your daughter's music mentor. Here are her credentials and profile. Please review them and let us know if there are any concerns. We can arrange for someone else if necessary. Han Shui observed that Yi Qing's complexion had improved somewhat, and she exhaled in relief, regaining her composure to engage in conversation. Very well, let us commence the first lesson this evening. Please provide her with my WeChat and phone number. Yi Qing offered a brief reminder. Understood. Ding. Yi Qing's phone vibrated, prompting him to check the message. Future daughter-in-law. I finished my class. I'm on my way to pick up the two girls. Yi Qing. Oh. Have you ceased to address me by any title? Future daughter-in-law. How outrageous. You expect me to say it in person and still wish to retain evidence? This remark caused Yi Qing's lips to twitch. The girl was remarkably astute. Future daughter-in-law. Hubby. Yi Qing. Sweet. Quite nice, but a few more would be delightful. Yi Qing. One call is hardly sufficient. If others hear it, they might think we cannot afford to sprinkle dog food. Call out a few more, once a minute. Yi Qing playfully quoted a line from a movie again. Future daughter-in-law. Shy. After sending 2 shy emojis, she inquired. Future daughter-in-law. What time will you return tonight? Yi Qing. I have arranged for a music teacher for the child. Let us see if she can come over this evening to teach you. Please inform her as well. Future daughter-in-law. All right, I'll drive now. As he read her words, a smile spread across Yi Qing's face. This smile caught the attention of Yu Qingji and another executive, reminiscent of the moment when clouds part to reveal the moon. Director Han also raised an eyebrow. Goodness, Yi Dong's smile is exceptionally charming. If he smiles so handsomely, he ought to do it more often. Han Shui fervently cheered in her heart, though she only dared to voice her enthusiasm internally. If one were to truly speak of it, it seems that a departure is indeed imminent. Within the confines of the kindergarten, Yu Yu and Xiaodian stood guard beside Xiaoro, their gazes fixed upon the other children, particularly focused on the entrance. The boy who had previously bestowed flowers upon Xiaoro belonged to a different class, not their own. Seeing that the young lad had not made a reappearance, the two girls felt a considerable sense of relief. Sister, Xiaodian, what are you doing? Xiaoro inquired, quietly molding her Play-Doh, exuding an air of contentment. With the perceived danger dissipated, Yu Yu joined her in play, and Xiaodian followed suit. As the time for dismissal approached, Yu Yu asked, Xiaodian, will today be like any other? Are Mom and Dad coming soon? Yes, you two may head back first. I wish to play a bit longer. Xiaodian replied. She embraced Yu Yu and then Xiaoro. I will take Shiro with me now. Our parents should be arriving shortly. After bidding farewell, Yu Yu took hold of Xiaoro's hand, and they ventured outside. Amidst the throng of people, Yu Yu, relieved to see the absence of the boy, quickened her pace. Soon, she spotted Bai Ziqi, waving eagerly, Mom. We are over here. Chapter 49. Yu Yu's music mentor Yu Yu need to utter a word. The moment the two little girls emerged from the building, Bai Ziqi had already caught sight of them. After all, the pair was remarkably conspicuous, as if they radiated light, drawing the attention of those around them. Numerous parents nearby also observed the two girls, their faces adorned with expressions of envy. Mom, you've come to pick us up today. What about Dad? You two, while the children of others often inquire about where their mothers are, you both frequently ask about your father instead. Bai Ziqi chuckled, as she and Bai Zheline were indeed like that. Hee. Yo-Yo wished to tell her father, today, I have splendidly accomplished the task, she proclaimed, instinctively puffing out her chest, embodying a desire for praise. Yo-Yo is truly remarkable when father returns this evening. You must tell him, Bai Ziqi encouraged as she led the two girls into the car. Father has gone to attend to matters and may return a bit later. Let us head home and await his arrival, shall we? All right, the two children chimed in unison. By the way, Yo-Yo, Father mentioned he has found an excellent music teacher for you, who will come to our home this evening to instruct you. Wow. Yo-Yo's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, her face adorned with a broad smile. Seated in the back seat, her little legs began to sway joyfully. Upon arriving home, they dashed inside, making a beeline for the little round one. After circling the room, they discovered the little round one nestled in a corner of the floor, basking in the warmth of the setting sun. "Little round one," Yo-Yo exclaimed. Hearing her voice, the little round one perked up, its ears twitching, and upon opening its eyes, it spotted Yo-Yo and Xiaoro rushing towards it, immediately scampering over on its short little legs. A mutual rush towards each other ensued. Meanwhile, Baijiqi gazed at the flowers, her eyes shimmering with delight. This was the first bouquet her husband had gifted her. Sometimes, a simple bouquet from someone one adores can bring boundless joy to a girl's heart. She held the watering can and gently sprayed the flowers, subsequently showering the blossoms of Yuyu and Xiaoro. Glancing at the small bouquet relegated to the corner, Baijiqi sighed. Men, truly a mystery. Yet, to alleviate Yiqing's worries, she refrained from watering the flowers in the corner. The little blooms might be innocent, but should they provoke Yiqing's displeasure, Baijiqi would harbor no kindness towards them. Aware of her own transformation, Baijiqi blinked. Subconsciously, both her body and mind had drawn closer to Yiqing. "Mom, when will my teacher arrive?" Yuyu exclaimed, clutching her small round toy as she rushed over with Xiaoro. Xiaoro also noticed her bouquet, her little face adorned with confusion as she tilted her head, still unable to comprehend why her flowers were placed in such a corner. Perhaps it was merely because there was space available there. She gazed at the drawing her father had given her, a smile illuminating her face. The flowers from her father were undeniably more beautiful and appealing. Cradling the blooms gifted by Yiqing, she tenderly caressed them with her small hands, as if they were precious treasures belonging solely to her. Baijiqi sighed beside her. Which father wouldn't be enamored by such a daughter? "All right, dear. I shall prepare dinner now. Your father should be home shortly, and we can all eat together." "Okay, Mom." Upon hearing that Yiqing was returning soon, the two girls beamed with joy. Meanwhile, in a Rolls-Royce, Yiqing declined the corporate gala under the pretext of the children, knowing that opportunities would abound in the future. It is not that he lacks empathy. Rather, he has recently assumed his position and is currently in the phase of establishing his authority, a stage that may be undermined by such interactions. It is not yet the time for him to mingle closely with his subordinates. Therefore, it is best for him to step back for now. He drove the car, bringing Shin-Inchi along. Seated in the back seat, in a position of authority, Shin-Inchi kept her hands demurely on her lap, resembling a primary school child, sitting obediently, her body rigid with tension. The psychological pressure was immense. What merit did she possess to occupy such a position, allowing the chairman to drive her around? At that moment, she even felt a strange desire for oblivion. "Perhaps, Mr. Yi, I should take the wheel. You could sit in the back." "No worries, just relax. You need to teach the children tonight," Yiqing replied, recalling the earlier scene where Shin-Inchi had volunteered to drive him back, to which he had consented. However, her driving was excessively cautious. It was only when Yiqing noticed an elderly man on an electric tricycle overtaking them that he could no longer remain passive. He promptly switched places with Shin-Inchi. After all, he wanted to return home sooner to see his wife and child. "At this rate, when on earth will we get home? That's why I asked you to sit in the back, not truly for your rest, but because your driving skills are rather lacking." Hearing Yiqing's words, Shin-Inchi felt a lump in her throat. The new chairman was remarkably kind. Which chairman would personally drive while allowing an employee to rest in the back? This was unprecedented. In her heart, Shin-Inchi silently vowed to devote herself entirely and unreservedly to educating the children, embodying the sentiment that a warrior dies for those who appreciate them. Yiqing never anticipated that Shin-Inchi's mindset had shifted to such an extent in the back seat. Had she known, she could only exclaim that the power of imagination is indeed formidable. Upon arriving at the villa district, Shin-Inchi gazed at the scenery outside. Goodness, this place radiated an aura of considerable value. However, given Yidong's wealth, residing here was only fitting. As they approached Villa Number 3, Shin-Inchi's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a grand villa? She had previously thought her spacious apartment was luxurious, but in comparison, the disparity was staggering. After disembarking the vehicle, Yiqing said, "Come, let's go inside. I would like to introduce you to my wife and children." As he spoke, Shin-Inchi witnessed two figures darting out from the villa. The one running swiftly cradled a small kitten in her arms. Shin-Inchi's heart fluttered at the sight of the two girls. They were astonishingly exquisite and undeniably adorable. She had always cherished children, and now, encountering these two, she felt her heart melt. And that kitten, why was it so charming as well? Had these three delightful creatures been nurtured on cuteness alone? This place was not merely a villa. It resembled a fairy tale castle. In that instant, Shinichi found herself fervently exclaiming internally. Nearby, the two little girls rushed over and embraced Yi Qing's legs. "Daddy, you're back," they exclaimed in unison. "Daddy, I completed the task you assigned today perfectly. I didn't see him at all," Yuyo declared, striking a pose that begged for praise. Naturally, Yi Qing understood whom Yuyo referred to. "Excellent job, Yuyo. Keep it up." Yi Qing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. His eldest daughter was indeed reliable in her endeavors. Chapter 50. Allow me to introduce my wife, Shinichi, who gazes at Yuyu and Xiaoro with an increasingly affectionate smile. Oh, how I long to embrace her. Her touch must be exquisite. Simultaneously, Yuyu and Xiaoro noticed Shinichi. Clinging to Yi Qing's leg, they turned to look. Their eyes meet. Shinichi is captivated by the enchanting gaze of two pairs of bright, peach blossom eyes. "Daddy, who is this beautiful sister?" one of them exclaims. "Sister? Are you Yuyu's teacher?" Yuyu inquires eagerly. "Yes, Yuyu. This sister is named Shinichi, and she will be your music teacher from now on. She is exceptionally talented, so you must study diligently under her guidance. Understood?" "Okay," Yuyu replies, rushing towards Shinichi. She approaches and bows deeply, executing a 90-degree salute that startles Shinichi. This little girl truly is excessively polite. "Hello, teacher." Yuyu beams. "Hello, Yuyu." Shinichi responds. To be honest, she has little experience in teaching children. However, it appears this little girl is quite well behaved, contrary to her previous apprehensions of unruly children and bullying. "Let us proceed indoors. We can teach the children after dinner," Yi Qing suggests, and Shinichi nods in agreement. They enter the room. Yuyu spots Baijichi emerging from the kitchen. "Mommy, look, my teacher has arrived," Yuyu exclaims, tugging on Shinichi's hand as she introduces her to Baijichi. The two women exchange glances. Upon catching sight of Baijichi in that moment, Shinichi understood why these two children appeared so exquisite. What a remarkable mother they have. Throughout her experiences in the entertainment industry, she had encountered numerous beauties of diverse types. Yet, in comparison to Baijichi before her, they all seemed to pale. She was extraordinarily lovely, particularly with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, glistening with a watery sheen that could mesmerize anyone who gazed upon them. Furthermore, her figure and the subtlety of her makeup were striking. Moreover, how could it be that Mrs. Yi appeared no older than 17 or 18, while her child was 4 or 5 years of age? The implications of this caused Shinichi to momentarily wish to turn to Yi Qing and exclaim, "Do you realize the gravity of your transgression?" However, it was evident that this woman was certainly more than just a youthful 17 or 18. She had evidently mastered the art of agelessness. "This is my wife, Baijichi," Yi Qing introduced with confidence. Shinichi nodded, directing her gaze towards Baijichi, a smile gracing her face. "Sister-in-law, greetings. I am Shinichi, and Mr. Yi has invited me to be Yuyu's music teacher." The weight of her words left Baijichi momentarily bewildered. Firstly, the term sister-in-law seemed somewhat misplaced. It appeared that anyone witnessing this interaction might misunderstand the relationship. Secondly, Shinichi, wasn't she a renowned singer? How had her husband managed to engage such a prominent figure to teach Yuyu music? Surely, individuals of her stature are not easily persuaded to participate. Her husband truly possessed remarkable influence. Lastly, what did Mr. Yi mean in this context? It was clear that her husband had not disclosed certain matters to her. Could it pertain to his professional endeavors? As Baijichi pondered this, she hesitated as to whether she should inquire further. "Thank you for coming all this way. Please, sit down and dine with us. I hope the dishes I prepared suit your palate." Baijichi approached, guiding Shinichi to the table, preparing for her to take a seat. However, Shinichi stood there, appearing somewhat restrained, waiting for Yi Qing and Baijichi to sit first. "It's all right. There's no need to be so formal. Just feel at ease." Yi Qing waved her hand and took a seat. The group began to enjoy their meal. Shinichi found the food quite delightful. She observed Yi Qing and Baijichi, realizing that this was indeed the cozy little home of Director Yi. The two exchanged glances filled with affection, making her feel overly full. Even if there's dog food, it shouldn't be sprinkled so liberally. It's too easy to indulge in. She resolved to share this with her friends later. After the meal, Shinichi took Yuyu to the music room, while Yi Qing led Xiaoro to practice calligraphy. Baijichi settled on the sofa. Just as she was about to check on Yi Qing, her phone rang. It was a video call from old Bai. "Hello, Dad, what's up? What are you doing?" "I just finished eating. Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted a video call and see you. As Old Bai spoke, a figure peeked into the frame of the video call. Old Bai, you're such a fuss. You just want to see the two little girls, yet you're saying so much. Big sister, you don't know, Mom said. Old Bai was anxiously fidgeting today, eager to see the two little girls. Bai Jiling chimed in, teasing Old Bai, causing Bai Xingting to blush. This girl really has no filter. Yu and Xiao Rou are currently in class, she added. In a music class, one was attending a calligraphy lesson, both having just begun their respective classes. It was rather inconvenient at the moment, so perhaps I shall wait and see when I might have time later. Oh, I see indeed. It would be best not to disturb the child while they are learning. Bai Xingtian immediately felt a sense of disappointment, hastily exchanging a few words before ending the call. Bai Jiling, observing her father's demeanor, felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Father, I am anxious for you. What do you know? The child is studying. Off you go and do your homework. Meanwhile, Shen Yinqi led the child into the music room. Upon surveying the well-equipped facilities, all of reputable brands, she began to notice that Yo-Yo had a limited grasp of even the most fundamental musical concepts. Thus, she commenced teaching from the very beginning. Gradually, Shen Yinqi sensed something amiss. This little girl possessed an astonishing capacity for learning. She elucidated the principles of melody and pitch, and Yo-Yo seemed to grasp the concepts almost instantaneously. The child even proactively posed questions. My goodness, how are you so remarkable? Shen Yinqi exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to pinch Yo-Yo's cheek. Yo-Yo giggled, delighted by her teacher's praise. Now, let me assess your understanding. I will play a few notes, and you shall identify the pitches based on what your teacher just taught you. All right. Shen Yinqi prepared for the test, but soon she felt an unsettling realization. Something was profoundly off. Yo-Yo had answered every single note correctly. Even some of the more ambiguous tones she articulated with absolute precision. Shen Yinqi sat there, gazing at Yo-Yo. A term emerging in her mind, absolute pitch. This is absolute pitch. Many singers possess this gift. However, if it were to be discovered and nurtured at such a tender age, coupled with the resources of Director Yi, one cannot fathom the heights to which she could ascend in the future. Chapter 51. Do you comprehend the concepts of alienation and concretization? Shen Yinqi dared not to contemplate further. She continued to teach with utmost dedication. As the clock approached 8, she led Yu out of the music room. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was approaching with a fruit platter in hand. I was just about to bring a fruit platter over. I didn't expect you to come out on your own. Director Yi, you are too kind, Bai Jiqi said as she approached, looking at Yu. How well have you been learning, Yu? I've learned so much. The teacher praised me. Have you thanked your teacher? MHM. Yu nodded earnestly before darting off to play. Shen Yinqi turned to Yi Qing. Director Yi, sister-in-law, I have discovered Yu's talent. She possesses absolute pitch. Yi Qing was not surprised, but Bai Jiqi was taken aback. She had heard of this term, though its meaning eluded her. It seemed to signify a remarkable musical talent. If nurtured properly, she might become a top-tier star. Shen Yinqi smiled. Yi Qing sighed. You are far more ambitious than I had anticipated. At this stage, I simply wish for the two girls to grow up carefree, finding joy in their hobbies. Certainly, personal growth is always a welcome prospect. Yi Qing added, after all, it is essential for her daughter to flourish and become exceptional, allowing those who covet her to truly understand the disparity and ultimately retreat in awe. Chairman Yi, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. Sister-in-law, let us exchange WeChat contacts. Should Yu wish to pursue her studies at any time, do send me a message, and I will come over, as I have a residence in Jiangxing not far from here. Very well. After exchanging WeChat information, Yi Qing said, let us see you off. It is rather late. I have prepared a car waiting outside. You have worked hard. Oh dear, Chairman Yi, you are far too gracious. Enough with the pleasantries. Fell silent, realizing that Chairman Yi had already embraced her as one of their own. Let us go, and see you off, Sister Yinqi. All right, I am coming. Upon hearing Yi Qing's voice, the two little girls hurried over, each clutching a custard apple. Teacher, do have a taste. Very well. As they stepped outside, Yi Qing called for the vehicle that Wei Muxua had prepared, which was already waiting. Felt a bit awkward as she entered the car. Chairman Yi, sister-in-law, you need not be so formal. Yu, Xiao, your sister is leaving now. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, teacher. The two little girls waved as the car began to move. Also stood up, watching as Yu and Xiao gazed after the vehicle, their eyes lingering long after it had disappeared from sight. The two little ones are also moving forward. Brother Lin Han, Sister Lin Yu, greetings to you. The two little girls flitted ahead like joyful birds. Yi Qing and Bai Ji hastened to follow. Slow down, don't fall, Yi Qing admonished, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. These two little ones, so soft and tender, would surely bounce back if they fell, wouldn't they? Yet, that seemed improbable. If they were to scrape their skin, Yi Qing would undoubtedly feel a pang of heartache. He grasped Bai Ji's hand and continued onward. It must be said, these little ones were remarkably swift. Leaving Yi Qing to ponder whether they had inherited some extraordinary martial skills, Lin Han and Lin Yu observed the two little ones and took a few steps forward as well. Wow, that little dog is so adorable, Yu exclaimed, gazing at the corgi that Lin Han was leading, which, unlike typical corgis, had not been docked and sported a tail that wagged animatedly. As Yu extended her hand, the corgi leaned closer, its large ears casually flopping back. Petting a dog's head brings good fortune, Lin Han chuckled. Don't worry, it's very gentle and won't bite. Just go ahead and pet it. Xiaorou also joined in. Under the ministrations of the two little girls, the corgi comfortably lay down. You, my friend, are quite fortunate, Lin Han remarked, glancing ahead. Brother Yi's sister-in-law, have you just sent someone off? From a distance, Lin Han spotted them escorting someone to the car. Oh, it is indeed the music teacher, Yu. After class, we shall accompany you. And what about your dog walking? Do you adopt every kind of animal? As for this little creature, Lin Han pointed at the corgi. I discovered it while exiting the highway. It was frightened and darting about chaotically. I quickly scooped it into my car. Or else who knows what might have happened. How could a dog be found at a highway exit? Perhaps someone no longer wished to keep it. But one cannot speculate on others' intentions in such a manner. However, after adopting a pet, I have come to realize just how lucrative running a pet shop can be. For instance, when I took this little fellow for a grooming today, they charged me 100. I only pay 50 for a haircut. What gives? Beside him, Lin Yu shot him a glance, saying, considering it has the audacity to eat feces, would you dare? Her words left Lin Han momentarily speechless. Why was his sister so intent on mocking him today? It was truly vexing. She had been throwing barbs at him all day, and now this? Would he dare? A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. Yi Qing was taken aback. Was Lin Han truly that bold? Bai Ji's lips twitched. All right, then you might as well expect to pay 100 for your haircuts from now on. Lin Han was instantly incensed, feeling utterly played. He turned to Yi Qing and Bai Ji, only to see them instinctively take a half step back. Lin Han, are you both serious about that step back? Such a seemingly trivial action can cause significant harm. He cast a glance at his elder sister. Lin Yu also took a step back, surprised by his unexpected courage. I will speak to our parents about this. Go on, go. No, sister, why are you targeting me today? What have I done? Lin Han, unable to contain his frustration, demanded clarity. You truly do not understand your own behavior, do you? Playing ranked matches, your score of 3-0 in every game. What's that all about? I lost all afternoon. Do you think I shouldn't be upset? It's all because of you. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Han interrupted her. Sister, why do you take this absurd scoring system so seriously? Huh? This system distorts a player's contributions in-game. Do you understand? Do you even know what distortion and concretization mean? Huh? Do you know? Let me illustrate with an example. Chapter 52. What can you cosplay at the comic convention? The last Han dynasty of the feudal society, the Ming dynasty, which endured through numerous emperors, ultimately fell under the reign of the last emperor, Chongzhen. In the end, the assessment reads, Chongzhen, score 3-0, the ruler under whom the Ming fell. Can you honestly say that the collapse of the Ming dynasty was solely due to Chongzhen's actions? Other emperors had their share of challenges. Some indulged in leisure, some were preoccupied with court affairs, while others immersed themselves in craftsmanship or neglected governance altogether. Other emperors had their shortcomings, yet the fall of the Ming dynasty is solely attributed to Chongzhen? Is it fair to place the entire blame on him? Were not his predecessors also responsible for the decline of the Ming? Surely, we must consider the specifics of their actions. Did Chongzhen not strive to reverse the tide? Did he not attempt to eradicate the eunuchs? Did he not face the specter of the nation's demise at the gates? Yet here we are, fixated on a mere rating as if it encapsulates the entirety of the situation. Is that not absurd? Why this incessant focus on scores? Are we not all part of a collective? It is as if one believes that an individual alone could unravel the entire team. Lin Han's passionate outburst rendered the surroundings silent in an instant. Yi Qing, listening to Lin Han's words, could not help but twitch her lips. Logically, there seemed to be no flaw in his argument. Even Bai Ji cast a sympathetic glance towards Lin Han. The two young girls, petting a dog, turned their attention upon hearing Lin Han's voice. "Brother Lin, has someone been unkind to you? You mustn't be upset," they said. As they spoke, Lin Han's emotions stabilized somewhat. Yet his gaze remained fixed intently on Lin Yu, as if silently urging her to share her perspective. Lin Yu then scoffed, "Oh, a score of 3-0 is one thing, but consistently receiving 3-0 while barking like a dog. It is not merely about the score. One must consider the actions taken. I have reviewed your footage. A mere assistant, lacking in fortitude, cowering behind the marksman, frequently retreating to the base, or meandering through the jungle, only to emerge at the final tally, with a resilience lower than that of the archer. And yet, here he is, barking," Lin Yu remarked, her brother Lin Han's earlier bravado waning. He had not anticipated that his sister would review the replay, catching him off guard. This was indeed a breach of the unwritten code of conduct. Rendered speechless, he acknowledged his lack of skill but was reluctant to provide such easy victories for others to witness. Hence, the circumstances his sister had described. A little more tolerance for the inept, perhaps. Lin Yu, noticing Lin Han's defiant demeanor, handed the leash to Yi Qing. "Brother Yi, could you hold this for me?" Upon receiving the leash, Lin Yu charged towards Lin Han. Hey, what are you doing? There are too many people around. Don't cause a scene. When we get home, I promise to give you a treat, all right? Just don't tug my ears." Yi Qing and Bai Shi, observing from a distance, were taken aback. They had not expected that an evening stroll would culminate in such an intense duel. Perhaps this is the suppression of bloodlines, Yi Qing mused, glancing at the two young girls. He silently thanked his fortune for having two daughters, both of whom possessed commendable temperaments, a generous elder sister who could protect her younger sibling, and a gentle younger sister who was not at all bothersome. After a while, once the altercation concluded, Lin Han's ears burned crimson, his face smeared with embarrassment. He cast a furtive glance at Yi Qing, feeling quite self-conscious about his disheveled state. "Indeed, Yigu, there is a comic convention this weekend, which promises to be quite enjoyable. How about bringing the children along? It could serve as a rare opportunity for delightful entertainment, as many parents often dress their little ones in cosplay. I was surprised to learn that you are a cosplayer as well." Yi Qing expressed her astonishment, noting how diverse Lin Han's interests have become: racing, rescuing pets, and now venturing into the realm of anime. Lin Han scratched his head, admitting, "I am quite the enthusiast and have been engaged in this for a considerable time. My older sister, Zhou Ying, and Zhou Kai were introduced to this world by me, and they participated back then too. Do you have time? If so, you need not prepare anything. I will contemplate what would suit your cosplay best." "All right," Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Lin Han gazed at the family of four, envisioning numerous characters, for they were a strikingly handsome family, with the children exuding cuteness that would surely shine in any cosplay. "I shall ponder this at home," he said. "Now, let us take a stroll." As Yi Qing spoke, she observed the two little girls still playing with the dog, seemingly illustrating how children possess an innate affinity for animals. Meanwhile, Shen Yinqi had returned to her room in Jiangcheng. After changing into her pajamas and glancing at the time, she reclined on the sofa, engaging in conversation with friends and her manager. Initially, she intended to type, but the group voice chat had inadvertently been activated. "Yinqi, did you just return from Yidong's residence? How was it? Come on, tell us all about it. Was the child particularly mischievous? Was the task manageable?" Listening to their eager voices, she felt a sense of camaraderie. Shen Yinqi also spoke up, declaring, "This job is simply." Upon hearing her words, the group fell silent, captivated. How exhilarating. A single utterance seemed akin to a thunderclap, igniting everyone's curiosity. Something felt amiss. Teaching children from affluent families should entail numerous challenges, and one might encounter unruly kids. Yet, with Shen Yinqi, it appeared to be an entirely different experience, one that was far from ordinary. Allow me to recount the tale from the beginning. Shen Yinqi proceeded to narrate her experiences, starting from the moment Yi Qing drove her to the villa, and leading to encounters with Bai Shi and the two little girls. The mention of Bai Shi and the two girls sent the group into a frenzy. Were they truly as beautiful and adorable as described? Are there any photographs? Could you share them in the group for us to see? I only possess a photo of Yu, but I'm not certain if Director Yi would permit its circulation. If you wish to see it, perhaps when we meet, I could show it to you on my phone. You would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming urge to have a daughter upon just one glance. She is utterly charming and exceptionally polite. Moreover, Yu possesses remarkable musical talent. She has perfect pitch. As she spoke, the group erupted once more in astonishment. Shin Inchi continued her conversation, sharing updates, while the members of the group became profoundly envious of her fortune. Such delightful occurrences, why had they not befallen them? Nearly an hour later, Yi Qing and the others returned home. Oh, by Ji, she suddenly recalled that her father had mentioned wanting to video call to see the little girl. How could she have forgotten? Well, it was already 9 o'clock, so perhaps it was best not to call now. Let's go wash up together. By Ji, she gently coaxed the two girls, leading them to the bathroom. Meanwhile, at Bai Jishi's home, Bai Xingting sat on the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. He glanced at the time and scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? Even if they are attending extracurricular classes, they shouldn't be out so late. How could this be fair to the children?